Whatever it takes. The alleyway. Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. They won't say my name, but they put it in a mention. Too much sneak dissing, yeah, we need an intervention. Pride before the fall, I swear my niggas, they won't listen. Pride before the fall, you took them pills, you got addicted. Pride before the fall, you run your mouth, you turn to dentist. Free my niggas in the cage, know that shit get lonely. You was with me from the start, but you did me phony. Look my bitch right in the eyes, tell her she my only. Poppin' shit on Instagram, they don't even know me. Had to turn my savage up to turn me to the old me. Killers moving silent, so I gotta kill them softly. Lie better, little baby, but lie better. You playing the other side on God out. Trendsetter, no talking, I did better. They watching my moves, flying my moves. I did let up, I kept it aside. Niggas get shifty, I did something, I'm moving around. Had to get to it, this bread, something they want me to drown. Remember they told me I was nothing, I've been through some things. On God, baby, I can't front it. Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. They won't say my name, but they put it in a mention. Too much sneak dissing, yeah, we need an intervention. Pride before the fall, I swear my niggas, they won't listen. Pride before the fall, you took them pills, you got addicted. Pride before the fall, you run your mouth, you turn to dentist. Free my niggas in the cage, know that shit get lonely. You was with me from the start, but you did me phony. Look my bitch right in the eyes, tell her she my only. Poppin' shit on Instagram, they don't even know me. Had to turn my savage up to turn me to the old me. Killers moving silent, so I gotta kill them softly. Do better, you said that you do better. These niggas playing in 50, I really got moved better. I got these on my block, I can't play round. I position on my life, I can't play round. We gon' get it back in blood if they stay round. Know them niggas off the drugs, they gon' lay down. I was love, you put me right in the middle. Got niggas that screaming gang and niggas that wanna kill you. They got feelings from the past, pay attention. They only sending shots cause these niggas want attention. Won't be no RIP, heli in the mission. Put threats on my name, make me turn them to a pension. Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. They won't say my name, but they put it in a mention. Too much sneak dissing, yeah, we need an intervention. Pride before the fall, I swear my niggas, they won't listen. Pride before the fall, you took them pills, you got addicted. Pride before the fall, you run your mouth, you turn to dentist. Free my niggas in the cage, know that shit get lonely. You was with me from the start, but you did me phony. Look my bitch right in the eyes, tell her she my only. Poppin' shit on Instagram, they don't even know me. Had to turn my savage up to turn me to the old me. Killers moving silent, so I gotta kill them softly.
Whatever it takes. Exactly.
Right, this shit crazy.
Feel nothing at all. For my pain, it don't feel nothing at all. Yeah. Yeah, for my pain, it don't feel nothing at all. For these niggas, nah, ain't nothing but God. I had to move around with nothing but frauds. I tried to bring the team together, get my vision involved. I gave a plan, but niggas scrambled. It's time to pick up that call. We can't get 1,500 in a 6-week span. Time to pay up, everybody goes, I be damn. I should've seen it. All I got is Rain, Slim, Tim, you know it's Teach. I got Tay and I got Leaf. I got Deja and Salih. I got Foreign, they got Feet. They say your name, that's cause you preach. Them niggas folded under heat. No umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream to stand up, if not lay down. Let it rain down. If you my nigga, then just say it. If you ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Yeah,
My nigga, then just say it.
let it rain down.
Let it rain down. Right, this shit crazy.
Yeah. We gotta weather the storm. If you don't understand, get better informed. I'm from the trench, and my trust really weathered and torn. With my niggas from the sandbox, trying to put this shit on top some water, but we laying low. We all want the same shit, but can't get on the same page. How bad do y'all really want it? Niggas just be saying things, complacent with y'all lives now. Everything that I pipe down. Yeah, I was chilling for a minute, but I'm live now. Niggas talking about the past, come get with me right now. Come and really see my grind. Come and see me live now. I'm live now. I'm live now. Come and see me live now. Ain't no umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream, then stand up, if not lay down. Let it rain down. My nigga, then just say it. You ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Yeah. Ain't no umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream, then stand up, if not lay down. Let it rain down. If you my nigga, then just say it. If you ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Let it rain down. Yeah.
You my nigga that just say it. You my brother that just say it.
Let it rain down.
Let it rain down.
Shelly. I really been feeling. Yeah. Yeah. We gotta carry on. Like Mr. Caldwell saying, I know that faith is all we need. I hear them church bells ring. A lot of strange shit is going on inside of this train. Programs is being ran and shit is one and the same. When your thought pattern is different, they look at you strange. The same ones you used to see me with, now we estranged. Cause now my mission different. It's some shit I gotta attain. As I go inside my mother's womb, my soul was ordained. I battle alone. The war zone is Babylon. My one task is to bring the flock and the cattle on. Trying to change the vibration while niggas they Babylon. Now focused on getting my money tower of Babylon. My catalog is self-subscribed. I'm staying strong. I know my destination. I travel, don't know the roads. Don't give a fuck about this status and status quo. Combative is data low. Cannot compute with this blockchain. I'm pinging off of towers. Can't triangulate my pen game. I'm off the grid. The lyrical EMP. They try to follow down a rabbit hole that's filled with TNT. The last of a dying breed, just aim fire and squeeze at demonic chapters. I know the sigil on his sleeve.
And crush the regalia, shining like diamonds to the sea. I'll show you Wonderland. It's up to you if you believe. The son of the matrix, shining like nothing you conceive. A bomb with a pen, removing nothing's gonna leave. Alarmed by the wind, we smell percussion in the breeze. The drummer go in and leave nothing but the leaves. A nod and a grin, be the last thing you ever see. And the problem with him lead to a problem with a den. A lion sent down from Zion, bringing drama to your kin. I promise I'm like Obama or Osama. It depends on how God order my steps. When you stepping up to him, I'm different. Can politic or demolish them, pick a fence and stay behind it. Cause the lions is out again.
Listen. Shout out to all the American Aborigines. Shout out to all the like-minded brothers and sisters around the plain. Make sure y'all share the live stream. If y'all can hear me loud and clear, drop a fire emoji. Shout out to all the like-minded brothers and sisters. We got a nice one for you guys today. You gotta drop a fire emoji in the chat, share the live stream, and hit that like button if you ain't did that yet. Very important for you guys to subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very important for you guys to subscribe. We got a lot of information we're gonna be getting into today. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. Hopefully you guys are enjoying y'all great grand rising. Hopefully y'all enjoy y'all evening. We got some fire shit we want to get into today. But before we get into that, I want to say shout out to everybody that's in the building tuning in. I do want to give a special shout out to you guys. So before I do that, I want to go through the chat. Drop them fire emojis. Let me know y'all in the chat. I'm going to shout y'all out one by one. Shout y'all out. Shout out to my family that's off in here. We got a good show today. We're going to be dealing with Tariq Nasheed, man, and James Small interview. Talks about blacks being from America, his past beef with Tariq Nasheed, and a little more we're going to be talking about. So, yeah, let's tap into that. Y'all already know the vibes, man. Shout out to Chief Kokomo, YK the True. He said divide and conquer, huh? Can you explain that? You motherfucking pan, I don't just be saying anything. Y'all motherfuckers be dumb as hell. Chief Serpentine, the Snake Guy, Samaj B, Mac, what's going on? Garfield, Craig Lloyd, Lightman, Supreme Chief. Who else we got up in here? Wilbur Reed up in this bitch. Khalil Finch, Oz Aborigine, Rodney Gilmore Jr. Man, I don't even want to hold you guys up any longer. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure y'all support the channel. Cash App and PayPal information at the bottom of the screen. Share the live stream on all your social media outlets. Very, very important for you guys to share this. Make sure you subscribe. Follow me on Instagram at big_Aboriginal_power for that name. You can look at the bottom left of the screen. That's big_Aboriginal_power. Let's get right into it, man. I don't even want to hold you guys up any longer. We're gonna jump straight into the interview right now as we speak. So shout out to everybody in the building, man. We don't even want to hold anybody else. Let's go.
All right. Chuck Webner, my ass. Um, some of the stylings was from Joe Frazier. All right. No, it wasn't Rocky Marciano. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. He was stealing the workouts from Smoke. Okay, that's what made the fucking film, man. Y'all missing the point. Y'all saying it was based on Chuck Webner, but why is he working out like Joe Frazier was working out? And those are the most memorable scenes of the movie. That's the most iconic shit of the movie, the stuff that was popping off with the Joe Frazier style workouts. That's what's iconic. Don't nobody know about no damn Chuck Webner. Dude. Even now, when you go to Philly now, if you go to Philadelphia now, white people be running up them damn stairs. I remember going to Philadelphia and I went down there and I saw them stairs. White people run up them damn stairs every day. They think they're
and that particular building that they seeing that he's talking about, people running up and down those steps is you commonly most iconically seen in the Rocky films. That particular building is called the Art Museum. And that's one of the historical structures that was created during the World's Fair, allegedly. So that's a very old historic building, which guys are not knowledge to that. I will be breaking down that the indigenous peoples of this lands created those particular structures. We'll get to that on another note. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get to it.
That's Joe Frazier, dude. All right. That's Joe Frazier. You know, they getting all that. Okay, we got Brother Smalls in here, I think. Go, hold on. Let me get Brother Smalls in here. Let me get him in. There he is. What's up, Brother Smalls? Can you hold on? Let me get Brother Smalls in here real quick. Brother Smalls, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Let me get Brother Smalls in here. Hold on. Brother Small. I keep saying Smalls. There we go. I got Brother Smalls in here. Hey, Brother Small, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Brother Tariq. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just talking about the film that you were in with us, American Maroon. I got to thank you for being in the film. You have not seen the film yet, have you?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
Shout out to the movie American Maroon. If y'all have not seen that, go check out that Tariq Nasheed film. We got to check out that. That is a good illustration of history and a story that needed to be told. A very, very critical story that needed to be told, and there's just one of many. Shout out to James Smalls and Tariq Nasheed. Shout out to all the FBA brothers and sisters that's tuning into this live stream. Make sure y'all drop them fire emojis. Let me know that y'all in the chat. Let's turn up in here, man. Shout out to all the Aboriginal brothers.
When I heard somebody talking about it yesterday, I go like, okay, get my technical skills up so I can watch it.
I'm gonna send you a link. I'm gonna send you a link tonight. I'll send you a link tonight.
Okay. Yeah, because there have been some good comments I've seen on it.
Oh yeah, people absolutely love the film. They love it. And in the film, we talk about the people where you're from. You're from South Carolina. We talk about the Gullah Geechee people, how a lot of the Maroons were in the swamps in those areas and they freed themselves. And the Underground Railroad did not always go to the north. We didn't get assistance from whites. They weren't our saviors all the time. Why do you think that story about the Maroons has been hidden so long?
Well, because they never wanted us to know. First of all, the whole story was we enjoyed slavery.
Right.
We were loving it, and it was the good life, and we were docile, and we didn't resist all of those silly, inhuman comments. And so until I think Apdeck, when did Apdeck do his work? When he wrote that piece on the rebellions, the multiple rebellions in North America. Until that first book came out, no one even wrote about the rebellions.
Yeah.
Let alone, and still no one has, until you did this piece on Maroons, I'm one of the few people that even talked about there being a Maroon community.
Yeah.
Multiple Maroon communities, but we call them the Freewood, and the white folks refer to it as the Freewood N-word. I'm not going to use that word, I'm always arguing with you about that. So I grew up in one of those communities. I was just with some cousins the other. I never met them. Gave a lecture at BMCC, Birmingham Community College, and there was these ladies in the audience. And they came because the lady that invited me was a cousin I just discovered from the Maroon community in South Carolina, a place called Burgess, which is down just south of Myrtle Beach off of what is called Paulus Island. We didn't really come out of those bushes till the 1970s.
Wow.
Some of the communities out there, like in Conway, Andrews, South Carolina, people were just walking out the bush in the 1970s. White folks didn't come up in there. They had to hire black policemen to send them in there when they thought there was an infraction that some of us, they didn't come in there. What they now call North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, that, I remember that the Tin Top Alley is what it was called. Grandpa Joe, my Uncle Joe T. Austin, lived up in there. Policemen didn't come up in the Tin Top Alley until the 1960s. You know, that's where them black folks would build their homes, going all the way back to the, the 1600s, and they lived in their world. They came out of that world and worked in the white world after the 50s or so, or 40s, but they go back into their black world. And no one ever referred to those communities as maroon, but the biggest maroon.
Now, mind you, when he's saying black, he just means the indigenous native, the true aborigines of this land. And he's going to slide in and use a little Afrocentric point of view or rhetoric, if you will, to describe these people as African, which is the closest phenotype to observation, to identify to the world. Now, when somebody says African, you don't think of no other race besides dark-skinned people. And that's what he's alluding to. But we'll get to that in a second, man. Shout out to James Smalls. Shout out to everybody in the building. Negroes that been here first. And I called James Smalls. I talked to James Smalls in 2018, almost 6 years ago. And it was a conversation that was brought up on Sonetas, where we was going over there constantly. And he was questioning James Smalls. What do you feel about the Aboriginal people of this land? And James Smalls told me on that phone call that his ancestors had been in America for 250,000 years, and that his granddaddies, going all the way back to his lineage, went to a particular mound where his ancestors was buried at on this land, an Indian mound, for 250,000 years. That was one of the most iconic quotes in the conscious community for a long time. Okay, so let's finish listening to James Smalls and see if you have anything equivalent to that.
Community in North America was what is now the state of Florida. Okay, and the misrepresentation in their world, they came out of that world and worked in the white world after the 50s or so, or 40s, but they go back into their black world. And no one ever referred to those communities as maroon. But the biggest maroon community in North America was what is now the state of Florida. Okay, and the misrepresentation of an Indian race called the Seminoles. There was no such thing.
Right.
It was the Spanish word for runaway African was Cimarron. And this crazy, not speaking anybody language dude from Europe somehow got that to be Seminole. But Andrew Jackson, when he had the first two wars against that population, came back and wrote the president, and it's in his letters are in the Library of Congress. He said, "You send me to fight Indians, and all I found is niggas." He put that in writing. And that's a matter of record today. It wasn't until the third so-called Seminole War that we said, okay, let's make some peace. Now, everybody didn't leave Florida. Many of us went to different parts of Florida and are still there till today under the banner of Seminole. Some went to Mexico, but Brother John was John Horse. And many of them got...
Right, John Horse was going against the United States government, and they was beating the shit out of the United States government, made their way to the borders, signed treaties, and to protect the Spanish border from against hostile native tribes and some of the American government that was working their way down. And those particular nations from the Maroon and Florida areas protected those borders of Mexico. You see what I'm saying? Which there was already prior treaties before that, dealing with some of the Upper Creek area, dealing with the treaties of Emperor Brim, the Treaty of Guadalupe, Hidalgo. There's a few of them that deals with the natives here supporting and defending these particular territories. So shout out to everybody in the building. This is a good informational bill. We're going to be dealing with some of the Aboriginal shit. I am going to be breaking this down thoroughly. Shout to everybody in the building. If I get everybody to drop a fire emoji, support the channel. Support the real, you guys. Support the real. Let's get it.
killed along the way when white folks, that tear, what they call
Trail of
tears.
Yeah.
When they make movies, they always make white Indians doing that.
Right.
That's not who they was. That was us. And we settled in what was called the Indian Territory, which is what is called Oklahoma today.
Right. And only 1% made their way out to that way. And that 1% over the time created some of the greatest cities known to man. It's right smack down in the middle of Indian Territory. You have one of the greatest cities called Tulsa, Oklahoma, which was smack dab in the middle of Indian Territory, which was a Negro city. Almost speculating and understanding that the confusion that they jumbled up almost couldn't even be hid. The fact still remained that in the middle of an Indian territory, there was Negro cities thriving. And those Negroes was the true and fact indigenous peoples that was misclassified and eradicated on paper. Okay, these are the true Americans, the first indigenous peoples here, the Aboriginal people here, falsely misnomed African.
And that's why we think of Tulsa and what occurred there. But those people who built Tulsa was the same people who left Florida, the same Maroons. But Tulsa was only one of 30 Black communities in Oklahoma at that time, you know, where we were pretty much in control of those areas. And so I haven't seen the finished product, but I knew the direction you were going in. Yeah. And I knew that story needed to be told.
Yes, indeed.
Excuse me.
Yes, indeed. Now, brother, yeah, go ahead. You take your time. Take your time.
Yeah. And no one wants that story told because part of that story is the indigenous Africans who was here before the slave ships came, who gave sanctuary to those who ran away from that process. Yeah. And then those two groups would amalgamate to produce much of our community that we know in North America today. But nobody talks about that. And I remember when I first encountered them, when I first came to New York, one of the biggest Indian museums in the Northeast was in Harlem, on 155th and Broadway. They've since moved it down to downtown on the other side of Wall Street in what they call the houses where they used to sell us and the products.
Yeah.
But it was out here. And I would go there and they had these mummies, right? These shrunken little Black people.
Wow. You hear that? Shrunken Black people called Indians.
And I would go there and
shrunken Black people called Indians. We gotta get into that. We gotta run that back just a little bit. You understand what I'm saying? What is he talking about? My bad. I don't know how they got off the screen. I apologize. We already got the letters and logs from William Penn describing describing Chief Tammany or King Tammany as Black, peaceable but Black. You got Christopher Columbus and the Spanish conquistadors and Jesuits referring to the indigenous inhabitants of this land. In the Jesuit letters, they refer to those people as Negro de Terra. Negro de Terra. So these are the things that we have to understand. Negroes are what we call Blacks, or what we call Aboriginal people have been here. And not only have we been here, we are only showing the emphatic proof that we are the descendants of those people. Yes.
They've since moved it down to downtown on the other side of Wall Street in what they call the houses where they used to sell us and the products.
Yeah.
But it was out here. And I would go there and they had these mummies, right? These shrunken little Black people. And they were calling them Indians. Wow. And I can never figure, why is these little nappy heads, short people, like pygmies, what we call pygmies or tall people, right? They had them mummified.
Wow.
And they had them on display as the people who, they didn't lie. These were the indigenous population in North America. Yeah. I'm not talking about a drawing now. I'm talking about
any place that has the organic, naturally small humans emphatically has the abnormally tall humans as well. So just as well as there's very short people here, like pygmies, or if you will, Twa, or the Cherokee little people is what the indigenous people call them. They also have giants, people like Tuscaloosa, people like the Tamucans, people like Chief Cornstarch. These people are always referred as very, very strong, well proportioned, and tall people, and intelligent people, a beautiful people, a harmonized people. That is describing the Aboriginal people. That is describing so-called Black Americans today.
But the mummified bodies,
Yeah.
and I'm sure it's still there. It's in the customs house now.
Oh, wow.
In downtown Manhattan, the customs house.
Mhm.
And I was baffled because I couldn't process that. In the first few years, I think it was about 25 before I really got it. I first saw them when I was 18.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I came to New York. I love to go to that museum. Something just kept bringing me back there. But there was these Black people.
He said, I seen them when I first went to New York. And in that same, and now listen, I just told y'all the conversation I had with James Smalls about 6 years ago, him telling about his ancestors being here. And that same conversation, you guys, you can't make this up. He said he'd grown up his whole life not knowing anything about Africa. It was ridiculed in his earlier days in New York amongst Afrocentric scholars. He would be ridiculed for not having an Afrocentric point of view to the point where it was installed in him. I'm gonna have to find that conversation. I'm gonna have to go back and find that conversation because it plays into very contiguous values to what he's saying now. He went to New York as an 18-year-old boy, and that 18-year-old boy had the understanding of an Aboriginal. Only had been around certain peers that he admired that had a difference in ideology, which made him compromise his understanding.
When I came to New York, I love to go to that museum. Something just kept bringing me back there. But there was these Black people,
and when we
these
look
little Black.
Right. And when we look at maps from the 1500s, the early maps that the European explorers drew, when they drew the indigenous people, they always drew them as dark-skinned and nappy head. We show a lot of this in the movie. Have you seen that?
Yes. And because they knew, I think it's Brother Chase wrote the book where he talks about the 19 Europeans who writes.
Yes.
Who they encountered. We know Columbus called them Ethiopians. We know Verrazano called them Ethiopians. We know William Penn called them Blacks, Africans, and Ethiopians. So multiple of the people they call the exploring heroes wrote about the population they found here. And that population was an African population, a Black population, a nappy-headed population. You know what? Because we were the first people everywhere in the world.
Yes,
we were in China and Japan and all the islands of the Pacific before anybody. We were in Vietnam. We were in Philippines before anybody. We were in Australia before anybody. We were here before anybody. And if anybody understands,
when he say we was here before anybody, I want this to be clear that he's talking about Negroes. When we talk about the first people here, we talk about pyramid building, we talk about the first metallurgers in America, they automatically allude to some Native American, East Asian, West Asian, Mongoloid people. When in fact, you should be thinking of people that resembles the brothers and sisters you see in your chat, the brothers and sisters you see in your neighborhood. These would have been the people credited to building some of these societies and cities. So when he say Black people, this is a social understanding to what we're called American Negroes, indigenous peoples. All right, eat the meat and spit out the bones, you guys. Shout out to all the American Aborigines that's in the building. Shout out to all the FBA brothers and sisters that's tuning in. This is your brother Aboriginal Power. I want to say peace and blessings to you guys and your family. We're going to continue to listen to this interview. I need everybody to drop a fire emoji in the chat if you can hear and see everything loud and clear. And also, if you're new to the channel, subscribe. If you're enjoying the live stream, support the channel. Cash App and PayPal information is ticking across at the bottom of the screen. Also, if you want to call in at any time during this interview, call in. The call-in number is open. Let's go.
People everywhere in the world. We were in China and Jamaican population, a Black population, a nappy-headed population. You know what? Because we were the first people everywhere in the world.
Yes,
We
indeed.
were in China and Japan and all the islands of the Pacific before anybody. We were in Vietnam. We went to
Yeah, black people was everywhere. Why do we the only people on the planet that has this weird continent attached to them? You have Asians, the Negritos. They don't call them African Asians. You have Australian with dark phenotype and woolly hair. They don't call them African Australians. You have the brothers in the islands, the Caribbean, the Caribbean. They don't call them African Caribbeans. You got brothers and sisters of Fiji and the Pacific Island. They don't call them African Fijians or African Pacific Islanders. No, and you also have brothers from the Americas, Negroes from the Americas, but no, y'all call us African American. This is the misnomer. And this is what we got to expel. We need
before anybody. We were in Australia before anybody. We were here before anybody. And if anybody understands the water current
I agree
that brought Columbus here, he was lying about being lost. Okay, that was a lie. They had to lie because
I think he was lost, but I think it's in confusion. He knew where he was going. He just didn't know where he was at. And he was using a map. When you're using a map, there's different ways of measuring and time. You got symmetric, you got ametric, you got different measurements of weather, and you got Fahrenheit, and you got Celsius. These are different mathematical components that lead up to a certain understanding. And I believe that they was using a different mathematical component with a map that was laid out with another map component. So the coordinates was off, the direction was off, where they was trying to reach was a little off, but they made it into the general area. This is how you get the story of them being shipwrecked. Christopher Columbus was shipwrecked. That's why he was here for those 4 years and made acquaintances with some of the indigenous peoples of the area and kind of smooth and swindled them to ride back, even though he's a pedophile, to ride back on this pedophile ship to Europe, making his way to Seville, Spain, taking the indigenous peoples from here and taking them to Seville, Spain, along with other fruit and vegetable crops. One of those happened to be the pineapple. This is how the chocolate got introduced to Europe. You understand me? And this is how the Negroes got introduced to Europe as well. Fast forward there less than 100 years, more expeditions come to find more of these prominent, well-proportioned and style Negroes that was taken over there from Christopher Columbus. You have the Powhatans, you have Christopher Columbus, you have not Christopher Columbus, you have the Powhatans and people bringing like Pocahontas and other indigenous peoples to Europe. So this is the beginning of what we will call the slave trade and the first documented history of it going on. And this was just to exploit the indigenous peoples of this land. It was an exploitation move. Picture Jeffrey Epstein coming to America and picking up a bunch of Negroes, swindling them to go to Europe with them. Could you imagine the horrific things that would have went on if Jeffrey Epstein would have took a ship of Negroes back to England? Just imagine.
Because if they didn't lie, they'd have to tell how he got here. The black folks showed him how to get into the Gulf Stream, which landed him automatically right in the Bahamas and in the area of Haiti and Dominican Republic. You could drop a paper bag and it'll float right there to today. And when they wanted to get back to Europe, they had to follow that current to the coast of what is now Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and that water would bounce off and sail them right back to the Canary Islands or off of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verdes. And that became the triangle slave trade. Yeah, because we were taking that trail for centuries, hanging out, visiting our cousins who were the indigenous people here, trading with them. When I first went to Ghana, my first time ever to Ghana, with Dr. Leonard Jeffries, and we went to a hotel in Takoradi, and they had one of the biggest murals I've ever seen, about 30 feet by 30 feet, on this big wall in the lobby of the hotel. And what was the mural? Africans trading with Africans in North America.
Africans trading with Africans in North America. See, James Smalls, you done came a long way, sir. And I understand that you've been equipped and engulfed in Afrocentric understanding a lot longer than you have your Aboriginal perspective. What I mean by that, he grew up with an Aboriginal perspective up until the age of 24. It's when his ideology started to change. James Smalls is almost 60 years old. So he has over 30 years of Afrocentric learning that he has replaced some of his indigenous understanding with. So we must bear with Brother James Smalls. We must eat the meat and spit out the bones. We must dodge the hijack. We must bob and weave the indoctrination. Shout out to everybody in the building. If y'all understand what I'm saying, drop a fire emoji in the chat. Shout out to all my FBAs and all my American Aborigines. Let's continue this live stream.
And they since then, I think Best Western has taken over the hotel. And I went there last year to see if they still had that mural I saw 20, 30 something years ago. And they said they have it, but
come on, man. Let's get a couple people to support the channel, man. We got 149 people in here. And we ain't had one person support the channel. Come on, man. We gotta understand that when we have people that's indoctrinated, and this becomes with your acquaintance, and this is a scenario that I can lay out, which I'm not gonna lay out right now. But it creates a condition, and over time, people are conditioned to act a certain way, not having no perspective or understanding of why they're being conditioned like that. And this is how it's been with the insert of the AME churches, the Back to Africa movement, which started in the early 1800s with Frank Boas, Mel Herkovich, leading up to Richard Allen, W.E.D. Du Bois, which goes back to the American Colonization Society, pushing this Afrocentric point of view, which ultimately has been one of the main factors of indoctrinating our people. It takes a true, unfiltered, unindoctrinated filter of understanding, a perspective, and alters this into an artificial understanding, which is the victimhood. You've been packed on ships. You coming from Africa. You're not really having nothing of significance to attach yourself to in West Africa, and these are the stories that you're left with.
But it's downstairs that they didn't destroy. They took that wall down, put it downstairs. But it was this mural in Africa, a hotel built by Kwame Nkrumah, showing Africans trading with Africans in North America pre-Columbus. So we over here seem to be the only one that just got the 411 on the blacks going on in North America.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So now, recently, there was you were on a broadcast on a YouTube stream, and there was a dude who's kind of known in our circles as being a troll, and he gave.
Yeah, there do be a lot of trolls in here. Hey, Tony Gilmore, shut the fuck up, you fucking waste of a space. Are you a retard? This is a reaction video. If you want to watch the unindoctrinated video, take your retarded self out the chat and go watch it at Tariq Nasheed. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed, by the way. And no, you're not going to come in here telling me how to react and use my chat. If you want to listen to it, go listen to it. Nobody's asking you to come over here. So get your pussy ass out the door. Get the fuck to stepping. Don't let the door hit you in your pussy, you weirdo. Now, shout out to the real ones in the chat that's enjoying the conversation and the commentary. Let's finish listening to James Smalls.
Trading with Africans in North America pre-Columbus. So we over here seem to be the only one that just got the 411 on the blacks going on in North America.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So now, recently, there was you were on a broadcast on a YouTube stream, and there was a dude who's kind of known in our circles as being a troll, and he gave you some real. He basically lied to you and gave you some misinformation about some of the stuff that we've said, and then tried to use you against me, and some of these other trolls tried to use your words against me. How do you feel about that, sir?
Right. Well, part of it is the young man, Omawali, called me yesterday. And his position, he says, I wasn't the one putting that out there like that. And I said, what do you mean? I said, because, I couldn't find him. I had the name wrong.
Yeah.
And when I found the name in my phone, he called me just as I found the name. And he says, listen, because I did this little piece, I was trying to get it right on Twitter, calling people out for doing that, because I'm saying, wait a minute, that was not what really happened.
Right.
Now, he did raise these things about Foundation of Black America. And I go like, these are my children, I think is the term I use, and I love them. You got to understand it. If I think my children have any issues, I'm going to argue with them to get the issues right. Right. If they made any statements wrong, then I'm not going to stab them in the back or talk to them about behind their back. I tell them my love for you, our relationship, and so forth. And whenever I have any issues, I talk to you about it. Sometimes you be quiet, sometimes you take me on, but we've never had a negative.
Right.
You and I. And you know the things I disagree in, and they ain't really big things. That's the issue. Well, then I really argue with you about one thing, the N-word, right? Yeah. And sometimes I think you lose your temper a little bit too much on some of these Negroes who don't deserve you putting that energy on. Mm-hmm. And those have been our two issues. Yeah. And we deal with this long back. And I remember when you were having an issue, but I think we won't even call his name, but a little brother out there. Yeah. And I call you and I talked to you about it, and you squashed that. Yeah. There was an issue with some sister who was coming after you about some stuff. I called you this a couple of years ago. You squashed that. They didn't squash it, but you did. Yeah. So I have to let people understand and be clear, because I got some crazy calls from all over the world. When I was coming to Washington, you're not going there. And I said, wait a minute, I had to do almost had to do a Tariq Nasheed. I had to go off of some folks. Who the hell are you to tell me where I go, who I speak with, and why? Now, if you call me and say, Brother Small, I heard something about Tariq, is that right? I would have told you, no, that ain't right. You've been misinformed. And so when I did the show with the young people, because they'd call me, and I do a lot of shows with young people call me, and most of the times I don't know who they are beforehand, and a lot of times it's the first time. And some have played me out of pocket, because they just want to say I got Professor Small on there, and blah, 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 blah. Right. And on this show, when the issue came up, and I told them, when I want to speak to you and make a criticism, I do it to your face. Mm-hmm. I'm not a backstabber. I'm going to tell you, and I'll say right out in the public that I own it. Mm-hmm. That's how men do. Right. That's how men be. And then we had what I thought was a decent discussion with me explaining what Pan-Africanism is, explaining what Foundation of Black American is, and telling them I'm both. Mm-hmm. Because for me, Pan-Africanism is how we unite the Black people all over the world to be one force. Right. Now, we can call it Pan anything we want to, but all the Pan means is unity, nothing else. Mm-hmm. And that Foundation of Black American, that we have a right to identify ourselves in the same way any other ethnic group. And I think I used the Jamaican community. They don't call themselves African, they call themselves Jamaicans. Right, absolutely. The people from Haiti don't say I'm African, they say I'm Haitian. And we find no contradiction with that. We're the only group in North America that use the term African to describe ourselves. And I always appreciated that word African American, because African, when we left it, the Berlin Conference hadn't happened yet. And the place hadn't been chopped up into all of these names yet. It was this is one continent called Africa. And we were these people. Now, there can be some argument about the name, where that name come from. And that's a good discussion, because it's hard to really get to the source of it, even though I know what may be some probable sources for the word Africa. Right. But when we come back to what happened when I was on the show, so bring it back to center, I give Omaweli credit in that he was man enough to call me yesterday and I said, well, what is your beef for Tariq? And he gave some critique about.
And listen, shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to James Smalls, man. We got to honor our elders that laid down some of this blueprint. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. For those that's wondering, I will be doing an open panel. So I will be dropping a link to this panel. We will be accepting any conversations and any smoke, as long as y'all come prepared. And let's get it, man. Respectable. So shout out to everybody in the building. Y'all will get an opportunity to address whatever you hear on this conversation or anything you hear on this platform. So let's get
what happened when I was on the show. So bring it back to center. I give Omaweli credit in that he was man enough to call me yesterday and I said, well, what is your beef for Tariq? And he gave some critique about Pan-Africanism and your view on Pan-Africanism, or attack of Pan-Africanism. And I gave him my view on you and what I think your view is. And I told him that, the work that you have done bespeaks itself. Now, they try to take you out of the picture with the work. Right, they said he used them other historians. No, even if that's all you did, right? If all you did was brought some historians together, and I think we're some of the best in our time, mm-hmm. and you had us bring a lesson to our people. No friggin' body else had done that.
Right.
No one had done that. And you did it in a multiple series of topics that woke up the Black world. If you had only done that, I have to respect that. My argument with you was a simple argument. Don't let people defame the good work that you've done by engaging in conflict and argument with people that is not worthy of the work that you have done and the work that you're doing. But I say that to your face.
Absolutely.
We're brothers.
Absolutely.
You've been in my house.
Absolutely.
You've been in my home. You know, my first time doing Hidden College, you flew me out to California. You know, me and my partner, Brother Rockwell, who has passed away from COVID, that beautiful brother.
I did not know that. Wow. Sorry to
Yeah,
hear
we lost him a year ago, 3 days ago. Oh, wow. Man, my heart is still broken on that piece. You know, I'm still suffering with that. Yeah. But then what happened after the show, I started looking, you know, I just going around internet and had people taking little pieces of what I had said and using that to say, I'm attacking you.
Right.
And that's what pissed me off, because usually I don't get involved in none of this tete-a-tete kind of stuff. So I had to then try to say, okay, let me make a statement. I thought I didn't do a good job in getting it out there, but I must reach somebody, because some people fired some people's ass. On whatever little bit of my little statement got through on Twitter. Because anyone that took what I said in that show and twisted to be an attack on you was being straight up evil. Collaborators, if not agent themselves.
Yes, indeed.
I don't like to call people agents straight up, but collaborators can come from just being ignorant or selfish or being anti-freedom. Because what we're talking about is freeing our people. That's what information gives us the ability to do. This technology gives us the ability to use this information very well. No one has done it like you have done it. And yet, like me, I get criticism too, because I remember I did a piece about 8 years ago where I was encountering a situation on 125th Street with Sarnetta. I went off on the brothers and sisters from the continent of Africa. It was a 2-hour speech, but somebody took 3 minutes out of that and sent it to Ghana, my home base. I was in the middle of a $500,000 negotiation. No, $750,000 negotiation of investment in my hotel at the table. And when the guy saw that piece, he pulled out of the negotiations the next day. Notwithstanding, I'm saying to my friend, this thing is 2 hours in the.
If they was willing to pull out off of just a 3-minute conversation and regard the rest of it, they was never in the best interest of you anyways. And this almost shows the point that Tariq Nasheed and other brothers like myself deals with. We got to deal with ourselves. Black Americans has been a part of any black movement across the globe, across the plane of existence we have been involved in. We have reciprocated love towards, and we have not reciprocated that love back. And so we have made the initiative to move on and only strictly love ourselves and focus on ourselves more than going out the way to work with somebody else.
2 hours, I'm praising Africa. I'm praising Pan-Africanism. But I was trying to settle an argument where the brothers from the continent were siding with the Arabs and the Asians against the African-American youth merchants, okay? And it pissed me off. Yeah. And the African-American youth merchant was saying that let's come together. Those of us from the continent and those from here, let's go to the National Black Theater. Let's sit down and come together in united force. And our brothers from home didn't want to do that because they got caught up in the immigrant identification instead of the race identification. And that's what I was addressing. And I was harsh. If you've ever seen it, I was a little bit brutal. I could be brutal. Okay. And so, but sometimes our brothers and sisters from home have earned that criticism. And there are many of them who haven't earned it, because I've also worked with the multiple organizations from the continent at City College, housing them for decades. Liberia, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, where I was the lead man in making sure they had space in place. And we worked together on political issues, but there was also those who felt that the alliance was not with us in our struggle. and that the alliance was with the Europeans, not realizing that this is an enemy we're at war with. We should take some criticism because we need to reach out more and tell them, hey, yo, when you land here, this is what's up. And I don't think we do that enough. And I think if we do that more, we may find more people, beginning, because they're hearing you all over Africa. They're hearing us right now.
Yes, indeed.
All over Africa, people are hearing us. I was on Susan Tatas yesterday. People called in from at least 30 different African nations. Okay. So people are listening to us because they want some direction on how to free themselves from the tyranny. And so when I hear people going and attacking you, and when I ask them, why are you attacking? I mean, you can have a reason to criticize a brother. That's one thing. The criticism is one thing. Outright attack, defaming, that's something else.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm seeing on the internet. There's defamation because somebody disagreed with something that you said. Hell, there's a lot of things I said. Even my wife downstairs, we've been together 57 years. And she just, Carol disagreed. I'm the most humble dude in the world because I ain't messing with that lady. But she don't defame me. She don't attack me. When she go to bed at night, she give me a kiss on the head and said, I love you. And we move on and we do our work to raise our family, build our family, do the things we have to do. I've watched your work. I choose to work with you. You don't pay me no money to talk about. People don't know when you do documentaries. I've done a number of documentaries. Big folks with big money. They don't give you no money to do documentaries because it's a contradiction, right? Because if you pay somebody to do a documentary, they can lie.
Right. They're going to say what you want them to say.
Kind of shit. So they don't pay you to do documentary. You the only dude that give us a little complimentary stuff, but it ain't nothing to buy a cup of tea. It's almost just a respect token,
right,
which we appreciate because we understand what that's about. So this ain't about no money. Right. You ain't buying nobody. Mm-hmm. You certainly couldn't buy me for it because I'm expensive. But I want to tell, I'm giving a little bit to Omawale because he called yesterday. And he said to me, and I told him I'm going to be meeting with you. I'm going to be on your show. I thought we were going to do it last night. And he says, I'm not Tariq's enemy. Then I said, well, what is going on? And he laid out, and I forgot a little bit that he disagreed with you on some things concerning Pan-Africanism. Okay, that's a discussion, not an attack. You don't attack somebody because you don't agree with their approach to.
You understand that? It's not an attack because you disagree with someone's approach or perspective or understanding of history. It's not an attack, brothers and sisters. We have no beef and hate towards anyone from the Aboriginal community. But what we will do is stand on our claims, our inventions, and our innovations that need to be credited to our ancestors. That's what we will do.
I forgot a little bit that he disagreed with you on some things concerning Pan-Africanism. Okay, that's a discussion, not an attack. You don't attack somebody because you don't agree with their approach to dealing with a particular, political concept, political idea, political process. Because many of the brothers and sisters who call themselves Pan-Africanism don't have a freaking clue what Pan-Africanism historically is about. Right. And what they're running with is quasi-nationalist ideology, not even based on history, on how to formulate a revolutionary process for Black people. And that first part of formulating that process is you must be informed and instructed by your history and your culture. You've done that very well. Yes, sir. And the attack on you, I have to look at sometimes sideways and say, wait a minute. This Tariq dude, he has brought us a stream of historical events that tie our stuff together over hundreds of years. And you've got some of the finest scholars, because I know most of those men and women. Before I ever met you, we've worked together on multiple other things. And I know these are good people. And I know these aren't people who are out there trying to ego, because we've been out here, some of us 50, 60 years. We ain't egoing. We just having fun teaching Black folks. I'm just glad God has let me live long enough I can even have a conversation with a young man like you. But I say to those who took that information from that show, I forgot the name of the show, and decide that they were going to attack you because I explained to them that if I have what I was explaining, if I had a criticism of you, I would speak it to your face and I would speak it in the public. I thought I was giving them a way of understanding how to be critical without becoming the enemy of your own brothers or sisters. And somebody took it and spun that.
They don't know how to decipher, how to be critical of your brother and not become an enemy of your brothers or sisters. How to be critical, how to give them constructive criticism without being perceived as an attack, as their enemy. And that's hard for people to get around because people are too emotionally attached to information instead of truth. Shout out to everybody in the building. Drop those fire emojis in the chat. If you're enjoying this live stream, thumb up the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's continue.
Speak it to your face, and I would speak it in the public. I thought I was giving them a way of understanding how to be critical without becoming the enemy of your own brothers or sisters. And somebody took it and spun that. Brother Small said about Tariq Nasheed, no, that's not what I said.
Right, and that was very deceptive.
Nor was that the intent of what I said. Nor was that the purpose for saying it. I'd be a fool. I would be disgracing my family and myself to do that. And so, and the young man who called me yesterday, because this is only the third time I spoke to him, and I wanted to know, why are you so angry at the brother? You know, because we all have disagreements. Me and Dr. Leonard Jeffries, we've worked together for 55 years. You think me and Leonard ain't had some tit and tat over 50-some years? But that's my brother. That's my father. He was sicker in the hospital for the last few months. I'm trying to be there every day. I'm trying to work with the brothers, make sure he ain't got no bills when he get home. Make sure his house is fixed up. Make sure his light fixtures are done. You contributed to it.
Yes, I did.
You know, yes, and you did. And I'm not gonna say what you contributed, but you made it a good contribution to Doc. Absolutely. And he appreciated it. Yes, even though he's a man of great pride, he didn't want no help. We told him whether you like it or not, we're gonna help you. And we got together, Baba Kalafani, Baba Reggie, and others, and we made that move.
Yes.
And so what I'm saying to these brothers and sisters, because I think it ain't just brothers, there's some sisters too. Stop this attack. You can't rationalize attacking your own people, but I don't see.
Yeah, when he was referring to Pan-Africans not having the clear understanding and not having what Pan-Africanism meant at its inception, he was referring to the guy Brandon. He goes by the name of Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. And yeah, that's who he was referring to within this particular cause. But shout out to everybody in the building. Let's continue the live stream.
One attack coming from you on the enemy. I don't see any documents you're doing where you're attacking, identifying and attacking the enemy, or you're informing the people of who the enemy is. Because certainly when they attack you, they're attacking me, they're attacking Baba Coleman, they're attacking our sister Nelson, they're attacking Dr. Nobles, you're attacking all of us. Because we've all been a part in multiple parts of the exercise you've been involved in instructing and teaching our people. Some of it, I think, Tariq, is just plain ignorance, right? Some of it is ego. Some of it is envy. Some of it is jealousy. But let's not make no mistake. The enemy created the strife between Malcolm and Elijah. Okay? And fanned the flame that caused us Malcolm's life. Okay? The brothers
and people don't understand now because they're so engulfed in this web of indoctrination. They don't understand that they're being entangled, and they have created a line or a barrier or muddy the waters when it comes to conscious conversations, to the point where someone has a different conscious understanding, it becomes attack on another man's conscious understanding. Just because you're a Pan-African or a Kemetic Sciences or a Nile Valley or whatever understanding perspective of history that you deal with doesn't mean that one that deals with another perspective is shitting on that. We're only bringing applause and we're only bringing credence to the contributions and the innovations of our ancestors, which happen to be in America. which is one of the most significant parts to our history. It's one of the most undermined, least talked about places when it deals with significant archaeological sites. And we want to highlight those factors here. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're all going to get it in. I'm not going to play all this interview. I will allow you to go watch the full interview on Tariq Nasheed's channel, but I am going to drop the link so we can engage in conversation. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Sisters who was in there shooting their mouth off didn't realize carrying out the instruction of the enemy without even knowing it. Now, I hope I'm making it plain to people because y'all want to understand what's going on.
Yes, indeed.
They've made this division, they divide Minister Farrakhan from the rest of us. You know, like somehow Christianity has more credibility than Islam. Give me a break. But the enemy has told you to keep this division going. So you can find everything in the world wrong with that brother, no matter how much good he does. Now, some of it is ignorance. Some of it is envy. Some of it is jealousy. But some of it is treachery and collaboration. And for those who are involved in the treachery and collaboration, I can't put my finger on you and say specifically who you are. But I want to be very clear. You're not going to play me in the middle of your treachery. And you're not going to play me in the middle of even your envy, your jealousy, and your hatred because someone has achieved something that you don't feel you can achieve. Maybe you need to do the work. Because a lot of things, when you see people achieving, they put the work in. And not only put the work, I know this brother, not only put the work in, he put his own money in. Ain't nobody really giving you no money. Go back to history, they made the same attack on Booker T. Washington. Booker T. left us Tuskegee. How you gonna put him down? How you gonna make him a coon? Booker T ain't no coon. You gotta study his history and really understand that man.
Right, he wasn't. Let people know that Booker T. Washington was a real rider and a real revolutionary, especially behind the scenes.
Absolutely. He was always, I'm from South Carolina. You know, South Carolina people, we easily dream Booker T. Washington. And Diane Wright, Dr. Diane Wright has written a wonderful book on Booker T. Washington, Pan-Africanist, to get rid of a lot of that myth. Booker didn't run around wearing a dashiki every day or making trips to the continent. But Booker financed Bobby Du Bois. Du Bois was his friend. They had a rift. They had a tip. They got past that shit. Those brothers have been friends most of their life. Du Bois and Garvey had a rift over a real issue around Garvey's meeting with the Klan. But they did more work together than they did.
All right, Garvey's meeting with the Klan in 1922 in Atlanta set off a motion of a few things with W.E.D. Du Bois, which got him looking at him different, which he had already had his gripes with Booker T. I just did a build on it. Go check out the beef between Booker T. Washington and Marcus Garvey. Go check that out on my channel. Go check that out.
Hitting one another. But somebody's job was to make us see them divided. And then we get caught in these divides. And they're doing the same. I see the same thing with you. I'm trying to listen for a logical reason why you've been put under attack. I have not seen one. Right. I mean, the only thing, you cuss sometimes. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you use that N-word, which I'll tell you right here in front of the whole words. Stop using it. Now, I didn't agree with that discussion on the so-called N-word, right? But since our people made that a consensus among them, I said, okay, I'm gonna respect. Y'all took that position that we don't use it, then I won't use it. But I thought I had different views on it because of how white folks arrived at it in their ignorance, couldn't even pronounce Negrito, so they came up with another pronunciation. No matter what we were called, they hated us because they wanted what we had. And they set out to take it. But back to this division that people are trying to cause in the Black community. The division, they said you weren't going to open the museum. They said you had stole the money. They said all of that stuff I've heard on the internet in different spaces. You used the people and you took their money and you never had any intentions of ever opening a museum. In the meantime, your museum was almost open when they were saying these things. You were almost completed your work. And I hope that it has flown in their faces that they see that there is a museum and it's a real museum. And how extraordinary it is to try to build a museum. Because I've been working with some brothers from the continent for the last decade. We're trying to build a piece down in Winneba. And we still just barely getting off the ground because that's no easy task.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So, but I want to come back to my brothers and sisters who watch us, not the ones who've been spreading the discord, because they will be dealt with by the people, because when you pull the cover off of them, the people gonna see who they are.
Right.
I said I could give that other little brother, I know he's been harsh on you and abusive, and he man up to it, right? In the conversation we had yesterday. But I tell him he need to recheck why you feel so harsh. You know, because a lot of times we get caught up in these little false ideological realities. And when we look at ourselves in the mirror, we're not even doing the thing we're accusing the other person of doing, not doing. Right. Go do your work. Stop fighting each other. Stop attacking the men and women who are trying to do good work. If you have a disagreement with them, pick up the telephone. The brother, can we talk? Have that conversation. All right? Yes, but just using social media as a way to create fratricide in our community, that's making the FBI and the CIA happy. COINTELPRO ain't got to do no work because we're doing it for them. And it needs to stop.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
It needs to stop.
Absolutely.
So we can get more work done. Absolutely. Every day you wake up. I woke up this morning with a call from a cousin from Philly, and he's crying. What's the matter, Chris? He said, my brother was executed. So I'm thinking, damn, did I have a family member in the penitentiary and I didn't know about? No, he wasn't executed that way. He took 8 bullets this morning at 4 a.m. in the morning from somebody in the community, you know? Wow. So I'm dealing with that all day, you know? Yeah. I'm dealing with my other little sister up in Buffalo, one of my ears. About a month ago, there was a fire, and her sister, and I performed this child's wedding, right? Her sister was a fire where 5 of her children died. Wow. And she was giving her sister the last rites last night. I mean, so I have to deal with counseling my people on these things. And I'm listening to these egoists, these envious, jealous behaving people. If you got a beef with me, my telephone number's on the internet. Call me. I put it out there. Don't get on the line and say, Brother Small said this, Brother Small said that, and you've misused my words. You've misused my statement. I was trying to make a point on how we can criticize each other without attacking each other. And y'all flipped exactly what I said. They're just the opposite of what I said.
Yeah, yeah.
Just the opposite of what I said.
Yes, indeed. Well, brother, I'm glad.
Malcolm, and I know I'm going to leave you, see, I'm actually on another program, right? Okay. When you call me, I told the brothers I left your body and I'm in Houston and told them I'm coming to you and I'm coming back. Yeah. But I want to make it clear to everybody, one, do not use me, because if you think Tariq could be hard, you really don't want to see me go hard. I come today like the father, right? With gentleness, asking y'all to cease and desist. If you really have a real beef and you're really about liberation and you're really true Pan-Africanist, then sit down and write a letter to the brother or make a phone call to the brother. And if you don't feel your element is cool enough to do that, call me and say, Baba, could you call Brother Tariq? We want to have a palaver, okay? I have some differences, but we don't want to put that out in the public. That's what liberators do. That's what freedom fighters do. That's what people who love their race do. And that's what we should do. Absolutely. So don't try to misuse my name. Not just for Tariq, don't misuse my name in any way in the childish conflicts that some of you create so you can get your Cash App hit up. Mm-hmm. Let's tell the truth about some of that too, all right? Real talk. So you can get some hits up on your Cash App and your what's the other thing? Your PayPal. Yeah. So you create these false controversies and people run to try to see if the controversy is true and you make money off of that and then tell me you're a political commentator. I'm not accusing anybody of doing that, but I see that. Yes, indeed. And I see people doing that. And I'm hoping this is not that. And Omar Wali, I'm going to give you the credit because you were man enough to call me yesterday like a man. And you said, Small, I'm not the one chopping it up making that move. So others are doing that with the material that you and I did. I'm going to take your word as your word. Because I think it was Kal-El Gibran said you believe the truth, tell and the liar too. And let God handle the rest.
Yeah. he ain't off the hook. He ain't off the hook with us because he was deliberately being slick. He knew what he was doing. So we know that guy. We've seen the little stuff he does behind the scenes, but that's something else. I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from, brother. Brother, what
you have made your footstep in the Black community. You have made an imprint. Don't let people throw you off your game.
Yes, indeed.
Then the other one is with this brother you had conflict with, I got to say, because we here talking in front of the museum. Yeah. We don't know who sent people to throw you off your game. To get.
Well, I tell you the truth, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. My thumbnail is the exact image that you see on the screen right now. James Smalls on the left, Tariq on the right. The same image, same hoodie, same clothing. So what the fuck are you talking about? Are you a retard?
It's you entrapped into shit that's going to cost you financially and otherwise. Right. All right? Mm-hmm. Some of this stuff you can let other people handle, you know. Mm-hmm. And, you know, when you put yourself in a certain position of leadership, you got to also give up certain freedoms to respond in a certain way. Just as an elder, because I've been through it, and I've been in the mud, and I've been to the, you know, I can't say on this day. I mean, I've had the COINTELPRO in my bedroom, brother. Mm-hmm. So I could tell you before I woke up. All right. So I know how it can be. Yeah. I've had them walk beside me as the best brothers I've ever had, baddest dudes you've ever known, best martial artists in the world. And then get the shock. I'm walking with the man. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. So all these things I've seen. That's why you got to be skeptical about behavior. And if people want us to respect their behavior, then conduct yourself like African men and women. And with the technology we have today, there's no excuse.
You're right, brother YK. I apologize. I shouldn't have called you out your name, bro. That's me overstepping. My bad. My bad, YK. The truth. I apologize, brother. Sincerely.
Why we can't reach each other rather than attacking each other, creating this rift between our peoples that don't exist except that you put it there. Right. And the enemy is just there with his fan having fun, fanning the flames. Remember, those flames got Malcolm X killed. Yes, indeed. You know, it probably got Khalid Muhammad killed. Okay. Mm-hmm. It got Tupac killed. The rift Tupac told me the rift between me and Biggie wasn't real. Yeah. Somebody else created that rift. And other rappers jumping in, yada, 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 with their big mouth and became a part of it, not knowing how they were being used. Because those brothers was fighting to try to take control of distribution of their own music, they lost their lives. Because Negroes, and I'm not going to use that word you use, Negroes allow themselves to get played by trying to play other people out of envy and jealousy at the end of the day. Yes, indeed. That's why Tupac's dead. That's why Malcolm's dead and a host of others. So I'm telling our people, I'm not saying that to play anything. This young man, I don't have to placate him. You know, his work speaks for itself. You know, yes, and as a father figure, and I'm old enough to be his father at almost 78, I can chastise him, but I do that to his face. And if I have something really deep, it'll be quietly and privately between me and him. And anybody else that care about this race, then that's the position we should take. And then that is the position of freedom fighters. Those are the people I would call true Pan-Africanists. If you're not about Pan-Africanism, like what Du Bois was about, what Malcolm was about, what Kwame Ture was about, then you need to keep your mouth shut. Because you study those men's lives and you see they don't operate like the people I'm seeing on social media are operating. With this attack on one another. But they're not attacking them folks in Washington talking that crap. They're not attacking Trump and his people. They're not attacking the people down in Mississippi that said they voted to bring back Jim Crow. You know, they're not attacking the folks down in Florida. You're attacking the wrong people. So for the sake of love, this is my being kind. This is my being merciful old man appeal. If I ever have to address this again, I'm going to come hard and you're going to think Tariq is a baby. And if you don't believe I can come hard, ask around. And if you don't believe, old as I am, I still have a lot of comrades still on foot, ask around. So, brother, I need to run back and get with Brother Jabati and them down in Texas. We talk about some of the same things. We talk about exactly the same topic,
yes,
you know, down there. But peace and blessings, Tariq. Again, congratulations on the museum.
Thank you so much,
hook me up the links so I can see the Maroons, because I almost forgot about the Maroons.
Yeah.
And but I heard some brothers that said, okay.
I'm gonna send I'll send you a link later.
You've done good work. You've done good work, son. And that work has reached out people all over the world. And I tell my people in Africa, I talk to the continent almost every week. Don't buy the hype that's coming from social media, especially from many of us in North America. Take your time and study what people are saying. Take your time and weigh what you see. We don't want to mislead or misguide our brothers and sisters at home who reaching out trying to us saying, okay, y'all been out there in that house with that man all this time. What do you see we don't see? And so instead of trying to show you, we throwing dust in your face, trying to cause division. No, we don't want no division. I love my brother and sister from Jamaica as much as I love my brother and sister from South Carolina, Mississippi, Arkansas, and Alabama. I love my brother and sister from Haiti as much as I love my brother and sister from any of the countries in the continent of Africa, 50-something. But I do not love a behavior coming from you, whether you're North America, Central America, South America, or Africa, that allies yourself with the enemy of our people and fight against the interests of our liberation. And you try to hide behind, I'm just trying to make a living. Right. No, we got to have a discussion about that. But that's another discussion. But I wanted to put it up in the air because people seem not to understand why the foundational Black Americans have tried to give themselves an identity that put them in a position so that they can define their self-interest, while everyone else is defining their self-interest with no apologies to anybody. Mm-hmm. That's wrong. It's unfair. And that's why I can say I'm a foundational Black American, and I still love being an African American. There's no contradiction. And I'm a Pan-Africanist, and there's no contradiction. I love Booker T. Washington, and I love Kwame Nkrumah and Marcus Garvey. But what you gonna do with me? I study all of them. I'm learning from all of them how to go forward with my life. Yes, indeed. And even at this stage, I ain't ready to die yet. I still got stuff up there I want to teach, and I'm gonna continue to do it. So, Brother Tariq, do your work.
Thank you so much, bro.
I'm gonna end this particular live stream, the video right here. I'm not gonna end the live stream. I am gonna drop the link in the chat to allow some brothers to come on. We can engage in conversation. I see a couple people that was popping some shots or points of contention in the chat. So we're gonna drop the link in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. We will give everybody 60 seconds to hit the link to come back on. 60 seconds to hit the link to come back on. See you in 60 seconds.
Yeah. Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
On the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Single Michael fled high, ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hot and black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this by definition. If being savage was our nature, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the gods of the gate, so when they say they fear God, now you know what they mean.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hopefully everybody had a chance to hit that link. The link is in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Drop them fire emojis. You can hear me. We got Smoke Signal in the building. What's going on, Smoke?
Salute. Shout out to the channel, to the panel, and to the chat, man. Power to the motherfucking people. Yeah, I'm just trying to get me a nice little corner spot for this potential debacle that could occur because of this sit down that was conducted between Mr. James Small and Tariq Nasheed. Salute to you all. Peace.
Peace and blessings, bro. The link is in the chat for anybody else that want to come on. Seen some people in here earlier. Hold on just a second, you guys. I just got to step away for a second.
Bruh. Other dude on the panel, what's your name is?
Ain't nobody else on the panel.
I thought it was another dude up here.
No, it's just me and you, bro. And now Hawk School is up here. We got Hawk School on here.
Salute.
Hawk, what up, though?
Tribe, peace and bliss, peace and bliss, peace to the tribes. What it do?
Man, peace and blessings, man. What's the move for everybody?
I'm just hawking.
I've seen a couple.
Pray for my prey.
Yeah, this was a good conversation with James Smalls. Even though he uses words that I wouldn't agree on, but like I said, we might not necessarily agree on perspective. So yeah, man. The point is, we in America. We've been in America, and nobody should be arguing with the name that we want to call ourselves. You understand me?
It just amazes me. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm just gonna say, it just challenges the common narrative. That's where we find a lot of problematic issues at, by having the audacity to challenge that age-old ass narrative. So it comes with the territory. I think we done built up enough immunity,
right,
to just keep on keeping on. Yeah, I land right there.
I agree. Oh, I want to get to some of these conversations that we got Alabama on the building. What's going on, Alabama?
Salute.
Copper Color Grizzly, Hawk School, and power to the motherfucking people. Ab Power, let me just ask you a quick question. I was trying to do this with another young brother. I think it was D-Red, and I'm going to put this under the umbrella of eugenics. Now, however you're successfully carrying out, I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but you say sometimes when you are challenging people who are lesser prepared, though they think they are. Here's the thing, though. Inside the word eugenics, I don't know, Hawk School, maybe if you want to Google it, the actual origin of the American Eugenics Society is Yale University. Did you brothers know that? I would think it was 1926. And that just, I guess, coincides with Walter Ashby Plecker and creating the Racial Classification Act, the racial integrity, the key word being integrity. And what was the integrity being created by these Caucasoids? First, they created a pseudoscience, a structure of hierarchy, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Negroid, correct? And then the agenda of eugenics is the extermination of the so-called lesser beings. Now, Brother Sanchez said something interesting. I don't know if he's going to bring that up in the decomposition of bones debate that he and Chief are going to hold. But you go and you set up what's called false premise. We call these things straw men, etc. Or you take a position, you proclaim the position, then don't you do everything in your power to reinforce it? And then what? Create false facts? Or the only thing that's so-called studied, or what you call science, is within the context of the premise that you set up, correct?
Yeah, you understand, bro. Keep on.
So my question is, again, first, does eugenics exist? What is eugenics? And what is its agenda? Now, according to them, in their own words, now you can go and look this up at the American Eugenics Society on the campus of Yale University. And the Negro Project, most ignorant Negroes don't know, of Margaret Sanger is what created Planned Parenthood And we are killing our own children at about 500,000. Again, if I'm to believe reported science, 500,000 a year of our young teenage women. That means in the 21st century, 10 million of us are not here that maybe should have been. So then, why is eugenics targeting a supposed inferior species of beings, which would be by definition unable to procreate, I would imagine, certainly not able to be something to be concerned about of their inferiority? Third, that must also be something that we actually are empowered by. Now, y'all bounce that around. I yield.
No, you're absolutely right, Alabama. Well, I agree with you, bro. I agree. So listen, man. This is the point. This is a free open panel, man. I've seen a lot of people have points of contentions in the chat. YK the Truth all of a sudden disappeared now that the link is in the chat. How ironic.
Yeah, they probably called him back to headquarters. It's understandable.
1022 blackmail suspect.
I'm gonna show y'all how to walk down on a Pan African in 3 seconds. Y'all can use my methodology behind it too. It's very efficient. You feel me? Especially when it comes to this information here. Does anyone challenging this? Got to update their information.
Hey man, we can sit and wait in the bushes for hours. I don't know if niggas know about that, but it's real good Indian shit for hours.
Somebody said, "What's the topic?" Well, we was playing the James Smalls and Tariq Nasheed interview, and now that we have finished up on that, and you can go check the remaining part of the video live stream out on Tariq Nasheed's channel. This is an open panel segment for you to bring any topic to the table. So you can bring any topic. This is the chance and thumbnail. I'm at the time for you guys to come bring any topic to the table. Okay.
We'll see. If we can talk about any topic, then we might as well just piggyback on the eugenics.
Well, what I'm trying to understand, mic check. Can you hear me? Because I think
Loud and clear.
StreamYard is doing its due on the Negro nonsense and consciousness. The thing of it is this. However you go about saying it, and I really am dismayed, more than a bit disappointed that we keep engaging these people about whether or not they are from Africa. I don't really care about that on an individual basis. But the agenda of believing that we all are either of African origin, now you know about Lucy, the monkey, and theory of evolution, or that we can be proven to have been transported cargo, which the number is still hovering at just below 100,000. And no simple mathematics can take 100,000 in even 3 centuries and turn it into 40 or 50 million people. So either A, you have 100,000 individuals, mostly male, there weren't many females, because these were mostly male cargo that was transported over here. And however those numbers are, how did they not be swallowed up or mated with the Aboriginal population that was here? I hope you brothers understand what I'm describing. How does that add up? And one individual progenitor does not outweigh all the other people that made up who you are, even if you so-called find an African in your family tree with your genetics searching. Next, and this is the statement that Sanchez made, which I'm intrigued by, and I probably would agree with him. The argument that's being pushed in the pseudoscience of who is the first, he said the point of that argument is it puts barbarianism, savagery, low IQ, and inferior status on who the first people were, when you're arguing these first quote unquote evolutionary humans come from ape-like existence? Hawk School, Smoke, what say you brothers to such a notion?
I'm just listening.
Yeah, yeah. If we consent to their narrative, it does. But we not saying we the first based on the damn Australopithecus. We saying we first based on what a damn modern day human is. A fully functioning, man, woman, and child. Right?
Throughout whatever you call the time continuum.
Right. Whatever we paint the narrative is, that's the new narrative, bro.
Okay, so did we evolve or did we devolve because of the ignorant state of existence we are in currently?
Well,
No, we haven't
evolution is a theory of eugenics, brother.
Right.
Hawk, I hope I said that correctly about stating the word. Right?
Yeah,
eugenics in and of itself needs to be put under scrutiny and defined correctly, not what their intentions were, because they have said what they intend to do with eugenics. But what people don't understand is how eugenics was formed, fashioned in academia, Yale being one of the preeminent places, then reinforced and codified into the consciousness of the society by believing in the strata of Caucasoid, Negroid, and Mongoloid, and then creating false premises and then providing what would be, I say to a degree, would be self-fulfilling prophecies of programming a people to behave in certain demented behaviors, whether we call it the ghetto, impoverished situations, etc., and then turn around, see, I told you so. You feel what I'm saying? So you set up, and that's not the entire people, you set up a certain control group population, and then you extrapolate the behavior and the existence of that people on the entire people who have a certain pigmentation. Then they come back with this Lucy bullshit, this out of Africa theory that all life starts from Africa because of a variation of the skin pigmentation argument.
Well, human life, they say human life, not animal. So,
but I don't think you heard the point I was sharing again from Brother Sanchez, that no matter who this supposed human being or hominid or upright Homo erectus under archaeological and anthropological pseudoscience was barbaric, savage, and did not have any merit comparatively to the superior Caucasian of contemporary times. You see the bogus argument that's laid out, but people are reinforcing it through. Go ahead, Smoke.
What I'm saying is, who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is the Caucasian? Nigga, you in last place, bro. You don't get to make no assertions, right? Not in this reality. That's what we challenging here. We challenging the assertions.
Their argument is that they're not last place. That they're finishing product.
Right, but my argument is
on the evolutionary process, AP. What you're saying
on eugenics and the evolutionary process, you're the beginning. It's not really that good. They're the last result of this process, which is the supreme outcome.
But let's see what the records reflect, right? Because if they are the ultimate, right? If they are the ultimate, the final product of the best of humanity, why can't they explain how pyramids were built? See, you can't come in here making all these outlandish ass claims and then say it was something before you, but you can't explain. See, I'm putting daggers in this bullshit. Well, fuck they narratives, bro.
Yeah, but we still.
He
made a great point. He said a lot of the stuff, even the classification of race, comes from the whole eugenics thing. So even if we try to fight them on that race argument, we still using their eugenic talking points and stuff.
No, we're not. You know? The whole eugenics talking point is evolution, bro.
Well, eugenics doesn't have anything to say about that. That's a particular process that takes place. But when we're dealing with human life, it's a different conversation. I want to kind of rotate some people in.
Well, let me just say one last thing though, AP, before I may transition, because I think StreamYard is giving me some problems here. We got two separate things here. We got people trying to profess supremacy, a superior status, the Uber race or whatever, whether you call it Nietzsche, whether you call it Blumenbach, Linnaeus, and Darwin, and creating the theory of evolution. Then you have our antiquity that speaks for itself, that's separate and apart, that they're desperately trying to suppress, starting with the Smithsonian or whoever else. I think you said a very interesting thing, AP, that the Mormons, and I gather that's from your research, that the Mormons were the first anthropological, archaeological effort on Turtle Island when they did the shit they did with their John Smith mythological tale. So then they went westward, taking Aboriginal slaves with them. By the way, doing a major pit stop in Missouri, if you don't know that, Missouri Territory, before they wound up in Salt Lake. Have any of you heard the story about, I think her name was Biddy Mason, the supposed wealthiest Aboriginal woman, or freed slave, as they would try to put the narrative, in California, was attached to the Mormons on their westward trek? Either of you all ever heard of this sister? Biddy Mason, Biddy Mason. And they've named a major park after her in California.
I got you. Hold on. Let's continue this in conversation. And listen, we got 208 people in here right now. Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate everybody for tapping in. We're going to get it in. Shout out to everybody. Hey, YK the Truth, what's going on, man? I know you got the flow. Shout out to everybody else that's in here. We got a Hanu Kiel on the panel as well. Shout out to Unconscious One.
Right.
What's going on with y'all brothers, man? How y'all feeling?
All right, peace to the chat.
Peace.
Yeah, I was just listening to the Outer Africa theory, and it just seems like a bunch of denialism, you know. And denialism doesn't equal evidence. I believe it's easy for us to say something didn't happen than to actually prove it didn't happen. So
right.
Maybe you brothers could speak on denialism. Is it easy to just say something didn't happen? How do y'all feel about that?
Of course, it's easy to say something happened without proving. I mean, I assume that was a rhetorical question that needed no answer. But when we deal with the out of Africa theory, there's other theories that people subscribe to in the scientific community that has data that supports that as well. So that's just it, you know, and we debate those topics, and there's further information and new data coming out pertaining to each perspective. And so they have different theories in modules, like out of Africa theory 1, 2, and 3. You know, I believe it's 3 different understandings and perspectives when it gets to the out of Africa theory. So we break this down and compare them to other theories.
Cool, but what does the main census scientific community state we come from? Is it more people saying we come from Africa, or other theories? Which one
but see,
the
here
scientific
again,
community agree on?
Okay, see, the problem with your premise is I'm answering. If you just listen for a moment. The
just
problem with your premise.
Give him enough rope to hang himself. Go ahead, brother. Give him enough rope.
We gotta allow these brothers to be able to get their stuff up. But Alabama, I will allow you to interject before I answer the question respectfully. This is an open panel, so anyone can be challenged and questioned at any time, right? So to speak on that is, yes, it will be more people attached to an out of Africa theory based off it being one of the earlier modules to explaining human origin. Okay, just because there's more people doesn't mean it's right. Okay, are you under that understanding as well, brother YK the Truth? Just because more people believe something doesn't mean that belief is right. Correct.
Not when we're dealing with science, because there's something called, hold on, I got you, because there's something called peer review. So when we dealing with science, we dealing with peer review. So
absolutely
right. So if majority of the scientific community, excuse me, I'm getting sick, agree that we come from Africa, then we can't pick and choose 1 or 2 articles that say, look, these people come from Eurasia or other places.
No, correct. I understand that. And actually we can. and approach your understanding of peer review, which anyone understands frequencies, scientific journal reports that gets put out and then peer reviewed by their peers, can be biased at best. Most people are emotionally and invested into the information, so when someone critiques or go against that information, one actions will be opposed to as if they are being attacked personally. And so within this form of what we call peer review, it is reviewed by amongst the peers with that same common understanding. So no, peer reviews can be biased at best. The data alone should speak, though. Perspectives on the data will alter. So
Hey, can I say something to that? Peer
absolutely.
review, peer reviews also is to make sure that don't nobody flow off a track or stay on point with the original narrative or what they're
Absolutely. It's
trying to
called
do.
a form of
Or
uniformitarianism. Are you familiar with uniformitarianism? Do I need to pull that up? It's where
all
something
right,
is.
so you got people in the scientific community that challenge each other. It's not always biased, and this is how you're able to go and find other theories, as you mentioned in the beginning. So we can just peer review basically means that y'all in the same study. Y'all, it's the same. That's your peer in the
Well,
same study.
for
Hold on,
instance,
brother. It doesn't necessarily mean y'all agree on the same thing.
no, but they
Just
do get shunned down in a certain community by peer review. If something is not agreed upon amongst its peer, it will be then put into a different category. Will not be looked at. Will be ignored by the remaining scientific community. I will give you an
Might
example.
even be considered pseudo to the remaining scientific community.
When you get into certain things like Clovis first, scientific community as a peer review agreed that Clovis first was established. It was accepted, even though you had people like, I forget the name of the particular archaeologist that was working on the Topper site, who alleged that this site goes to 30 to 40,000 years, and much to I understanding, it goes back to 50,000. So instance where like brothers like that was shunned away from the scientific community. They was ridiculed, only to later be vindicated when later data comes up. So this shows the biasness within peer reviews. Would anybody argue with this? And that's a question.
shun people away. We want to know the truth. So if this is what science is, it's about knowledge, it's about knowing. So when new information comes, we gravitate towards it, but it has to be substantiated based on facts. So if those facts don't equal up to that theory, it's pushed away, and it's not
No, no, no,
so
no,
much
no.
a pushed
When the
away. Hold
facts
on,
is not
it's not
being
so
included. No, hold
right.
on. When the
It's not
facts
so
is
much
not
a
being when the
right.
facts is
It's not
not
so
being
much a pushed
included, it
away.
makes it a lie. This is the point that I'm
Right. It's
bringing
not
up.
so much of being. It's not so
It's not
much of
that
being
Tom
pushed
Demeray
away.
work didn't have the work. It's that Tom Demeray work wasn't being acknowledged.
Right, but it's not so much
Okay,
of being
that's a
pushed
different
away. It's
conversation.
just that those people need more. Like you just said it, brother.
No, it's
You said
literally been pushed away. I can
you
give
said when more.
audible. I
You
can give
said no. You
audible.
said when more. You said when more information, when more evidence comes, then boom, we can accept it. But if you don't, if you just have a theory without evidence, it's
Well,
going to be
let me rephrase that. Not only when new evidence, but when new seedings and new peers are reviewing certain understandings is when things started to change.
right, and that's
So
science.
and
And
so
let me ask him a question real quick, AP. So when you say evidence, what evidence that you have to conclude? Most evidence is observational. Before most of these scientific journals, they haven't completed an experiment. Most of this shit is not absolute. See, what I see is this, right? I'm gonna just say this just among you, just to let you know that I have took a higher level of education, which I do have a bachelor's of science up here, and I do have probably about 20, 30 credits towards a master's degree, right? So understand this, right? Everything you learn that these people have constructed and put into curriculums is not absolute. See, you niggas come out of total ignorance, right? You probably been illiterate most of your life, and then you come across you come across books, start reading, you start taking everything in a book literally, You don't cross reference it, you don't decipher, you don't decode the information. And when people do promote or propose different information, you dismiss it right on point. You can't dismiss a whole scientific journal without reading the shit. That goes to show me you don't know what the fuck you doing. I present an article showing you something dealing with science. You look for one word in there. Oh, that's not debunked. That's not how real scholars do nothing. They will say, "Yo, send me that article. Let me read the whole article." You ain't gonna be able to understand the whole article because guess what? There's words within that article of scientific and biological words that you need a biological dictionary to understand. So this is how I know a lot of you niggas is pseudo. A lot of you niggas, you get a bunch of black niggas who found research, and now they talking about scholars. And I don't never have to be a scholar to understand.
Hey, AP, can I ask you a question, brother?
I'm talking.
All right, because you started off.
I'm talking.
Hold
You
on.
saying
All
peer
right,
review? Me and you had
we
this
got
conversation.
right. So we gonna share the mic. We can't just keep
Brother, you ain't
rambling.
gonna make up. Listen,
All
my
right,
dude.
cool.
You are once
Bro,
again a
so,
guest
all
over
right,
here
cool.
that we can
I
care less if you
understand.
here or you not
Hold
here.
on. We
You
ain't gonna
really
turn
can.
to hold on. We ain't gonna turn to a shit show. We're gonna dialogue. But before I get back to you, brother YK, and I appreciate you for coming on and sticking around. We're gonna deal with this very methodically because it's a simple conversation. I'm willing to provide the information and data that makes our claims and comes from our perspective. And I think it has to be cared for very tenderously. But we got Brother Scruggs on the panel as well. I want to say peace to Scruggs, peace and blessings. If you have anything to add into the build or topic you want to let's get.
Yeah, I just really can't. I didn't want to interrupt too much. And peace to the panel. But I put a link in the back. I'm on myself, so I can't share nothing. But wanted you to, if you could, somebody share that, And I just had a question, like, okay, we're all out of Africa, YK. Now what? What does that do? We had a conversation last night on Tops joining. I just had the question, like, with these Pan Africans, we're all from Africa, out of Africa. Now what? What does that do? And what has that provided for the people since it's supposed 400 was it 400 years of bondage? We got brought over here on ships and all this shit. Okay, we're all out of Africa. Now what? Fuck what grandma said. Fuck what we've traced down and got paperwork for and proven. Like, now what? What has it gotten you? Like, you get a check or something, YK? Like, what? Because we know your peoples was plantation owners, slave owners and shit.
Yo, Shrugs.
You stated that you haven't found anything from
How many?
Africa. I'm
Shrugs.
not
How
done.
many?
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Hold on, brother YK. Don't finish so you can answer it best. He's about to wrap it up. And if you do got a question, make sure you structure that question so he can get it. You know what I'm saying? So let's get it. Shout out to everybody in the building.
I'll end there. You go.
All right, YK. You want to respond to that? You was anxious to
Shrugs,
respond.
how many ancestors do you have, brother? How many
Well, I don't
ancestors?
really know. I
How
don't
many
really know when
ancestors do
humans
you have,
started, so
brother?
I couldn't give you that exact number. I'd be lying if I told you one.
Cool. And you're not my enemy, brother. Disagree for me. You're not my enemy. If we have
You
over a
attack my
million
people and my people
ancestors,
that
why
anybody around
we
me
going
and people of this land. So you are.
I'll give you an example. Hold on, I got you, brother. I got you, brother. I got you. My wife's grandmother. We share information with my wife's grandmother that she didn't know about certain things in the family. So how we have a million ancestors and you go into one grandmother?
Who said that? That's just what you take for your narrative and argument
No,
to
brother.
make you right in your head.
You said forget grandma. You said forget grandma. Forget all of
Yeah,
that.
because I have a
Why,
mom
so
and I have a mom and a dad. Fuck peer review. I have a mom and a dad. I know their mom and dad. I know my mom's mom and dad, my dad's mom and dad. I walked with my second great grandmother till I was in like junior high. So I don't need science and peer review to tell me who
how
I
far do
am.
you
Like,
go
I
back?
was told growing up. It wasn't until I was an adult did I take it serious and start looking into what I was told, and everything so far is checked out.
So how
yeah,
far do you go back in your genealogy? Like, what's the farthest you
it
go back?
doesn't matter. I don't need the answer to you. I know within
Cool.
myself.
It's cool, bro.
So
No, no.
how
All right.
far do you go back? How far do you go back? And how
I
many
can answer you,
ancestors
brother.
do
I
you
can
have?
answer you. I can answer you, brother, because I don't have nothing to be afraid of. I go back, I would say the 1700s. I can't go back further than that. I would say my fourth great grandparent, but I can't go back, and we know why. But I just wanted to know if you went back because we
So
all on the same.
what African tribe are you from?
Well, unfortunately, your genealogy doesn't show you where you come from because we know the history. But I did my
But you
African
push DNA,
ancestry.
don't you?
Yeah, I took my African ancestry and it took me back to the Igbo people.
Well, who told you you came from somewhere? Who created that in there? Your family did not tell you came from nowhere. The white man is the nigga telling you he got you from Africa.
You lying, bro, about that DNA
Hey,
talking
yo,
about
hold on. A1.
He also lying 1700 because you
Nobody in your family has any
No,
records of ever being. Hold on, everybody mute their mic real quick. I just want to say one thing. Nobody in your family have
Okay.
any
All right, bro.
fucking records of being an African. If it wasn't for fucking roots and the government telling you came from Africa, nigga, you would
and
never know you came
Sarnetta
from Africa,
and
nigga. The
Sarnetta and
fuck
shit.
out of here, nigga. You ain't got no evidence to
Yo,
prove
A1,
you're
can I?
African.
Oh, so can I prove you wrong then?
I already know what you gonna say.
All right,
Nothing.
so cool. All right, so cool. So you said Roots and all of that, right? When Roots came out, brother? What
Fuck
year?
roots. Show me somebody in
Cool.
your family
So
from
all right,
Africa.
no,
From some of
no.
them
So
places that the white man
cool. All
told you
right,
you
so
from.
we gonna build.
Where
So
your
we gonna.
DNA from your family
Okay,
should know had
brother.
the same
All right.
fucking
Okay,
your
brother.
family should have the same logs and tell you that
he gonna pull up Biafra. He gonna claim Biafra. That's what he do.
how white
Yo,
man
all
gonna
right,
tell you
cool,
how
brother.
white man gonna
Brother,
tell
I'm
you
not
where
going.
you from and your
Listen,
own
I'm not
family
going.
can't.
I'm gonna
What'd you
tell you
say?
why.
Hold
Listen,
on,
I'm
hold on, hold on,
gonna
hold on,
tell you
hold on.
where if you let me.
Go ahead. I thought somebody else was trying to answer.
Yo, A1, I could tell you how I know besides Roots, since you said we got it from Roots.
Get to
Well,
talking, nigga.
cool. I just landed on a gold mine. I found over 2,000 records of African Negroes. 2,000 records. So we know that the people that they talking about.
Now we don't know that.
Hold on.
You know that.
We
Oh, don't say we know
I got
nothing.
the record, bro.
Nigga acting like he just got a damn vision in the middle of the night. Like, come on, bro.
Bro,
Fuck out of here, my dude.
I just told. All right, but why are you triggered? Just
But
listen to
they
what
got
I'm
white
saying.
Negroes
Hold
too.
on. Are you able to provide some of these things right now?
Yes, I can.
No, it came to him in a dream. Allah presented it to him.
No, I
What
don't.
you
I'm
got?
not a
Hold up,
Muslim.
real quick,
I'm not a
with no
Muslim, so I
interruptions.
don't get the
Let me
joke.
ask you a question. All right, let me ask you a question. So you gonna provide where's these particular people from?
They are in the locale.
Where?
And they call African Negroes.
All right, where are they from
And
again? Hold up, where are they from? I'm just asking
actually,
you a question. I just want to be approximate and precise with what you're
computer's
about to
coming
show.
out, but I can try bullshit and if it freeze up.
Great,
If
wonderful.
it
Where
freeze
are
up,
these
hold on.
people
If my
from?
computer freeze up when I share it,
Oh man,
they
you
are
look like a
from
high roller. You
Georgia.
supposed to have the
They are
best
from
technology,
Virginia.
nigga.
Oh Lord, yo, why do you?
Or at least
Yo,
come off the top of the head with it, bro.
A1, why you ask a question and don't never allow
All
a
right, go ahead,
person
go ahead,
to
go ahead. All
answer
right, go
it,
ahead,
brother?
brother. Go ahead, my brother. I'm
I got
sorry, my African brother.
it's people in Virginia. It's people all over. I got over 2,000 records of them saying African Negroes in a low country. I got runaway slave.
Runaway
The
slave.
jig is up. The jig is up. It's gonna be a.
What's the name of this record? What's the name of this record, brother? Mr. Scholarship Peer Review.
Okay, so it's you got the Gazette. You got another one.
Oh, the Gazette. The Gazette
hold on.
ain't no. The Gazette is
That's
like
peer review.
Wikipedia, nigga. That ain't no fucking peer review,
Hold
nothing,
on,
nigga.
hold on. So
The
guess
fuck
what?
out of
Guess what?
here.
Hold on.
When I
Now we got
research
the,
all of the
hold
people
on,
who wrote in
brother.
that journal,
Hold
all they
on.
gonna say is, "Oh, I think," "Oh, it
Brother,
may have."
no,
They ain't absolute with none of this shit,
so
bro.
so AP, you know what we
I read what
A1.
y'all niggas
And
got,
hold on,
and they use
A1.
look, they use verbiage like,
Okay.
"Oh, it may be," Oh, I think.
No, they don't say
Oh, we
none of that. They
believe.
say
That ain't
no.
absolute thought.
All right, brother. They don't say none of that. They say the specific name of the person.
Like,
Hold on,
brother, it ain't no.
brother.
What is?
So
All right, let
wait,
me
so let
ask
me.
you one more question
It's
before you go.
all right.
I'm gonna
Cool.
ask you one more
Go ahead,
question.
brother.
I'm gonna
Yes,
ask you one
sir.
more
Go
question.
ahead.
What is your point of contention of coming up here with us? Are you trying to disprove that it was black people in America? Or are you trying to disprove that we was already here? What is you trying to prove?
First of all, I'm trying to prove that for one, we was not already here. For two, y'all disrespecting our ancestors, saying these things didn't happen, and I got a problem with that.
Do you
So
fuck
if
with
y'all
James Smalls?
hold
Is
on.
James Smalls one of your ancestors?
How is he my ancestors if he's still alive, brother?
Okay, I mean, is he one of your peers? I mean, he
He's
believe
one
in
of my
the. Okay.
he's one of my
So if I
African
pull up
brothers.
James Smalls right now telling you, he gonna say Africans. But remember, the whole gig is that it wasn't nobody in America. That it wasn't black people in America or black people in other places. So all black people, technically, according to their science, came from Africa. No, that's incorrect. That's
Cool.
incorrect.
Now
It was black
you
people.
know what you
It's black Atanchans all over this place, from America to Asia to Europe and Africa.
cool, A1.
They didn't come from no Africa.
All right,
It's
A1.
only
So
the
So all
motherfuckers
right,
that came here in 1965
all
through
right,
the
brother. We're
Hart
not gonna
Seller
change the
Act.
topic. Hold on, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
You said you was going to play something with James Small, saying we
No,
was
you want me to
already
play
here.
it?
Hold on, no, chill.
I'm gonna
Because
play it.
then,
Hold on.
all right,
I'm gonna
because
play it.
that's cherry picking. Because
I'm
then
gonna
you would
play
have
it.
to
Nah,
play.
ain't no such thing as
Hold on,
cherry
hold
pick.
on. Let me tell
How
you
am I
why.
cherry picking when he
I'm gonna
giving
tell
you
you why.
absolute information?
Because then you would have to play all the times he say we come from Africa.
All right, I'm gonna give you this one right here. Maybe this meant he doubled down on
But
saying
why
we
can't you
African.
saying niggas ain't even made it to America? What that got to do with what you saying, nigga?
Who said that? Who said that?
Me, nigga, you saying Brother Small's gonna say everybody came from Africa, but if Brother Small saying the Africans that everybody came from was
Let's not
already in
assume what he
America,
say.
then,
Let's not
what you
assume.
gonna say, nigga?
Lucky. Let's not assume what he say. Let the man speak for himself. Listen.
Well, I'm not gonna
Look,
speak
I'm
for
playing
James
it. I'm
Small.
playing it. You gonna be quiet?
Yo, I can't hear it.
They're not able to distinguish it from the second part of the conversation. Right. So I want us to be able to have some complexity and sophistication in the way we tell it so the family can understand. It's going right back to the same old Judeo-Christian Islam. A modern African in the Americas. And they're too afraid because they was part of them sided with the white men and more often with the white men. For the sake of this, probably more. I'm talking when you go to the Philippines, they're not Filipinos, the light-skinned ones. Because you got just as many black ones in the Philippines, too. Black and nappy-headed. The Aborigines. All Aborigines mean is that you're the original stock in that location before any other ethnic or racial stock got there. And certainly the Africans were here before the Asiatics got here. Anthropology and archaeology proves that.
All right. So what he gets said is this, right? This is what he gets said, and I'm gonna sum it up, right? He's saying dark skinned people was here before the Native Americans got here. Just the same articles that I've been showing y'all and niggas been showing you all this time. He said archaeology and anthropology evidence supports it, but he's saying the Africans came here 12 to 13,000 years ago. I don't believe that. But he's telling you it was already Negroes in them. Wait. He's telling you it was already Negroes in America before the Bering Strait story. So that means 14,000 years ago.
Cool. But what did he say those Negroes were though?
Fuck, it don't matter.
It
You said it
does,
wasn't
bro.
no
You
black
can't
people here.
cherry
You
pick,
hold up.
bro.
Exactly,
Okay.
nigga. You said it wasn't even existing, nigga. How you gonna move the goalpost now because he done said some shit that you don't necessarily agree with, my nigga? That's not how scholarship go, bro.
Hold on. But
And
how
that's
does that
why I
help?
was asking,
Hold on,
like, what
hold on,
does he
brother.
get from
But
this? Like, what? Why are they fighting?
how does that help A1's argument if it doesn't say they was already here
It
though?
Do you know what?
gives your
Do you know what?
argument, bro. It
It
does.
don't.
Well, listen.
Do you
We're
know what
establishing.
A1 argument is?
Hold on. We're establishing certain principles. We're proving that Negroes was here before contact of Europeans. Now, how long we can get into that as well. So, what I would like to ask you is, when did Africans allegedly start migrating outside of Africa? Why, Kay?
Cool. Well, there's no besides the colonialism of the Europeans and coming here. There's no evidence of them coming here prior to that.
No, that ain't what my question was. I'm
All
gonna
right.
ask
So
you
what?
again, young man.
Cool.
I'm gonna ask you again. You're a good kid. Okay, let the disrupt. We'll get into it. When did Africans start migrating outside of Africa? Can you give us a date, sir?
I would say about the 1400s.
That's
Because there
when
was
they.
Africans, there was Africans on those. There was Moorish Africans
Okay, so let me
on
ask
them
you this.
slave boats.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So you telling me that Africans did not step foot outside of Africa until the 1400s, sir?
I'm telling you that there's no evidence of it.
Oh my God, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
This
he got
nigga's an
blue
MC. He
dome.
not worthy.
Hey,
He
hold
not
on, hold on, hold
worthy to
on.
be
Whoa,
up
whoa,
here with
whoa,
us,
whoa,
Obviously,
man.
whoa.
hold on.
You a
Obviously,
Greco-Roman, bro.
hold on. Obviously, he just debunked himself in the out of Africa theory by saying that they have not migrated until the 1400s. Do y'all understand how critical
No,
this answer is, right?
no, it's not.
Man,
Because
what
those
James
who know,
Small just said.
hold
James
on,
Small
brother. I
said
listen, bro.
14,000 years ago.
Bro,
And
okay,
you
well,
talking
cool,
about
brother.
500 years ago.
Let me address AP though, because he just said that debunks the out of Africa theory. Yeah, humans migrated, but when they leave Africa, they change into different people.
No,
Even
no.
though they're
What?
hold on, brother.
Wait, don't
Yes,
let him get off of that.
no,
Please
hold
don't
on,
let
brother.
that nigga go nowhere from that.
Bro, come on now, come on. We're not gonna play this
Don't.
game like we now, brother. When
You gonna have to
the
upgrade the
Europe,
boost mode, brother.
the Europeans that are in Africa that left, the Europeans that are in Europe are not the same as the Africans that migrated in.
Is that him or my phone tripping?
No, that's that
Nah,
boost
that's
mode.
hey, that shit crazy though. My man
Hey,
said they
YK, I just want to say
Yo,
that. I asked you a simple
what's good?
question. I said, when did humans start migrating out of Africa? Right? You said 1400s.
You said to America.
No, I did not. Run it.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Hold on, you guys.
I got you.
Hold on.
Well, I misunderstood.
Hold on. I repeated the question 3 times. And I believe I know I got a country southern draw, but I believe I'm being very articulate when I asked you this question 3 times. I've never once said America. I never once said no place at all. I said, when did Africans start migrating out of Africa? When did those humans in Africa migrate out of Africa? When was the first time they stepped foot outside of that? That was my simplest question. I just want to make sure I'm clear on the panel. Is that what I asked you guys? Not YK. I'm gonna let you answer that, but is that what I asked this brother?
Now, the reason why I misunderstood what you said was because we was talking about the black. Me and AP was talking about the black people that was in America.
You an
So for
A1.
you
You
to
an A1
hold on, A1. I mean A1. My bad. Me and A1 was talking about the black people in America. So how
right.
you just jump back to the out of Africa?
No. I jump back into a question, and my question will be a list of questioning, which is going to engage into more conversation pertaining to the Americas. So I want to get your perspective of when Africans left first time out of Africa. That was a simple question, brother. It was no confusion, was no trickery, nothing. Okay, I'm gonna allow you to answer that question once again for the 4th time.
All right. Well, since we're gonna talk about something else, they came out of Africa about, I would say, 60 to 90,000 years ago. That's what they say they did.
All right. And
scientific community.
60 to 90,000 years ago. Can you give us a place? Just now we're engaging. What places did they land or step outside of in 80 to 90,000 years ago, or 60 to 80,000 years ago? Where did they go? Where was the first place they?
Right now, I can barely hear you.
Yeah, it's probably your microphone. I believe it's me. Can I get a mic check?
I believe they went. I believe they went into Asia. They went. Can you hear me? They went from Africa to Asia, and it would make sense because that's where they. That's where the Asian. That's where you get the Eurasian.
Listen. Okay, listen. So now we established that black people been in America. before contact. And now we're gonna get into how long they've
So
been
now
in
we
America.
back to America.
Hold on. Yeah, so now I'm about to skip to America. There's people in humans in America, right? At an activity going on in America. You got 50,000 years in the eastern coast and in the Carolinas, and you got 130,000 years in California. The 130,000 year in California dealing with Tom Demaray's work is almost what? 40,000 years before Africans even migrated out of Africa.
I was just gonna bring that up.
Whose work is that?
Tom Demaray. And it's the Cerruti site. Are you familiar with that? Listen, that's the archaeologist that's on the Cerruti site, which deals with human activity in America at 130,000 years. Do I need to pull up the journal report, sir? The scientific journal
yes,
report.
And make sure hopefully it's a scientific, reliable source. Because
what source would you like? Would you like the University of California, Smithsonian, Nat Geo? What would you like, sir?
What's behind that? Is it a blogspot.com?
There's a university doing archaeological site there, and they credit it to the archaeological.
Is it an edu? Is it a .org?
Listen, what I'm gonna do. Listen, I'm not even gonna do this because it's not even a debate. What I want you to do is do your research on the site, right? I want you to do your research. Are you a researcher? Correct. Do your research. Tom Demaray, Cerruti site, 130,000 year evidence of humans in America. Okay, then you got.
So you're not going to share that source, AP, because I asked you if it was reliable or not.
Can I ask a question?
I'm on my computer right now.
To the panel.
Oh, okay, cool.
With DNA tests, isn't it stated that they test 1% of your DNA?
No, brother, that's a miss.
You took 0.1%.
Hey, but listen, Wakedo, you can simply do a Google search and pull it up, though. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, brother, I worked in a library for 2 years. I know how to use a reliable source.
I know. So, well, instead of
that's the case, how you wrong this Africa theory?
Instead of inquisiting me, because we were having a conversation, you're engaging, you're giving some of your source, and I didn't burden you to pull up anything, which you said you would. It's all good. So, and if so, we can get into that. But what I'm saying is, I gave you a reference and source and leading archaeologists on that site that you can do your research on, and then come back and have this conversation with me. I gave you multiple.
I appreciate that, brother.
I gave you multiple sites dealing with human activity in America going before the Clovis first module. And one of those proceeds before Africans migrated out of Africa. So that kills this whole out of Africa theory. All right. I just want to move on from that. Now let's engage. I'm gonna let everybody else get them.
And don't forget what James, man, we're gonna keep on referencing James Small since he wanna keep interacting, right? This nigga said his family been in America for 200,000 years. 200,000 years.
I just brought up the 1% because to discredit AP source, when you have 3.2 billion base pairs of DNA and they test 1%, you're trying to argue anybody on this panel about what they're saying. I don't see.
Yo, Shrugs, where you get that 1% from?
They all say, is it 1% or 0.01%? That's why I asked the panel.
No, who told you that?
You being a little too generous, Shrugs. I think it's less than 1%.
0.01, dog.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I didn't.
Yeah, I heard a point one time. Yeah, I did that.
All right, but I'm asking who told you that? Where did you get that from?
Scientists said, all of them
that
said.
That shit 1/10 of a percent. It's 1/10.
Cool, we gonna
get
to that.
Even the people who own and promote the companies tell you that.
All right, so where did you get that from, brother?
I just told you.
Which company?
All of them. The African, the 23andMe, all of them. And then they all do different tests. Tosmal.
So what does that mean when they say that they use zero?
But it's irrelevant. Don't question me. I was just making a statement to show that you have no standing to debunk or debate anybody's sources when you're coming with some Toys R Us, Walmart.
Some of the leading scientists that agrees with that percentage is Jonathan Marks, is one of the leading archaeologists at Stanford. You got Jenny Raynard, and you got Kimberly Tallberg, which is all at the particular site. I can pull up those things, man. Like I said, we got the whole PDF dealing with the scientific and the business of genealogy, ancestry testing, and the limitations and errors that occur. So we can get into those. Like I said, this conversation is not taboo to us. But we want to establish that Negroes. Hold on. I got the PDF, so I can give it to you. Hold on. It's nothing. So.
AYK, can you swim?
Like I said, you're talking to the sorcerer, brother.
But AP, can you swim?
Because I look.
Can you swim?
And everybody on there agree.
Can you swim, YK?
Everybody agree that
can you swim?
DNA to trace your ancestors.
No, everybody don't agree with that shit, bro. Your ass capping, nigga.
I guess you can't.
Hold on, let me ask you this: is DNA associated with a landmass?
It's associated with a people on a landmass.
People on the landmass that you're claiming are
That's a crazy question right there.
No, it's a simple question. So what we get into is that DNA is linked to people, right? And you can explain to me when those people got there. And so in DNA, in the one of the lamentations, it doesn't explain a migration. So when we get into those people and the connections from here, you could be very well looking at it from reverse, thinking that people came from here, populated these people, and this is how you find a genetic code. But we have people here before people migrated from there. So this throws a wrench in the game and has you looking at this whole DNA analysis from a whole different perspective. As a matter of fact, when you get into Albert Purry's work, the DNA goes back 300-some thousand years. They found connections to it in Cameroon. What's significant is about that people in those particular areas of Carolina where his DNA was found, those people were sent to areas like Liberia, Cameroon, and Sierra Leone. So it's not ironic to find DNA connections between that. What it doesn't explain is that a migration. What people do is allude to an out of Africa migration, which is we want to put to a hope. So go ahead.
Hey, AP, not to mention, bro. Hold on, man. I've been quiet for bro. You've been talking the whole time, man. No, nigga. No, nigga. I'm finna get this out. I'm finna get this out. Then you can address it, nigga. No, shit, nigga. No, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Like, damn, I've been trying to get in for like about 30 minutes, nigga. You've been talking the whole time, nigga.
Hold on, YK.
Fuck that. No, nigga.
No, you can't respond. I believe he's adding on to it. So
yeah, I am. I'm adding on, bro. That's it. You got it, nigga.
Can you take a body shot, man?
Hey, hold on, man. Hey, so to add on to what he talking about with the Albert Perry, another thing we got to put into perspective too as well is that based off that AOO, you feel me? They start building branches off of that. So the ones in Cameroon, they wasn't even exact. They were similar. You feel me?
Genetic mutations.
They were similar to it. You feel me? But we also got to put in perspective, if it was so damn similar to it, why didn't they find it in those people from Cameroon when they already had their samples in the database before Albert Perry? And that's it. You got it, nigga.
You gotta unmute yourself, brother.
That nigga probably still talking. He ain't heard shit.
Brother, I'm not still talking. I'm sitting. I gotta get a pen to write this down because when you come and try to stop. So let me go back to what AP was saying. So he said, hold on.
Are you taking notes, y'all? I'm proud of you.
I feel like everybody should be taking notes. These are critical talking points.
So like I was basically AP was saying that you can't trace a person through a landmass because of migrations and all of that, right? But that's when archaeology come into place. The same way you figured out how you said you had people that was already here because they through archaeology is the same way we know those people were there at that time. So when we do DNA and we say, okay, well, we are relatives with those people, then we can trace their migration through their archaeology or their stories. So
no. You got it all wrong, sir. So let me explain this. And you're sort of right, but you're linking two different conversations. Now, when we're doing cultural comparisons to a particular group of people, whether it's on whatever landmass, you're going to be looking at archaeology, things that they're cultural things that left behind from their culture, right? And so, as we gather these things, we're able to have a vague understanding, a fragmented understanding of history that we're reconstructing. And one of those is that when you start doing this, is no niggas from Africa come here. They lack the archaeology for that. Okay, when we get into Negroes from America going to Africa, which is a theory that ain't been proposed by most Pan Africans, and I can understand why, right? Is that the archaeological data starts to stack up. There's things found in Africa at certain time periods that can only come from America. They're not produced in Africa. Okay? And this is how we come to this conclusion. This is why we know that this understanding of the out of Africa theory is faulty. And I'm willing to stand on it.
Cool. You said a lot. Now, you said I can't be sort of right. It's either I'm right or I'm wrong. Now, back to what I was saying. If we know that those people
DNA,
hold on, brother.
Hold on.
I listen to you. I listen to you.
My bad. Humbly.
All right,
Let me say
cool.
this. Let me say this.
Let me say this. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, the reason I said that you're kind of right and kind of wrong, because when we're dealing with comparison cultures, you do got to use archaeology. That's correct. But what's incorrect is they don't use archaeology when they're dealing with DNA genetics. Okay?
Cool. Gotcha.
Okay?
Now,
so that's where
right, cool.
Thank you.
Now, thank you. That's a good point. Now, once we know who those people are, we can trace their migrations and do archaeology. So if we say we come from the Igbo people, then we should be able to trace the archaeology and the migration stories and all of that. All of that come with it once you know who those people are. That's common sense right there. But we can move on, brother.
Do the paperwork, do genealogy, do that shit come with it too? Why can't? Because that shit.
Hold on.
The DNA traces you to the people.
I want Lucky to respond, but what I'm saying is I don't want to bore this conversation. There's a lot of people on the panel that want to get it in, but these are debate topics, right? Because we can use DNA, and then someone can not use DNA and then attack it from his lamentation and error point of view, in which I would engage because he's standing on that. But I would want to move on from this conversation. I don't want to give away too much. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Appreciate you, Ab.
So, Lucky, I would like for you to say what you were about to say today, brother, because your mic was kind of staticky and I was talking. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to see how. I want to know how he's tracking that back to the genealogy. Because if it's so scientific, which I'm willing to believe that it is, then the paperwork should also prove that, bro. And if it's not proving that, then that shit is not magnificent as you claiming that it is.
Is that a question, brother?
No, that's a statement, brother, because you obviously trolling, bro, because you up this bitch and you really got the edge stand on right now. Like, you really not coming with no pressure.
If I was trolling, we wouldn't be able to have a dialogue. It'd just be chaos. So I'm going to answer your question. DNA and genealogy is two separate things. See, y'all can't, genealogy is going to tell me certain things that DNA can't tell me. That's why one is called DNA and the other is called genealogy. DNA tells me what genealogy can't, due to the fact that most of us can't get past our fourth great grandparent. So genealogy fails, brother. And anybody who's saying that's not true, they capping. Because y'all be talking about genealogy right now.
Let me ask you a question, man. And honestly, right? I want to honestly say this, right? So you actually think through a DNA test, it can actually tell you what landmass you from, right? That's what you believe, right?
Brother, I just said it traces you to a people at that landmass.
Okay, so a people, but hold up.
Archaeology.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear. I just want to be clear.
Hold on. And I want to make it clear that he also said that those people that they're linked to is just linked by DNA comparison. It doesn't tell you whether or not they came from America. It doesn't tell you that the people that's connection came from Africa. It doesn't mention that. You have to allude to this. So, this is when you get into historical narrative.
Once you trace those people,
and we already
trace those people, then you can use those people and find out where they migrated from. You got to get to the people first. before you could find out that other information.
Right,
So where
right, right.
Nigerians migrate from? Where the
Now, let's
Africans?
get into it. Because now listen, this is another lamentation that's going to get into this. When we start getting into migration and we're going to start imposing on Africa, we're going to have to conversate about diversity, correct? And if anyone knows anything about diversity, we have to deal with population bottlenecking, which is genetic bottlenecking, which is the outcome is diversity. And if you don't know what that means, we can get into that right now.
Yeah, I know what that is. That's with the Y chromosome, the human bottleneck.
Okay, so where did the people in Nigeria, Ghana, and all these other places migrate from? Was they always there?
And listen, hold
No,
on. Go ahead, A1. Listen, I'm gonna let y'all engage. I want to get the chat to hit the like button. We got 245 people in here, and this is a good conversation. A lot of people think that the Aborigines doesn't deal with science, doesn't deal with information. I beg to differ. We're able to challenge these theories with science, and we're dealing. And this is just a small fragment of the information that we have. So shout out to YK for being here. And like I said, we're just showing the errors and the inconsistencies within some of these modules or theories that's been put on us, right? And a lot of people believe within a so hard emphatically as if it's true. Okay. And so this is what we're here to dispel. Shout out to everybody in the building. Drop those fire emojis. Y'all can hear us.
Hey, one, I believe we had this convo before. AP, if you could throw in, if you have some knowledge on it, you can be identical twins can be genetically different, correct?
Are you saying that their
That's a
DNA
fact.
can be off? They're not 100% compatible?
They can be identical twins, but genetically different. Yeah, their
That's a
DNA is
fact.
different.
Yeah. So, but that right there, the same thing when you do a maternity or paternity test. Your own fucking child ain't 100% the same comparison with DNA. So it's like,
Exactly.
so how the fuck is
But
you
that's a
taking a
different
small
test,
percent?
brother.
No, they taking a
It's a
small
different
percent.
test.
All right, can I talk?
No, it's a different.
You been
Yes, sir.
talking. It ain't no fucking different test, nigga. They taking
Nah,
chromosomes.
AP, it is a different test. This the thing though. A paternity test is more accurate than the test that he talking about. You can
Yeah.
tell if a motherfucker is your child or not. That's not an
And
issue.
that's a fact.
But when we start talking about population DNA, we not taking into consideration the fact that we're dealing with modern people DNA, not ancient DNA. We're not taking into account of migrations that happened over the past few hundred years, whether it was by choice or by force. We're not taking into consideration that the whole west coast of Africa wasn't even as populated as it is today. Not only was it migrations made by intercontinental Africans, whether by choice or forced to that direction, but we're not even taking into consideration that everywhere the colonizer went during the scramble for Africa, they had niggas from America with them on that scramble for Africa that helped set up colonies and shit up in that motherfucker. So DNA cannot put you on a location. It's going to show you similarities, but niggas not even looking at the fact that all humans are 99.9% the same. It's only certain mutations that really separate us from the more modern people to people who is connected to real more ancient people. But you had ancient people on every landmass in this world and shit. So
Can I say one thing
it's a
to
lot
that?
of variable.
But
It's a lot of
but the one
variables
thing
when it comes to population DNA than paternal DNA. That shit is accurate. That other shit, that shit is speculative.
All
Cool.
right, so
Now
listen, check this out,
you
right?
said a
Hold on,
lot.
wait.
Now you said a lot.
Oh,
But
it's not
what?
time for you
Hold
to
on.
go. Me and
What?
Truth having a
Okay,
conversation back and
then I'm
back,
a dialogue
back and
with
forth.
you.
Nah,
But
I
he
didn't
said
get finished
then
my
what?
point. I didn't get finished my point.
So I can't address what he said. Then
Yeah,
you
you can
go.
address it after I address it.
But
Just
no,
hold
because
tight.
that throws me
Look,
off.
brother,
That
just
would throw
address
me
it
off. I
when I
can't listen to
address it.
you.
I'm
I
gonna
can't
say
listen
one
to every.
thing. I'm gonna
All right,
say
so
one thing,
give
brother.
me 1 minute to address what Truth
I'm not
Seeker
giving you
said.
no 1 minute. Just hold
Give me
back. Just
1
fall back.
second. Can I
Just
get
fall
one
back.
second to
Write
address
it in your notes.
Fall back. So look, even when you're looking at DNA, right? DNA got what? CTGA, right? You motherfuckers don't even know what CTGA is. CTGA is earth, fire, water, and air. So if they was to do a comparison to DNA that can connect you to a land, guess what they would have to do? They would have to test the mineral composition to see if the mineral composition in your body is comparable to the mineral composition on a land. This is the percentage that's off when they doing DNA. All of us are compatible. 99.9%. That 1% goes into geographical, nutrition, the climate, or the elements of the climate. Are you in hot conditions or are you in cold conditions? So all of this plays in the DNA. So you can't connect one person or just say, all right, I'm gonna test you amongst certain people and we're gonna get the same result. If they was to run a DNA comparison of everybody on the fucking planet, nigga, you would be compatible with every fucking body. I rest my mic.
It's a good conversation, man. We got a couple new people on the panel. We got Lex Vortex on here. What's going on, Lex?
What's up, man? Hey, yo, man. I was fronting y'all, man, the whole time. I was never a Pan-African, man. I was just playing the devil's advocate, man.
That's fine.
Aboriginals up, man.
Hey, listen,
Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Nah, I'm just get your ass on with that shit.
But
dude.
yo, I gotta.
Nah, but
go ahead. My bad.
Okay.
Lex.
I just want to say that I think there's some miscommunication in both arguments on both, and I be trying to say this a lot of times. The argument really is the Pan-Africans have no beef. Well, the informed ones don't have beef with the Aboriginals. The only beef
the Aborigines don't got beef with the Pan-Africans, and we don't have beef.
Came in too quick. You came in too quick because that's not what I was saying.
I just want to add in. I know you weren't saying that. I just want to add that in.
The beef comes. This is the beef, whether they're African or not. That's really the main beef. Okay, so when Dr. James Small says his family's been here for 250,000 years, he's saying they came from Africa, though. So that's where the contention is with that. And that is, there are arguments, in terms of DNA. I just want to add ACGT, and this is not earth, water, air, and all of that. ACGT is salts and sugars, brother. What you're talking about is oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, and that represents the 4 elements, not ACGT. Those are salts and sugars, sir. Those are acids.
So you telling me ACG? Oh, wait.
Bro, no, come on.
Alex, you can't challenge someone and not allow them to rebuttal, sir.
So you telling me AC? So pull it up.
I ain't even finished. Y'all been doing that to YK all night.
We're gonna do it to you too.
Oh yeah, listen, YK has been up here respectfully. Hold on, Lex. Don't bring your negative energy up here, sir. We're dealing with scholarship. Shout out to YK. Nobody's disrespected YK. YK, you've been disrespected by Power since you've been on here, brother. Have you been disrespected in any way or felt uncomfortable or felt like you're not getting your point across, sir?
No, I haven't been disrespected by you, but every time I have a dialogue with the brothers, somebody cut me off to speak their shit without me being able to address the other brother. But it's cool. This is what it is. I mean, y'all neck of the woods, so that's how it go down. It is what it is.
Can I finish the statement, AP?
Go ahead, you got it. My apologies.
Because I'm really not even being contentious, because there are what I want to say is some of these arguments are not definitive. So some of the arguments y'all have are legitimate. Like, for instance, the Olmecs. That's what I was trying to say the other day. Like, there's nobody right now can say for 100% they came from Africa or 100% they was in America. You know what I'm saying? It's just
no. That's a lie. Listen, you can 100% say that they were in America because they're found only. Listen, I'm done.
No, they were. Of course, we can say they were in America, but I wasn't even trying to bring up the Olmec thing to argue. What I'm saying is there's a lot of arguments that are in the gray areas on both sides. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to some of this stuff, like, there's no doubt that black people was in America. And the evolutionary timeline is off. You know what I'm saying? In terms of Like when they say, when you ask YK, when did Africans leave, and they say they left 60 to 90,000 years ago. No, that's Europeans trying to hide Aboriginal history. We go back fucking probably millions of years.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
what is your methodology to
Yo,
decide?
Lex,
Hold on just a second,
Lex.
Hold on just a second, YK. Hold on just a second, YK. What is your methodology to deciphering when white people are lying and hiding history?
That's a good question. When it really don't add up to other things, like for instance, evolution, they say Homo sapiens sapien evolved and it's only 300,000 years old, right? Well, we know that's false. You know what I'm saying? Because like you said, we got evidence of things around the world. For instance, like what they say happened, like for Homo sapiens sapien, that's gene 2 fusion. But also, why at the same time did they also develop the FOX2 gene, the ability to speak? How did those two mutations happen at the same time? So it gets a little bit more intricate, you know what I'm saying, in terms of what they're saying. It don't line up with all the archaeology. Because, you know, how do you explain Gobek Tepe, which is 12,000 years old? How do you explain some of the stuff in the Americas? So I believe in evolution, but it's different when it comes to humans. But when you brought up the thing about California, 130,000 years old, what you didn't tell YK is they don't consider those bones they found to be human. They consider those to be archaic bones. I'm saying that's what they're saying. Those are archaic.
No. Those are
archaic.
Hold on. Those are opposing theories, and when we get into archaic, we can find archaic references to a lot of sites, and those archaic references are always anatomically modern correct humans. We can get into that as well. So what they're alluding to is that it's a hominid here, and that's what other opposing theories that's in the form of uniformitarianism that feel emotionally attacked about their theories being attacked with Tom Demaray's work. There's never been a hominid found in America, so that whole assumption should be
See, this is what I mean. You're using their information, but now the same question that you asked me, because they say, the same people you're getting information from, that those bones are hominid bones, not Homo sapiens.
Hold on. Tom, I'm using one particular person. Tom Demaray says that it's human activity, not hominids, not a species of hominids.
He trumps the whole scientific community.
Well,
That's
he's one of the leading guys, and he learned that from actual Richard Cerruti, who actually founded that site, which is why it's named the Cerruti site.
And one more thing, and I want to let YK go ahead and get his off. I need y'all to at least evolve in this point. Stop saying it's only this certain amount of percentage. It's only 0.1. It's only that much of the total genome, because we're only dealing with the sex chromosomes when you're talking about ancestry. Stop saying it's only 0.1% and we're 99, because when you're dealing with ancestry, you're only dealing with 2 chromosomes. All right, out of 46. That's why it's such a small percentage. So y'all got to stop using that argument.
But bro, you just cap right now. They're not dealing with chromosomes. They dealing with SNPs, nigga. A SNP is not a chromosome. So you trying to give it a large, section of motherfucking genetic reading that it don't have. They dealing with 600,000 base SNPs, bro, out of billions. So let's put some real numbers. So it ain't a chromosome. It's not a chromosome, my nigga.
Why is that all you need if it's only giving you a small
is way bigger than that, my nigga.
Hold on, everybody mute up. I want Truth to be able to get this off unindoctrinated, because a lot of people start talking over. I want him to be able to get this out. Y'all cannot attack someone's talking point if you're not thoroughly listening to what has been said. And I want to give everybody that respectful opportunity, y'all. So let's get it in. That's what we hear.
So look, Pete Gang, he just tried to say that it's only 2 chromosomes. It's not a chromosome, bro. It's not that large amount of genetic reading going on. They're dealing with, I think it's like 614,000 SNPs. You feel me? out of
You know,
billions.
that's getting
Out of hold on, bro. He just said let a nigga get it out without cutting them off. Come on, Lex. I ain't cut you off, bro.
thought he was talking about me. Okay,
no,
he
said he said truth, bro. I didn't cut you off, my nigga.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute up.
No,
bro, you mixing it up, bro. You need to be honest. They're not reading.
No, hold on. What did I say?
Hold on. You said that they're just reading two
Hey, go ahead, get it off. Lex, get it off.
You said that they're just reading 2 chromosomes, and I need to correct that. They're not reading even 1 whole chromosome. They're reading SNPs at 614,000 base points out of billions. So it's not 1 chromosome, bro. Yet alone 2, like you just tried to call it, bro. Call it what it is. They're reading 614,000 SNPs out of billions and 0.01% of a section at that. Not even a full percentage section of a genetic. So let's be real, bro. Let's be real. And you got it. I'm gonna mute up, bro.
Yeah, when you're talking about the SNPs, and now you're getting into the chromosome. But what I'm saying is, when you're talking about lineage, do you know the X and Y are what's called sex chromosomes? That's what they're measuring when you're talking about from father to son, mother to daughter. So that's when you're dealing with that ancestry part, the Y and the X. All right, now you have billions of other you know what I'm saying, base pairs and all of this. But when Dr. Kittles makes that statement on 60 Minutes about it's only 0.1%, that's when he's talking about the Y and X. But then you get into the admixture and all that, and that's other stuff. But when you're talking about the Y and X, that's only a small piece of your lineage in terms of what you inherit through the chromosomes. So, but that is enough to trace the Y and the X, because they get passed on.
Hold on. A1, can I get it back for you in just a quick second?
So
you done, Lex?
But that's all.
My bad.
That's what that percentage means, though.
Right. Okay. You done? Oh, my bad.
A lot more DNA. That's what that means.
It's still 6 million.
You know. But you have an argument, sir. Like I'm not really.
So let me just bounce back with you, Lex. We just having a decorum, bro. You feel me? So let's keep it a buck, right? The only reason why Rick Kendall's even admitted that was because another real geneticist named Hank Greenlee up out of Stanford. Hold on, bro. Damn, who the fuck? Hey, another geneticist at the time that was respectable. The reason why 60 Minutes reached out to him and shit, because they always want to make sure they got credible people and shit before they went live, especially at that time. He basically forced him to admit it because, as you could tell, as the lady kept repeating the certain things about it that Hank Greenlee told her, he had no choice but to admit it. She basically aggressively compounded on what Hank Greenlee told her, and he basically had to hold on, bro.
Cool. Now,
so hold on. I ain't done. Hold on.
No,
come on, hold on, bro. This is bro. This hold on, bro. I'm not done, bro. This man, bro.
Let him get it out. He got 31 seconds. Go ahead, True. You got it. Go ahead,
man. This man, bro. So like, okay, he didn't admit it, and then not to mention, in every spectrum of your genetic makeup, there's always both sides of the sexes in your genetic makeup. Why? Because you get half of it from your mother and you get half of it from your father. So no matter what base point they go to try to study your genetic makeup, they're always going to get a male and a female version of it, because these are the two that made you, and it's entwined. It's your whole genetic makeup and shit. So once again, these people are only using 614,000 SNPs at the base point of billions in a section that is only 0.01% of your whole genetic makeup. So this is a small percentage. They not even getting a full read, a full spectrum on your whole genetic makeup. And at the end of the day, that's why we make the statements that humans are 99.9% genetically compatible. Because guess what, Lex? They can take your same DNA and put it into they can run your sample against a whole nother base population and exclude the Africans out. Guess what? Eventually, your DNA is going to cluster closer to one of the other more than the other. Why? Because we all damn near are genetically the same and shit.
Right.
So it don't matter. So it don't matter. It don't matter what.
Let me address that when you finish.
It don't matter which sample base they put you in. There's always going to be a high 90% chance that you're going to cluster to one person more than the other in the sample base and shit. And there has been cases, which is a small percentage, where some people go in there and they don't cluster close to nobody. So we just got to be honest about all this information and what they really doing. And this shit is called comical science between real geneticists, bro. They laugh at this shit. And they laughing at y'all niggas that's out there screaming on Igbo and Fulani when those are the two biggest populations that they got inside the database that y'all niggas be using. Fulani dominated the most, and then Igbo is the second. That's why when y'all niggas be like, oh, I'm Fulani or Igbo, that shit don't surprise me and shit, my nigga. And I'm gonna mute up. Y'all got it.
All right, cool. Damn. All right, so for one, I reached out to Hank Greeley, brother. So that 2008 shit that y'all keep talking about is outdated.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. We don't want to hear it. You ain't got no proof that he ain't know anything.
So if I share the link,
Jerry, I want to hear you talk to him.
Yo, why when I speak, you come talking crazy? Let me get
because you be saying some nonsense that should not ever be said.
All right, so let me.
You never source up.
Quiet. I was quiet. Like I showed restraint. Let me.
If you say some bullshit, I don't care how quiet you was. I'm going to address it.
So let me share it. Cool. Like I said, I'm gonna put it in the private chat of the video of Hank Greeley because I reached out to him. He said that shit is outdated. You could trace your ancestry through DNA. So don't ever use Hank Greeley again. Get him out of here. 6 minutes is done. It's a wrap. I destroyed that a year ago. Now let's move on. So he's saying that we only using 6,000. Bro, are you crazy? One out of 1,000.
I said 614,000. I said all I said was 614,000.
And you're wrong. Because 1 out of 1,000 of 6 billion base pairs is still 6 million. So you just lost that one. But we can move on. I'm going to share the article. So stop saying it's
and I'm going to share the article too, bro. What you mean I lost? Nigga, you ain't show shit. Nigga, you just talking.
I just told you. You ain't show shit.
Nigga, I don't but I can show it right now, though.
All right,
I can show it right now.
So
I can show it right now.
We
can get it in.
Put it in the private
we can get it in. Let's put some money on. Hey, AP, you got time? Let me and this brother get it in.
Let me show you. Let me. No, I'm not even gonna speak. I'm gonna let Hank Greeley speak. So AP, when I put the video in the back, can you please share the video, brother? Of Hank Greeley saying that you can trace your ancestry through DNA. We had a long conversation. He said that shit was in.
I mean, why wouldn't you be able to? This is ridiculous. Exactly. I don't like.
I don't. You gonna hold his L, truth?
Nah, because we finna start sharing this shit, nigga. We ain't gonna take your word or my word. We gonna get it down, so nigga. It's 614,000, bro, not 6 million.
Truth is making a totally different argument, and he doesn't realize that he's not. He's making an argument.
Man, show the fucking video. We don't want to hear none of that shit. Show the video, bro.
Like the Y and the X are traceable, bro. Especially the X. The X pretty much goes unchanged. The Y will go through mutations a lot. That's why you have a lot more Y haplotypes than X. So there's no denying that. That is passed on from father to son. And when it goes mutations, that's how you can trace the migration patterns is through the mutations. You see what I'm saying? And when you talk about the people they're comparing it to, yes, it's modern populations. But those modern
father to son, does that not?
But those modern populations, they go through migration patterns. So if you got a group of people that is in this region with this certain Y haplotype that becomes a haplogroup, right? And I match them, right? Then that doesn't mean they started there where they're at in that landmass. But we can definitely see the migration patterns. So I'm still connected to those people. So I don't understand what the big deal is. I think you trying to say that DNA has no legitimacy. If you keep making that argument, you're gonna get beat up out here and you're not gonna look educated, bro. Y'all gotta stop that.
Nah,
For real, that's
them
crazy,
telling
bro.
niggas that they belong to this tribe and this location, bro. Y'all gonna keep beating up on that. That ain't how this shit work, bro. That shit cannot put you to a landmass, bro. All they using is like how you said.
It
And I hold
doesn't.
on. I agree with you, bro. You said they're using modern people samples. There's no disagreement on that, bro. So now we start talking about migration and the fact that we all are humans and we're 99.9% compatible, bro. Point blank period. It's just
Yeah, but
certain
not with the Y, not with the Y and X mutations. With
bro.
99.9 in terms of the total DNA.
All right,
Not with the
give me a
Y X
mutation
chromosome.
give me a mutation that you talking about. Which mutation?
E1B1A.
What's
Everybody doesn't have
E1B1A
that.
mutation?
Everyone doesn't have E1B1A,
What is
sir.
the E1B1 mutation?
Where is it?
I say, what is it?
What do you mean, what is it?
What is the cause of this mutation and where is it located at, bro? What is it? Every mutation is located somewhere on a genetic marker inside whichever chromosome that it pop up on.
It's on the Y. It's on the Y chromosome. It's a Y haplogroup.
Chromosome 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, up to 23. Which one, bro? And why is it there?
The Y chromosome, sir.
Where's the Y chromosome located?
In the sperm of your father.
All right, you got it, bro.
Yeah,
you got it, bro. You got it, bro. Hey, because you know what the thing is.
Every sperm is either a Y,
y'all niggas be throwing about words, and y'all don't really understand. Like, hey, look.
No, I just told you.
Look. All mutations
every sperm is either a Y or X, sir.
All mutations is not in the same.
What are you talking about?
All mutations is not located in the same place or the same chromosome and shit. So what I'm basically saying is like I have no disagreement with you on mutation. I'm asking you where's the mutation at?
Truth. What is a haplogroup, sir?
It's a lineage group, allegedly.
No, what makes it a haplogroup?
He lost that.
It's based off. Bro, you a nerd, nigga. Hey, look. Hey, Lex. Hey, yeah.
Play the video. I'm back. Play the video.
The type is there's a little mutation on the Y chromosome that is passed on. People in that region stay in one place long enough,
and they group them into a haplogroup.
Right, and so then it becomes a haplogroup. So
all right, now let me ask you this question: are there haplogroups? Is there haplogroups out there right now that got a people up in it without any DNA data with it at all? They just place people. Fuck that! I ain't gonna ask you a question. I know it, bro. They done place people in haplogroups without any DNA samples.
What?
Oh, so now we got conspiracy.
You know what? Let me mute up. I'm gonna just go pull it up, bro. It's all good.
Yo, I got the video in the back. Hold on.
Yeah,
Lex, I got the video in the private chat.
I see that. I just posted it in the live chat.
I don't know how you can be in a haplogroup without a haplotype.
Shut up, bro. I'm trying to talk. What'd you say? Listen, watch I put the video in the live chat. Everybody that look at it. Shout out to everybody, man. I did. So the video, YK video is in the chat. I'm gonna post it again.
We ain't gonna play that on your channel though. That's cool.
I told you I'm not screen sharing, sir. I'm not on my computer at the time. I did say that. Just
you don't need to be on a computer. Hold on. You don't need to be on a computer to screen share.
Yeah, you do.
You can't screen. No, you don't. You can't screen share. But if he's on his computer,
hey, hold on. Watch this. Can you screen share from your phone, YK?
I'm on my computer that's fucked up. I can't even. If I share my video, it's gonna
start. Hold on. Let me move on. Let me move on to somebody else.
My video is gonna start skipping.
I got
So
you.
I'm gonna
Shrug.
let somebody
No,
else
I
say
can't.
it.
I can't screen share on my phone. I
Hey,
don't see
Truth,
the
are you on the
option. At
computer
least
or are you
that's
on
why
the
I
phone?
asked earlier when I came on. Yeah, I can't do it. I don't see
Yeah,
an option
me neither.
unless somebody
Truth.
can walk me through it.
I'm just showing you that Lex Vortex is lying. Truth. Do you have a phone as well?
No, I said that if you're on a phone, if a
You can't
person's
screen
on
share.
a computer,
You can't screen share if you're on the phone. That's what I
no,
said.
no, you can't. But if a person's on a computer, you can share theirs. They can screen share.
I know
Even if
everybody
you,
knows. Everybody knows if you're on the computer, you can screen share it. We know that. We know that YK is on his phone. And I told him that I'm on my phone as well, sir.
so YK, you're on your phone or computer?
What y'all
Nah,
want to share the video?
no,
Hold up.
I'm on my computer, but the computer that I'm using
It's not good.
is
He said
slow.
it's
Yeah,
all that.
Okay.
my shit in the shop. My
He got
shit
a
in
lot
the
of.
A1 is on a computer, right?
Yo, you look like a nerd. You only got one computer.
I got two
Hey,
computers, but I
put
gave
the
one to
put
my
the link in
daughter,
the back
and
and
that's
let
So
the
now
one
you
that
only
I
got
put on.
one then. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I
But he
got
Whatever.
just
one.
said
Yeah,
the other
yeah.
one was in the shop.
Hey,
You
Let
said you
hold
got
on,
A1
one for your
share.
daughter.
hold on. I just want to make sure it's clear that me and YK can't screen share. But so if anyone else wants to screen share, the link is in the chat. Since nobody could, or I thought
No,
nobody
no.
would,
I'm going to share it.
hold on.
Relax.
All right,
Okay, there we go.
let's go.
I want to show this pseudo shit.
A1, it gets no more pseudo than you, brother.
Man,
I'm
shut the hell up, you war bonnet
for real.
ass African. You the only nigga went from wearing a war bonnet, now you back to an African and shit.
Man, Rob Bourne, I mean, he man, I don't even know. This must be body number 2. Because you shouldn't
Like you
even be
got
here.
body number
Rob.
one. You got look.
Funny
Oh,
as hell.
you got body number one yesterday with the Olmec conversation, and you still back around? And you
It's
admitted you
all
took a
good,
L,
bro.
nigga. You admitted it, nigga.
Hey, you know what's funny is he said you got bodied by Rob Bourne. The
And when
irony
they was
in
talking
that.
about that Gullah Geechee stuff and he showed them the language, showed them the book, it was over, bro.
Who
It was
showed me
over.
what?
He showed you
Nigga,
the
the
book
garlic.
that.
Listen, Lex Vortex. Lex
Hold
Vortex.
on, bro.
Lex Vortex. Fuck what he showed me, my dude. The Gala.
See, that's the
Listen,
problem.
look. That's your problem. Your problem is y'all ain't got common fucking sense. The
Yo,
Gala
A1,
ain't.
you can share the video, brother.
Yeah, I'm saying, man, he gotta hit the what's the name? Share screen thing.
Either this is deja vu or it's body number 2.
And you got body number one yesterday. Don't never come back around here with that old mate conversation
Hey,
ever
stop the
again.
corny little rap rhymes, nigga. That shit was
Oh
whack.
shit! You know what? Hold on. Oh, let me start. I gotta press the audio thing. Let me go back in because it ain't gonna play.
Man, I think we could just have unity if y'all just admit that, yeah, black people was here, but they was Africans, and we can move on and unite, man. Y'all want
No.
Guess what?
Why would we
like
say
came
African
here a long time,
why would we
bro.
say that they're African when the out of Africa theory doesn't state that they left Africa to a certain time frame? And we have people and human activity here way before they did that. Why would we do that? Why would we
Don't agree
say
with
that?
those time frames, but
To our
everyone.
African cousins, though. We're other cousins. We're not can't be your cousin. You extension of them. Shout out to
So
them.
you got cousins who eat rats and hearts and shit. Hmm? AP,
Chicken
you
heart.
got cousins who eat.
Got,
You got you.
got
And he said
Negroes that
chicken
eat.
hearts and shit. Look, nigga, look,
Some of you Negroes still eating chitlins. What's the difference? You
my
know, country
dude.
bunking that.
Listen,
Y'all niggas
who,
Bro,
eating pig gut
ain't
talking
your
about
ass in
rats.
Tennessee, bro? Talking about country
nigga?
bumpkin and shit, nigga.
I ain't
Yeah,
eat
y'all
pork.
niggas got that country bunking
I ain't eat
scholarship, man.
pork. The last pork I ate was pork and beans, nigga, and that was back in the 80s,
Yeah,
nigga. You
but you
the
see
nigga
how
who be
that
eating
argument
motherfucking
makes no
pork
sense.
ribs, baby back rib, face ass nigga. Fucking
All
gonzo.
Africans don't. All
Hey, hit
Africans
the
don't
link,
eat
AP.
rats.
Low.
Hold on,
But the
what
one
Africans eat rats?
look. The ones they show you on YouTube, dude. So we got
The one,
video footage, nigga, of a nigga eating a fried rat, nigga. Look like he doing the
With
Thriller.
still hair on that
right?
motherfucker.
And what that ain't?
Look like
And
it look like he doing
you
a
think
Thriller
that
and shit.
Hold on, you think that has something to do with him being African, or is it their situation? There's
That's just a
niggas in
primitive
America
thing.
eating rats.
Oh,
That has nothing
name
to do
one.
with the
Well,
fact
show
that it's
me one.
African. Bro,
Show
you're
me
mad.
one who ain't been
Bro,
deceived by a
I'm just
Chinese
saying you're
restaurant.
mad ignorant,
Show
bro.
me
You're
one.
ignorant, bro.
Look. Now, if you fry the
Why you
motherfucking rat
getting
up in some
mad, bro?
batter,
Listen, hey Lex, why you get mad because those people decide to eat rats and we're talking about it?
Because he's saying that African,
We
like
didn't
that has
force.
something
No,
to do with.
it was an African delicacy. They sell rats on the stick, sir. It's called bush meat. Anything
Yeah.
they find in the bush
And when the
is.
last time y'all been to Ching Chong food? Y'all niggas eating
We don't
rats
eat
every day.
Chinese
Nah, I
food.
don't eat
See,
Chinese
that's like
food, my
that's
nigga.
like
That
my
shit make me
question.
sick.
That's like
You might
my
eat that
question when I
bullshit.
came in. It's like you on YK. Why aren't you guys going back home and being a better representation of what an African is, opposed to, you know,
Because
criticizing
African
us,
has to be in
about who
Africa.
we
That's
know
a
we
dumb
are.
question.
Yo,
That's another
Shrugs, it would be so
dumb.
Shrugs. It'd be easy if most of my family
Well,
wasn't
hold
here.
on, hold on,
But
hold
you
on.
said the
Don't y'all go
DNA
by
blueprint.
principles? Don't you go by
60 minutes
principles? Hold on.
again.
Don't you go by
Hank
principles
Greeley, a
of
law
Marcus
professor at
Garvey? Marcus
Stanford
Garvey said
University, has studied.
Africa is for Africans, and that's where they should be at. And don't y'all push this whole Pan African? Like,
No.
y'all
Yeah,
be
I'm
When
with
that,
it, but unfortunately, everybody else not with it. But it's
I'm
cool
hold
just
though.
on, they
That's a
saying,
good.
misunderstanding YK. Hold on,
But
AP.
go ahead, play the video.
Hold on. Listen, I'm glad that you're one of those people that feels like Africans should go to Africa. I agree. All right. And like Vortex just said that he don't agree. He feel like you don't.
No, I
Africans
didn't
don't
say
gotta
that,
be in
bro.
Africa.
Stop.
Listen, that's why I be trying to tell these niggas don't even know their own understanding. Go do your research on Pan Africanism, brother, and see what his
No.
inception had was
Pan
created.
Africanism is that Africa's resources should be for African people and Africans abroad. Not that you have to actually live there. So, bro, y'all got all this pseudo
But if
crazy
you're taking me off my land,
Is that what Marcus Garvey taught, sir?
Yes.
No, he didn't. You're lying.
Everybody,
As a matter of fact, there
bro,
was people
everybody
that
that's
disagreed with
Jewish
that.
don't live in
W.E.B. Du
Israel.
Bois
That's stupid,
disagreed with
bro.
that as well, sir. Booker
Everybody
T.
that's Chinese
Washington
don't live
disagreed
in
with that as
China.
well, sir.
That's
You're lying.
stupid.
Listen,
This is
sir,
what I'm saying.
we're not going to do the yelling, bro. Booker T. Washington obviously disagreed with that point of view. W.E.B. Du Bois did too, even though he used certain aspects
Booker T.
from
Washington didn't live in Africa.
No, he disagreed with people needed to go to Africa. That's what the conversation is. Marcus Garvey said Africans need to be in Africa. That's how the back.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yes,
No, he
he
didn't.
did. Yes, he did. Yes, he
You
did.
bro.
I just did a
ain't that
whole
what the
live.
Black Star Line was for?
I just did a whole live stream playing audio and literature from Marcus Garvey. Sir, you're dumb. Just did a bill last week breaking this down. The conflict between Booker T. Washington and Marcus Garvey. Calm down, young man. You're a good kid. Don't disrupt class.
Yeah. Okay, bro.
Y'all got to listen. You got to stop this pseudo rhetoric, sir. And when you know points is wobbly and weak, and we bring out certain points of contention to prove our point, you ignore it. So what I want you to do is stop being biased to the information.
Make up straw man arguments.
No,
Pan-Africanism is not about moving back to Africa. No, it's not. It wouldn't be called Pan-Africanism. How would it be called Pan-Africanism if all Africans was in Africa?
I asked you.
It's about Africans and Africans abroad. You got to stop, bro.
I asked you, was you a student of Marcus
It wouldn't even
Garvey?
be Pan-Africanism.
Listen, son. Listen, we're not going to allow you to add in your own perspective that came later on to the attachment of Pan-Africanism, because I'm very well equipped with it. I don't know if you guys know, I was indoctrinated. I thought I was African as well, so I was indulged in it as well. So just as much as you guys know about the history of Africa and Pan-Africanism, I do as well. I go into African history. So I would love to engage on you guys into your own African history. Like we talk about American history. Do you know about Nile Valley history? You know about Kemetic history? You familiar with the pyramid text, the maximum of Pattaya Hotel, a Kente Amentu? Like you're dealing with someone who's very seasoned on this information here. You're not dealing with no rookie here, Lex. So I just want you to understand when you come, you got to come correct when you come with me, sir. Okay?
You got a dashiki too, AP?
I have one. I think it's in a glass case. You understand me? From all the hard work.
Hey, can I just ask Lex a question, bro? Lex, where you at?
What's up, bro?
Okay, all right. So your theory is that Africans came to America thousands of years ago, right?
Yeah, it's probably longer than we can
Okay,
think
all right,
about.
okay. So let me ask you a question though. So if Africans came here thousands of years ago, how do you explain the science that is created in America that is not in Africa? If Africans came here, how did they do something that they was not able to do in Africa? Y'all keep saying that West Africans came here, so West Africans shouldn't have no capability of constructing pyramids and other concrete structures if they haven't invented none of that shit in West Africa.
No, well, because what you're confusing is when you say West Africans, you know what I'm saying? West Africans are amalgamation of people who come from the South, first of all. When you talking about Africa, you
Hold on. Do
talking
all the
about
people in West Africa come from
God,
South Africa,
man,
sir? I just want to ask you a
wait a
question as
minute.
we move on.
I can't answer two questions at the same time, though, bro.
All
So
right.
when you're talking about Africans, you're talking about civilization that started in the Nile Valley and even and that's coming from the Great Lakes
Hey
regions.
Lex, let me stop you because if you
Uh,
can't answer, if you can't equip your brain to stop and then add a yes or no to it, then you maybe should stop alluding to try to convey information if you can't do so. So I'm gonna ask you again: do all the people in West Africa come from the South?
yes, everybody comes from the South of Africa.
No. Okay, cool.
All right.
That's not true, by the way, and I'm gonna pull that up too. I'm gonna
So
pull this
so
up.
what I'm saying is you got an amalgamation of people. So and in terms of science, science evolves. Without laying down the foundations of science, you wouldn't have without Africans, you wouldn't have no science because they laid down the
So all right, so are
foundation.
there pyramids in South Africa?
Well,
With
hold
that
up.
being said,
Hold up.
are there pyramids? No, you long-winded. Fuck that. Are there pyramids in South Africa since the West Africans came from South Africa?
There's stone structures, not pyramids, but you can see the development, and really you
Are,
see the
are
development
there
of bro, hold on, man. Damn. You see the development really of the pyramid technology in Nubia. In Nubia, even before Egypt. Egypt is a child of Nubia, sir. Most of the pyramids in
Where's
Africa
Nubia?
are
Okay,
in Nubia.
okay. So hey, look, AP. Do you hear what he's resulting to? Right? You hear
I'm
this?
allow you to. I'm allow you to rebuttal his. I'm allow you to rebuttal
For
his
West
claim.
Africa.
Your mic
All
is
right. So the
breaking up
people
too.
eat.
But I was trying to address your technology question, and I want
Say
to
that
know
again.
what technology are you talking about that exists that you're saying that Africans don't have?
Talking to me?
I'm talking to A1. He said, why don't they have the technology? What technology do you have that Africans don't have or didn't start or bring?
It's a few things that's credited to other
Yeah.
cultures. That
Show me a pyramid. Show me a pyramid. Or
Where?
West Africa. Show
Okay.
me a pyramid.
All right, let me. Okay, check this out.
Valley. I don't want to hear about no
You can't get a
Nubia.
pyramid.
I don't want to hear about
Sir,
South Africa, my dude. That's
sir,
like
you
going from
can't get a.
Alaska
Hold on,
to fucking
A1, calm
probably
down.
going
Let me
further than that.
engage with you,
Hey,
brother.
but
So
listen
Oh,
though.
I
But
gotta
listen
go. I gotta
though.
go.
you
I
can't get
gotta
a
go, man.
pyramid.
Hold on.
What
See,
they do, bro? Like,
what I'm saying is, go ahead and continue what you're saying, and there's a
you can't.
developing process, and we're going to engage. There's a
Right, you can't get a pyramid until you, especially a stone pyramid, until you get stone masonry. Period. And when
absolutely,
you're
and
talking about stone structures, you know what I'm saying? You can see the development up the Nile and in the Nile Valley, going all the way back to Nakata and Nokta Playa. And then you see most of the stone pyramids that are built are in Nubia. People concentrate on the pyramids of Giza, but there's a precursor to them. There's like over 100 something pyramids in Nubia, bro.
okay, if the precursors
Nobody gonna let
science.
this nigga
Hold
go
on,
with this
A1,
on the
hold
panel.
on. If the precursor to this Egypt and Nubia shit came from Nubia, you should find Nubian records and you should find them in the pre-dynastic setup of Kemet.
Yeah, you do. Those are Kushites that come from the south, that go up the Nile River, bro. Those are Kushites. The Nubians are Kushites. The Egyptians are Kushites. They're coming from the Great Lakes regions of the south, from the
Sir,
foothills of the mountains of the moon. What are you talking about?
I'm not even gonna lie. That's not true. And even the pyramid
That
text.
is true.
Listen, hold on. Let me get into it, sir. That you must be not equipped. Are you familiar with the pyramid text? And there's a section called a Kente Amentu, and it means those are the purest west, which comes from the west, who brings in this science of
No,
pyramid.
they're talking.
Hold on, let me finish, sir. I know it hurts. I know this hurts. I know it does. And you must have to get out of the classes of Dr. Reggie Niles Valley Science. It's very outdated. You understand what I'm saying? And so what I want to compare is the development process that you find in the Americas. You find those same processes, not just limited in one area like Nubia, but scattered throughout all of America. You find the same developing process, which leads into what we call pyramid building, sir. Not just in one place. It's
Where
scattered.
at?
Oh
Where?
man.
Where did it start?
Hold on. Glad
Where
you.
can we find those pyramids at throughout
I'm
the
glad
south?
you asked me. Listen, I'm glad you asked me, sir.
Where did it
I'm
start?
about to hold on. I'm about to give you a couple of them. You got predecessor sites and structures using stone in Louisiana. You got as far north as Ohio. You got as far west as California. You got them all in South America. You find it even in the Carolinas. You find them in
Give us
Tennessee.
one.
Oh, Watson Break.
You telling us, but you're not showing. You're not, bro. You can't. That ain't gonna slide, bro.
Show us where the pyramids in North America.
Hold on. I know it's hurting you guys. You asked for one, I gave you one. Watson Break. You got also the Newark Stone Mound. You got the Spiral Stone Mound. And mind you, a lot of these scientists that's on site are calling these pyramidal structures. These are the predecessors, and a lot of these sites go back 20,000, 15,000, 30,000 years, and like I said, 30,000 being the Watson Break, which is right
Give
there.
me a record.
Which is right
so
there.
Why they call them mounds and not pyramids?
Because these are predecessors. The same way they call them the pre-existing structures.
You have the records.
Hold on. The same reason that we call those pre-existing structures that Lex just brought up not pyramids, but they are predecessors to pyramids, because they're developing the technology to what later on becomes pyramid building, which is masonry. No, I'm not, brother. I can pull it up right now, sir. If you want to debate this,
Hey, can I address him?
Bro, hold on.
You don't have the records.
AP, can I?
Listen.
You got the records of Imhotep, the Great Mason, Stone Cutter. You don't have one record to back.
Sir, let me
Yo,
get into
AP, where the Negro bones in these American mounds?
Negro bones.
Yeah, where the bones at in those mounds, like over there in Egypt? How they got the
Man, listen,
mummies?
I'm not going to bore you because this is basic information. Anyone that knows anything about the Smithsonian knows that the Smithsonian first documented archaeological things was bones excavated from mounds in America. This is like almost known history to have the foundation of what the Smithsonian became today. This is like erroneous. I'm not even going to bore you with that. So listen, you can just simply do a research on that. So what I'm saying is,
So what's up?
That's what I'm saying. He don't have the records,
Did Lex
bro.
Vortex ever? Hold on, real quick. Fuck off. Fuck all that keep talking about all this other. Did you ever?
Smithsonian site and go to the history of the Smithsonian. This is dialogued in this history article when it talks about the history of the Smithsonian, right? Institute. I don't know if you go to the site, you guys, but you can go to the historical page in the ordinance or about, and it'll tell you about it. All you gotta do is click. This is public knowledge on their site, sir. I done did a build on this too as well.
So what else does Smithsonian say about African
Listen,
Americans?
that's not my point. My point is that we're proving that the development process of pyramid building and the predecessors to it. You jump from one thing to
That's
bone.
not enough, bro.
What do you say, sir?
That's not enough. When you look
sir.
at what we got in
It's more than enough, sir. When we get into literature like Elmir Dor and we get into pyramid text, they are giving account of documented records, which some of those were going to come out. They're revering a culture that came before them that already had pyramid building
hold on,
technology.
the pyramid text. And where do you find the pyramid text at?
Nobody said anything. Calm down, young man. Nobody said anything about pyramid text.
You
I said,
brother, you said pyramid text. AP, you said pyramid text, brother.
Oh, well, my bad. I didn't mean to say pyramid text, but text dealing with the structural episodes of what's been going on in cultural comparisons in certain areas are there. They call these steles. They call these codexes, and these things are documented record. They don't call them text.
Give us some North American codex.
You have the Mendoza Codex. You have the Macintosh Codex. You also have various other documented records that would have been implemented. Listen. I know this is hurting you, sir. You can, if you asking for it and you don't know, I want you to do a Google search and then see if I'm wrong. Don't laugh, sir, because I know it hurts, and this is a laugh out of humility. You understand me? So listen, as we continue, you also have steles. Are y'all familiar with steles, which is another documented record keeping method? You understand me? So yes, as a matter of fact, the people in America are documented as very sophisticated record keepers. Oh, did y'all know that?
Pull up a stele for us, please.
I'm not screen sharing, sir, but if you want this work and want to get this debate, we can actually set this up, Lex. Don't run. I'm not running from anything. I do, sir. I do. You keep talking about pulling up. I'm giving you references and sources to where you can find this information at. So this is nothing, bro. This is a cakewalk, sir. And I don't want you to keep alluding to try to. You're not going to trigger me, sir. I'm just going to use this to teach a good kid. You understand? That be slightly.
Yo, where Truth at? Truth. Everybody quiet now. Where
Al
Truth at?
Power here now. Al Power here. Y'all niggas got to deal with me now. What's up?
Oh man,
I want all smoke.
Yo,
AP, we can't do
hold
like this.
Hold on. No, you ain't doing nothing. Y'all asking for questions and I'm giving it to y'all. This is an educating moment to you. I don't know if y'all familiar with these particular things, but I would like for you guys to do your research. I'm giving y'all some work to do this week and then come back to be able to engage with further knowledge on the information that I'm giving you, so we can then have a more articulate conversation instead of becoming a questionnaire. You understand?
Suspect at best, bro.
All right. Well, you don't even
Why
know.
do you keep muting me, bro? Bro, you don't have the records that they got in Egypt. When you talk about record keeping, the whole world's
Yo,
record
how did
keeping.
you let this nigga jump all the way to fucking? We talking about West Africa. How the fuck we go from America to what? Nah, for real, because this is what they do all the time.
Because
West, they never. No. I asked the question, and and my question was never answered.
You ain't. What question?
Okay, back to what I said now. No. Back to what I said.
West Africans were in Egypt. Egypt was not one group of people. There was 32 known.
Hold on. Show me the Egyptian text. Show me.
You see what I'm saying? This is what they do.
Give me a list where I can go find these Egyptian texts that talk about the construction of these pyramids. Can you give me that?
Go look up Imhotep. If you don't know about Imhotep, bro, you crazy.
I'm saying we know about Imhotep. We all know about where can I go find? Hold on. Where can I go? Hold on, sir. I want to make sure you're listening to me, to my question, so you can provide.
Bro, I'm not. Bro, come on, bro. Now we talking basics.
No, where can I go find where
Imhotep is the father of the step pyramid, sir?
Where can I find this at, sir? What source do you
Google Imhotep and the step pyramid.
There you go. He keeps saying
Google Imhotep.
Bro, he can talk about Egypt all day. It still doesn't prove West Africa built pyramids. The fuck, like,
bro, I'm trying. Every time I try to explain,
like, nah, because AP let you jump to Egypt. Why you let him jump to Egypt? We talking about West Africa. How the fuck did we get all the way to Egypt?
I'm going to explain it to you.
No, you're not explaining nothing. You ain't got no evidence to explain.
Lex, you was supposed to be explaining science and technology in West Africa, though.
Pyramids. AP took us to pyramids.
This how these niggas always get off the hook. Like
So
he,
that's
we,
how
we,
we
we
got
talk
to
about nine
explain
because
it.
there's too many questions being
Yo, A1,
proposed
that's how we
at
got
one
the
time, and
pyramid,
no.
though.
My God, man, I'm done, man.
No,
Go ahead, go ahead,
hey,
go ahead.
hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold on,
Son, and
hold
let
on,
me
Wate,
explain.
Wate,
When you
hold
talk
on, hold
about
on,
Right,
no,
but
no,
that's how we
let
got
me,
to
hold on.
Egypt.
No, it didn't how we got to Egypt. I didn't bring up pyramids, brother YK. I don't know if you was listening, but he brought up that the pyramid technology and the foundations to that wouldn't have happened without Africans. And I went in and alluded to the American pyramid, sir. So I didn't bring it up, but it did go to that particular conversation to Egypt. But we want to stay within West Africa and the structures there that was found.
I
You
will
know?
if you let me explain and stop
You
muting
just
me and stop.
explained. You just explained. You went all the way to Egypt.
You
All right,
know,
okay, bro. At
This
some point in time, you can't come up here and just say what you want to
all
say,
right,
bro.
Yo,
You talk too
Lex,
much.
you
You gotta
can't
let
mute,
somebody
bro.
else talk.
all right. So when you look at Egypt, right? Like if you look at the
We not
Yoruba
talking
people.
about Egypt. You saying
Oh,
that the
I know.
people
I'm about to bring you up,
the
brother. God
people in
damn,
America came from West Africa. That's what
bro.
we're talking.
If
We're
you
not
let,
talking about no Egypt.
I know we're not
All
So
talking
right,
why the
about
so
fuck is
Egypt
you
we
bringing
want
it
if
up
we
then?
hold on, yo,
because
AP,
the
AP,
Nah, we
people
not.
in
Come on,
AP,
man.
hold
Like,
on,
God,
hold on.
the
But what happened to the
the
video though? Because while we
the
even
video
talking
is
about
still up.
this, we
Go
supposed to
ahead.
be playing that. So
It's
play
still
the
up, but
video.
until he gets to the point, I'm asking him a simple fucking question, and he going
you
to the
don't
motherfucking.
understand the
You going to?
background. Let me, bro, calm down. It's
There is
okay.
no. You can't prove. Now you telling a
All
story.
right. So
We don't
if
want to
I
hear
can't
your
prove it, then
story.
why don't you
So
want to
okay.
hear it?
So look. No. All right. Okay. Let me
God
say my
damn,
point now.
bro.
Since
It's
you've been
just a
talking,
conversation. Just calm down.
bro.
I understand you want to be in your cult, but goddamn, even if I'm wrong, why won't you just
Bro,
let
he
the
just had a
information come
whole
out?
conversation which led him to
Bro,
fucking
it's
Egypt.
you're
How
the
much
only one
talking do
who
you
does
want to
this,
do?
bro. And it's
How much
A1
more
because you
talking you
triggered.
don't
want to
like
do?
A1
you don't
triggered
like
though. A1
information,
triggered, not
bro.
AP.
Ah,
A1
man.
triggered,
Like,
bro.
what the fuck? Like,
Hey, what? So listen, when you look at Egypt, Egypt is becomes the pinnacle point of African civilizations.
Man,
In Egypt,
Egypt
hold
ain't
on,
in
bro.
West Africa, bro.
Hold
Talk
on,
about West
bro.
Africa,
bro,
bro.
So when you
man.
look at
You don't just say you don't know shit about West Africa and none of their technology
bro,
and
I'm
structure,
trying to
bro.
tell you something, but
Why
you keep
isn't
trying.
it
See,
protected
y'all,
and,
see,
and,
I
and
don't
this is
held
why
need
in
you
y'all
to
hide
tell
sacred?
me.
Because
I don't
information
need Lex.
from
I
it's
your
don't
a
need you
people.
to
dump.
tell me
Just let it.
something. I don't need you to tell me something. I
Oh
just need
my
you to talk
God,
about
bro.
the structures in West Africa. Stay there. I don't need you to tell me nothing else. Okay? That ain't what I asked. Answer what I
Okay. Yeah, you
Now
obviously you don't
let's
want
get
to.
up out of
You want to
Egypt
hide
though.
it,
'Cause I
and
agree with A1.
you gonna. The Yoruba people, the Fulani people, they come out of Egypt. They
Bro,
come
what
out of
the
Egypt.
fuck, man?
So
Like,
when Egypt, when you look at Egypt, had 32 nomes. It is an amalgamation of Africans.
bro,
So it's
you
Right,
not
but
already
one.
yo
checkmate.
It's not a one
You
trick.
Yo
already
It's
Lex,
in
not.
hold
checkmate.
on, hold
Hey,
on,
yo,
yo
you
Can I
Lex,
clear
Lex,
something up? The
hold on,
Nubian
Lex. When we get
pyramids
stuck
are
in
not
Egypt,
the Nubian
Lex, when we
pyramids
get
do
stuck
not
in
predate
Egypt,
the Egyptian pyramids, sir.
oh
The
cool, but
Nubians
we
Yes,
even
can't
they
get stuck
worship
do.
in Egypt.
Egyptian
Everybody
You
a
know
gods
why?
liar.
because they were
Hold on,
mimicking
Lex.
the Egyptians.
Yo, Hawk, we can't get
No,
stuck in Egypt because when we get stuck in Egypt, it takes them off of the fact that they can't prove they was
We're not
already
having
here.
your
This
conversation,
is the
YK.
game.
We
So
talking
we
to
gonna
Lex
go back
Vortex.
to
Mute your
America.
mic.
Let's
Mute
get
your
out of
mic.
Egypt and
Mute
let's
your
come back
mic,
to
my dude.
America.
We're not even talking to
No,
you. We talking to
we're not
Vortex.
even.
So
No,
mute your
I know
mic
you're not. Of
until
course you're not.
we address you,
No,
my dude.
because I'm not gonna let y'all
Mute your
stay in
mic,
Egypt.
fam. We're not even
No, I'm
talking
not.
to you.
We out of Egypt. We in the
Lex
Americas.
Vortex. Okay, we in West Africa. I don't know how we got to Egypt, but we was in. I just asked him a simple question.
Who was
If
in
the
West Africa?
listen,
Y'all never
okay.
played the video. Play the
Oh my God,
video.
bro, we not playing no video right now. We're gonna get past this, and then we'll
I
play the
know.
video.
So basically, Truth took
The
that L. I
video
can get
is
out
on
of here.
deck, man. Your video is on deck.
right.
We
So
want
Truth took
him.
that L. I can get out of here then.
I mean,
If
you could
that's
have
who I
been
was
left.
debating.
You
I
could
know
have
he
been
left.
left. You ain't debating nobody. You up here learning. You
A1,
taking
I
notes.
got a lie, man.
What
You
the fuck
scared
am
of
I learning
YK, bro.
when
You
y'all
I'm
getting
scared of
scared of
smoked
y'all
all
niggas,
across the
man.
board?
Look,
Y'all getting getting smoked
Hey,
all
look,
across the board.
everybody in the chat room and people watching this, Lex Vortex just got caught out there. He couldn't produce no structures in West Africa. He tried to connect the West African people to the people of Egypt. But listen, okay,
But that's not
let's
what the conversation was about.
no.
It was
Let's
about
do that.
pyramids. It was about pyramids. I remember how the whole conversation came about when AP was talking about. We asked him about the Negroes and the mounds and all of that, and where else can he find pyramids? Then we end up in Egypt.
I asked Lex Vortex about the
Right. So
pyramid.
that's why.
Honestly, like since I came up here, you
So
still ain't answered none of my questions. So
there are no
He ain't gonna
pyramids
answer
in
that. He ain't got no
America.
Ain't got no answers, bro.
I know,
So let's
but
come back to
that's their
America.
game. They
I
just
just
talk
want
loud,
that to be on
so it
record.
sound good.
You understand what I'm saying, Shrug? I just want that to be on record that they can't answer nothing we asking them.
Yeah, but if you want to make that,
provided nothing.
argument, are you saying that the North American Negroes, they all migrate? Why didn't they build no pyramids in North America?
There's more than there is
hold
in
on,
Africa.
bro. Why
And
are you
older.
using the pyramids in
Let's stay in
Central and
America.
South America? But you're asking me
Because we're in
why ain't no
America.
So why
You're
did they?
talking
Why
about
didn't they build?
Africa.
Bro, hold on. You know, bro. You
Everybody
know
gonna
what?
start
Bro.
talking now.
That's
We in
what I'm
America.
saying. Because the argument you're making is fallacious. Because if you make that argument, you're making against yourself. Why did they skip over North America and build all the pyramids in Central and
It's
South America?
pyramids
You
in
niggas
North
ain't
America, bro. It's
what pyramid?
pyramids
Give
in
me.
North America.
No, it ain't no stone.
Understand this? Can I?
It
All
ain't
right,
no stone pyramid.
hey, look. Yo, can you shut the fuck up? Can you please shut
Where
your
did they
guys'
cut
face,
stone?
motherfucker? Can you shut the fuck up? Like for real, yo, you
get
like
mad
look,
when you body them.
come on
Why,
here
Jay? You see?
and all you do is keep
hold
talking.
on. Hey, when you got the floor, but look, you be doing a lot of just loud insertion, and you get people rowdied up, and they get some people.
No, I don't. I just give.
Yes, you
I'm
do.
not even doing nothing crazy.
Yes, you do.
He's the one
Like you
doing
just
it.
cut me off while I'm talking, right? I'm talking about you, and you doing it in a loud, aggressive manner, which rowdies most people. It doesn't do it with me, right? It doesn't trigger me.
I can't help
That's
but
that. That's their protocol. That's their training.
I want to
from
allow
the way I
everyone to
speak.
get in. Go ahead, man. You got the floor, brother. You got it.
I just want him to answer one question. Now, this is an insertion that all these Africans are saying, right? He said that Africans came here, right? Okay, so clear. Okay, Africans came here, right? James Small said Africans came here before the so-called Mongoloid. So that had to be within the 12, 13, 14, according to that timeline, because we always been here. But using his source, he said around 12, 13, 14,000 years. Lex Vortex agreed. He said that Africans came here years and years and years and years ago, right? This is what he said, right? So I asked him, I said, all right, well, so obviously these Africans had to come from West Africa, right? So let's cross-reference the so-called artifacts and the architecture of North America to what's in West Africa.
Good
comparison. He alluded. He went to Nubia. He went to Egypt, but he still couldn't show us
still have
nothing
not
in
talked
West
about
Africa.
West Africa yet. He still haven't talked about. Correct.
They didn't build. They didn't build no pyramids in West Africa.
We got you.
Okay,
We ain't the
guys.
same.
Yeah, hold on. Let me, bro.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you get it. You got the floor, Lex. Hold on, Lex. You got the floor. I just want to say this. You finally answered to say no. There's nothing significant to talk about. You did all that to say no. It was just a simple yes or no answer earlier. So you did a lot of guess.
All right. It's a fallacious argument to say that
it's observation.
Because
it's an observation. It's an observation.
Let him get his shit off.
Let him get it
it's
off.
It's a fallacious argument to say, well, where are the pyramids? Because, like I said, it's the same thing. That pyramids wasn't built everywhere. Why pyramids were built in Nubia? Why they were built in Egypt? Why some are in China? Why some are over here? God damn, bro. Like, I don't get it, bro. So what I'm saying is a fallacious argument to be like, well, there's no pyramids in West Africa, so the West Africans couldn't came over here. That's stupid. That's a terrible argument.
But that's a lie because there's pyramids on
because
every landmass on this planet.
There's not no pyramids on every continent, but not in every spot in every country. In every single place.
There's not ley lines in every
There's no
spot,
pyramids. There's no pyramids.
There's not underground rivers on
where are
every
the pyramids? There's no
pyramids. Hold
on.
I want to attack you.
Every time I
want to attack you because
there's definitely not pyramids all over America.
Hold on,
all over the Americas, there's not pyramids everywhere.
Yes,
right.
Not everywhere.
And there's
Not
not
everywhere. That's
imported
apt. You can
Africans
say it, but
everywhere
you're
in
not gonna
America
pull it up
either.
though.
Every
You
state.
could say it, but you're not gonna pull it up.
Bro, I'm doing bills. We almost on like 13 states. We doing all 50. Don't worry. Stick around.
You on
You will see
13
it, brother.
states. And
Yes,
it's
sir.
50.
Go look at the bills, bro. I got it named.
And
State.
those are not even real pyramids.
They not. They mounds.
Hold
They
on. What you will have to do is, because now you're making erroneous claims to information that you have not seen, right? So this is pseudo that you're doing, right? So what I want you to do is go and look at my sources, go and look at the experts, because these are experts, and you guys are not experts on.
All right, give me the number one source.
Yo, AP. I've
What
been
I'm
looking
telling
at
you
your
guys,
research,
hold
brother.
on. What I'm telling you
brother.
guys is, I want you guys to go find an expert that goes against another expert that says that this expert saying that these are pyramids are not pyramids. That's what I would like you to do.
Who's the expert?
The people that's credited to these particular sites. The people that's credited.
Is he an expert because he agree with what you believe?
No, he's an expert because of the work.
Is he an expert because he agrees?
I'm asking the question.
Show us the pyramid.
He's an expert based off of
what makes him qualified? What makes him
But
qualified?
YK, you letting them get out of it. Just tell them, show us the pyramid.
Young man,
he's not gonna show it. He's just gonna say
show us the pyramid in America.
Hold on, y'all asking questions and not allowing me to answer it. Y'all both cutting in erroneously, Mike. So what you asking for, we can give it to you, sir. That's
I send the link to A1 and pull up the stone pyramid with 50-ton blocks cut to laser-like precision in
His
America.
computer don't work. He can't post nothing.
We don't want to see no mounds. Share the link.
So I'm about to give you the link right now. Hold on, I'm about to give you the link.
Yeah, because
as a matter of fact,
Nobel Peace Prize.
I hope it's a reliable source.
A1, you can pull up any source.
Blogspot.com.
Hold on, y'all got to stop the disrupt. I know y'all trying to do that. YK, sir, if you want this smoke, we can have a debate. We don't got to do the this. We can literally set this up if that's what you want, sir. I will smoke you any day of the week, son.
Of course.
Bro,
but I already know your source.
Hold on, let's mute because you've been running.
Blogspot.com.
When do you want to do this?
Whenever you want to. I'm here, brother.
What's the day? Monday. Friday at 7:00 Eastern Standard Time. Would that be good for you?
What's Friday? Because I got family.
Man, okay. Now I'm gonna ask you. Okay. Since you
my sister.
Hold on. Since you busy on since you ironically busy on the day that I picked, what day would you be comfortable to doing this?
Shit, we could do it on
your mic breaking up now.
YK, you could do it right now. And he would lose. You wouldn't even have to say nothing.
Your mic is muted up. I can't hear you. Maybe because Lex was.
But I'm your shit sources.
I can't hear what you said. I didn't hear none of you said. What day did you set this up on? Your phone breaking up.
I said my bad, AP. Go ahead, brother.
Now your phone was. I didn't ever get no date that you want to
know what date.
I said,
Lex, I don't need you to
I said the 12th for the 13th. The 12th for the 13th.
The 12th or the 13th. Let's set this up. All right, let me see. 12th or the 13th.
And what it's going to be about?
On whether or not American indigenous people built stone pyramids throughout all the Americas. That's what the debate.
North America.
No, I said.
Why ain't no burial chamber in them pyramids in Nubia? The archaeologists say that.
But I'm saying
the archaeologists say. Hold on. You want to be specific about pyramids?
No.
The archaeologists say that it ain't no burial tomb inside of it.
That I said that there has been pyramid building throughout all the Americas. I made that very clear, and I'm going to prove that. And not only I'm going to prove North, South, and Central. That is, I mean, what the fuck?
That's cool, brother. That's cool, but just make sure those are reliable sources.
Sir, don't tell me that. Sir, don't give me how to debate. I'm 14-0 when it comes to this.
Yo, AP, I see. Oh, yo, AP, you was talking. AP, you was talking about an albino Indian and you use our hidden archaeology blogspot.com, brother.
I
You're
was
not a
talking about
researcher.
albino Indian.
Yeah,
And
you
you
was talking
use
about
African
albino
ancestry
Indians and their
DNA to
hidden,
prove
When
and
was I talking about an
you
albino
used
Indian?
hidden
When was I?
that was
Pull
you
it up.
versus.
Pull it up.
I'm gonna tell
Pull it
you
up.
when you was debating Kiowa.
I'm here now.
You was
No, he was talking about
debating
albino
Kiowa.
Indians.
You want to
This
do this
nigga
with me?
changed the subject every time you say something.
Trust me, AP. You don't want to do
Yeah,
this.
that's their strategy.
Sir. That was just a multiple of the list of sources. So, and when I do that, I give 3 different references points, and all 3 of those sources gave reference to one particular person who's credited towards that. So, yes, I do give different forms of sources, and one of those may not be a source site of your own, but there are 2 other ones that will be. So, yeah, I've always gave 3 in reference to any debate that I
No,
did.
brother, you cannot
Yes,
share
sir.
no unreliable sources. Period.
Well, pull it up
And
then,
then
sir.
what you
Pull it
did
up.
was
Pull it
hold
up.
on. I told
What I want you to listen. What I want you to do is, I'm saying you're a liar. Now you got to pull it up. Call my bluff, and I stand corrected.
okay,
I will.
brother. I just told you that
No,
I
you
can't.
didn't. You don't believe the word. You said it's in
AP.
video.
I
I want you to
just
pull it
showed you
up.
that I can't share on this computer,
No.
brother.
You can copy. Hold on. You can copy the link like you've been doing all day, and A1 will share that for you.
So
AP,
he gonna
real
share
quick.
that video, but not the one that I asked you to share an hour ago.
No, he just shared it. Y'all start
I got
cutting
the
my
video up. I told you that, you
So why you
fucking
didn't play
numbskull.
it?
Y'all
So
start
why
talking
you
about
didn't play it?
Hold up.
Hold on.
Because
He
you
been
talk too
ready to
much.
pull
That's
it up. Y'all
why.
start talking about
So
Egypt
look,
and
before we
let
get to
niggas
that,
say, what are you talking about? So put that link
all
in
right.
the video
So
and the
look,
timestamp in there, YK, to where I didn't show no credible sources in that
AP,
debate.
so A1, now your shit working. Your shit wasn't working to share my video though, right?
man, shut up, man. Look,
Come
let me show
on,
you
bro.
something, bro.
Y'all taking a major L tonight.
Yo, it's
Nah.
crazy.
We taking a major L. I want to show you something
Major
before we
L
move
tonight.
forward, right? Look.
I'm not even gonna
Look.
lie.
Look.
I'm not even gonna
Look.
lie. Hold on. I'm not even gonna lie. I just want to make sure this brother gonna show up for the debate. Maybe
Man,
for
he
the
ain't gonna show up, man. This nigga,
talk is cheap. It's
he's
different when you're in front of
selling
this shit.
wolf tickets, man.
You trying to talk
Look,
about?
Yo, now
You
what
trying
the
to set
hell
up
is
the talking point?
org?
Oh, make
he's
sure you
selling
got
wolf
credible
tickets.
sources. Make sure somebody show up.
Cooperative.org?
Make sure you
Can
show
y'all
up.
see the screen? AP.
What are you
Can y'all
talking
see the
about?
screen, please?
Nigga.
Let's make a point. Let's make a
Matter of
point
fact,
with these
listen,
niggas.
hold on. Before you get into this, to make
Bro,
it
that
even
shit say
better, I
cooperative.org. What is
debate
that?
YK the Truth and Lex Vortex the same day. I let them pick
What
whatever
the fuck
topic
is
they
that?
want, nigga. On the fucking
Cooperative.org? Cooperative.org?
That's
Man, you
just
know this
because of
nigga
your
don't
African
even know.
ancestry.
He don't show up.
Jesus
He gonna
Christ.
cancel.
Yo, these niggas are so pseudo and they don't even know it. That's what makes this shit so
Cooperative.org?
Nigga,
hilarious,
you up
bro.
here calling motherfucking gravestones pyramids. Them is motherfucking headstones in Nubia.
Cooperative.org?
They ain't even 100 feet tall, nigga. You ain't studied nothing about them. Another
Yo,
motherfucker
what
told you
the
about
fuck
them.
is
Or you want
this?
to
This
brought
is
them
not
up.
no
They're
source.
headstones. They're not pyramids, nigga.
Bro,
Bro,
this
I
is
got
not a
this shit on the
source.
screen right now.
Crazy.
We ain't gotta
What
argue with these niggas no more.
Nigga,
We
you
ain't gotta
can pull
argue.
up
The
the
evidence right
photos
here.
of the pyramids in Nubia right
We not
now.
pulling up. I'm showing
Pull
you
up the
right now.
photos of the
Oh my
pyramids in North
God, boy.
America. It's gonna be
Put that other
grass
link
and
That
mud,
shit
up in
says
bro.
the chat, A1.
yo, that shit,
AP,
Showing
can
that
we
some
shit
make some
says
stone, showing
points
monk's
some
instead
stone
of
mouth.
keep
pyramids.
going back and
It
forth,
says a
please?
monk's mound. It says
Can
a
we make
monk's mouth.
can we make some points, please, man? I
Yeah, it's
mean,
got a
like,
burial chamber. Ain't no burial chamber in that shit you brought
Hold
up
on.
in Nubia.
You got the flow, A1. Go ahead.
okay, all right, so this is not a reference. This only showing you the actual how many pyramids that they're saying, which we know that there's 10 times to maybe 100 times more pyramids than they saying. But just since you niggas want to know, right? It says when most people think of pyramids, they think of Egypt. Like Shrug just said, there's pyramids all over the world. It said pyramids in America first appeared 5,000 years ago. Nearly 2,000 different pyramids can be found in where? North. Hold on, man. Let me highlight it for you, motherfuckers. North, Central, and South America. Okay. Now let's see how many pyramids there are in Africa.
No, hold up.
Let's go back.
What happened
No,
to
go back.
North
No,
America?
go back. Go back. Go back.
Yeah,
Go
look,
back.
yeah,
No,
cause
go
they
back.
talking
No,
about
you
mud
got my
I
whole
showed
mounds,
you
idea.
bro.
Go
showed
back.
you a number.
Go back.
I
Go
just
back.
showed you a
Go back.
number. Look. It
was
say
built
I
differently
ain't
for
even going.
different
I ain't gonna
reasons.
click on the link.
Go back.
I'm not even gonna click on the
Go
link.
back.
It ain't
Go
no.
back.
You're not an expert.
Go
You some
back.
nigga at home who ain't got
That's
a
right.
computer.
It's the
You're not
article,
no.
though.
Go back. You're not gonna click
AP,
that and leave
can
out.
we have a
You're
AP,
not gonna click it.
Why do
You
you
really
pull up
gonna
a
let these niggas
source and
do this
only
shit like this,
read?
bro?
Go back.
Hey, hold
Bro,
on.
you
Let
only
them
read
go.
two sentences
Hold
out of a
on.
source.
Let them get through his shit. If y'all can, but I will allow both
It
of
ain't
y'all to
nothing
get.
to the bunk. They gonna have to pull up.
Stay right there.
Bro, listen,
Go ahead, get to it.
look.
Go
I'm
ahead.
showing you how many pyramids, according to them, how many they said in America. Even though we know it's more, but just because they said it, right? Now they said, now this is another article. I don't even want to click on the whole article, right? I don't give a fuck where it's from. It has numbers in it. Now, unless you're gonna show me some numbers that's gonna be
He
less than
don't
what I'm
care
showing.
where it's from.
Hold on. You got to go back, brother. You can't click a source and don't allow us to speak on that source. When they
I
do
just
that,
gave you a number.
they do
Bro,
that at. It's not about a number. We want
Let
to know
us
if this
read your
source is
source,
reliable.
bruh.
Let us see your source.
We cannot do this
Go
like
back.
this, bro.
Go back,
That's
because you
what
about to get your
we
head
letting
off.
them do what we do
Go
to
back.
them over on your shit. Like, really.
Hey Juan, can
I
you
know,
pull up
because
that
you
link
want
I
it to
put
be
in the
like
back,
that. Go back.
and then that could just end the shit.
Bro, we're not
Because
doing anything. You're pulling
Lex
up source.
said,
Hold
Lex
on. Let's
said,
I'm
pull up the
done,
Saint
source.
was
man.
trying
Nah,
to pin this shit. So that
I
Y'all
can't. I
niggas
ain't doing this
talking,
like this,
man.
bro.
Y'all be. Yeah,
I know
y'all
you're
want
not doing this, A1. You can't. Go back to that source, brother.
That's all they do is try to create and get y'all emotionally exhausted. Man, these niggas getting whooped all night, man. Like I
Nah,
said,
but
Bro, how you
we need
gonna
to
pull
have
up
it
a
I
source?
clarified.
see, I
Bro, we
see
get,
YK
I
on the
said go
12.
back
It's
to the
easy
source. He
work.
running.
bro, we
How
letting
you
them
gonna pull
over
up a
talk us over
source?
here. Like they look how
Yo, Lex, he
disrespectful these
pulled up
niggas
the
are
source
being.
and dipped. He pulled
You're
up the
right. You
source
pulled
and
up a
dipped.
source and didn't even read.
Y'all ain't allowing to get through the rest of this shit. Y'all can rebuttal at the end, though, okay? Like,
Because he left the source, AP.
Right. How we
Can we
gonna rebut
rebuttal
a
a
source
source
that
he
he
left?
left? That's the same thing he did with Verrazano's quote when he said that they look like the
What
Ethiopians
was
and
my
then he didn't
purpose
want to
of
read the
showing
part.
what was my purpose of fucking showing what I just showed you, fucking idiot? What was my purpose?
You cherry
To prove
picking.
that there was
No.
these pyramids,
Why
but
did
then
I
you
just
missed the part
no?
in the
But what else
source.
did
Why
they
did
say? What
bro?
else did they
Why?
Yeah,
say?
because what are they describing as pyramids?
Yo,
Goddamn
Exactly.
mud
It was different.
mounds.
Got him.
these niggas
Those
slow,
ain't no
man.
stone cut
nah, but
pyramids, bro.
They said it was different.
That's that. Hey,
These
look.
niggas
This
slow.
shit
Yeah,
right here. This shit right here is why we
Hey,
never.
Lex, hold
Why
on,
we
hold
still
on. Watch this,
entertaining
Man,
watch
these
this.
yo,
niggas.
Hold on, hold
I'm
on,
not
hold
mad
on,
at
hold on,
Perry,
hold
man.
on.
This
Since
shit
y'all
hilarious,
disagreeing,
man.
listen, we can put all this shit to bed.
Fuck these. You ain't gotta fuck these
Hold on,
niggas. AP. We don't need these niggas up here.
hold on. We can put this shit to bed real quick. Listen, YK, I see you on the 12. We can do a 2-on-2, a set up 2 debates that day. Lex, do you want to get in the ring with A1 with this topic? Yes or no?
I don't want to
yeah,
debate this nigga. I don't
yeah,
want to debate him
yeah.
at all.
I know you don't.
Exactly,
For what?
exactly. Because you know
You
I will
don't.
embarrass you. I will embarrass you.
I debate both of them
That's
niggas. You
why.
want to? Well, how about you debate me then, Lex, on that same topic? Just on the 12.
Hey, AP. Fuck a debate. How about I make my point?
I'm gonna let you make your
See
Man,
point
what
you
I'm
right
ain't
now.
gonna make
saying?
one though.
You
And
got
y'all
the,
keep
Bro.
talking about who's running from
hold
You
debate.
got
on,
caught out there tonight.
Lex. Do you want to debate me on the 12 as
You could
well?
debate in YK. Are you trying to
I
switch?
mean,
I mean,
listen, I got number time, bro. Do you want to get it in? It ain't nothing but a debate, bro. Outright my
man,
time, bro. To
get it
smoke you,
in
bro.
with you anytime on
I'm
any
saying
of these
on the
subjects.
12th. Let's set up the date right now. I got him verified on the 12th.
What are
At
we?
7
Okay,
o'clock. You at
what are
9
we
o'clock
discussing?
p.m. that same day, bro. What are you talking about?
But
My
it gotta be
all
more
right.
than
So
just
what are me
pyramids
and
though, bro.
Man, here
It
y'all
gotta be
go.
more
Here
than
y'all
just
go
pyramids.
running, man. Listen, here we go.
No,
Go
I
ahead,
could do
bro?
A1.
I'm
pyramids.
trying to.
I say it gotta be
Listen,
more
we
than
already got
just
it
pyramids.
established. We already got this established, YK. This is an easy debate. We can be able to get into the particulars. There's a lot to cover, and we're gonna get into what actual
All right, AP. Are you saying? Because I want to know if we're gonna debate that there are stone cut,
Bro, this nigga ran from
masonically
5
cut
debates with
No,
12
pyramids.
no,
years.
we
You up
gotta know
here
what
Hold
the
on,
debate
having
bro.
this
is.
conversation where you take these niggas serious? He done done ducked out
how
five
A1
debates
is he's
already.
like a
Like,
mind
man,
control
whatever,
handler.
man. I'm not with the
Hey,
clown shit.
hold
I'm
on.
not with
Before
the clown
y'all ask me any questions, I'm gonna allow A1 to continue with his source. And I know he about to get into some science of the Americas. Let's go, man. Y'all niggas gonna learn today. If y'all don't like the claim that's being made, debate it. Then nigga, let's get to it. A1.
My point was
Pull up that.
not
Pull up what you was about to read again.
okay.
Let's get to it.
This is my point. My point is to show
I
you.
should go get on my computer right quick. I should. I really should. Matter of fact, I think this is what
Nah,
I'm
this
about.
this some lightweight shit. This ain't even nothing heavyweight. This ainght even nothing heavyweight. This
I
this
will
is some
smoke
light.
both
This
these
is
niggas
some
right
number.
now. Make these niggas eat every
No,
word they
stay right
can.
there. Stay right
No.
there. Stay right there.
Hold on. I need you to mute. Hold on. I'm gonna just do it like this. Y'all keep unmute. I'm just gonna get y'all the fuck out of here. Y'all will have a chance to rebuttal after he's done. It's as simple as that. Let's keep it going. Y'all keep doing this shit. I'm trying to trigger folks. This shit don't work with me, but we're gonna keep this
Bro,
shit good.
I can go to this American Indian Encyclopedia if you really want to see some shit. I'm just pulling this up to show you how many numbers of pyramids they said was in America. That's the only reason. I'm not here to argue what a pyramid is. I'm not here to argue none of that shit. I'm here to show you how many numbers of the pyramids in America as opposed to the pyramids in Africa. I'm not here to argue none of that other shit.
Can you pull up the last link I put?
So if only 3 of them are
I got you,
stones.
sir. I sure real talk. I ain't gonna need it. Cause
Well, yeah. I just
hold on.
because his whole argument, it would just shut the whole thing down. We wouldn't have to go on no more.
Come on, man. Let's get to the bill. I need everybody to keep their mic muted. So,
nah, because I got a review and I ain't really, and you can definitely elaborate on it. I'm just saying, look.
It just shows the stone cut pyramids in America.
No, I mean, they know all that. We look. Check this out.
I thought we
Now,
was talking about North
anything that
America.
I'm showing, show me a number different. I'm so who that? Okay. Now they talking about America right here, right? But in this, they also talk about how many pyramids Africa got. How the fuck I click this? There you go. All right, here you go right here. It said if we was to count the pyramids of America roughly, we would probably come across more than 2,000 structures. Now look, he laughing at my source, but these are two different fucking sources. And this says 2,000 different pyramids too, right? Fat boy. Nigga always, y'all niggas clowns, man. Right? 2,000 different structures. You can't take a body shot,
now
bro.
look,
You can't
those
take a
both
body shot.
at the
Nah. We not.
look at the
Be quiet.
name
Mute your
of your
mic until I'm finished. Mute your mic until I'm finished. Okay? 2,000 structures alone. In comparison to Africa's how many pyramids? How many pyramids Africa got? I'm asking the question. How many pyramids do it say Africa got?
Nigga, you said be quiet till you was finished. Now
I
you
asked
answer
the
the question.
question.
Be quiet, brother.
Okay, so how many pyramids?
All right, so
how many
can I
pyramids
answer?
do you see?
So can
No,
I
give me answer.
Read.
Can I
Tell
answer?
me how many pyramids do you see on the screen? That's all I'm asking you.
All right, on the pseudo site, I see 350
Oh,
pyramids on the
okay,
pseudo
so
website.
350. So, okay, according to how many pyramids is in America? How many?
What are they counting as pyramids?
How many pyramids is in
They're
America?
talking about mud mounds, bro.
Okay,
That's the
no.
point you're missing.
They say if we was to count the pyramids, they ain't mentioning none of that shit y'all niggas mentioning.
Yeah, what do they what do they consider
Pyramids?
the mounds
No,
pyramids?
I don't know.
Yes, that's what
I
it's
don't know.
saying.
But guess what? Look, Lex Vortex. There's 2,000 more pyramids in America
Mounds.
than there are in West Africa alone.
You ain't gonna show me 2,000 stone cut pyramids to precision.
Look, I rest my
Yo,
case
Lex,
right there.
let him get his shit off, Lex, because his head already
No,
off.
I'm done right there. Y'all gonna have to show me. Look,
He keeps saying be quiet, then he'll ask you a question, YK. Then, like, well, which one you want?
Well, Lex, look,
Yeah,
watch. Yo, Lex, watch what's gonna happen to him. You said you done, right? Now you went to a Curious Most, right? Blog site that talk about
Show me my number was
UFOs.
wrong. Show me my numbers was wrong. Show me my numbers was wrong. Fuck what you talking about. Show me my numbers was wrong. Show me my numbers was wrong.
Shit that can't
That's
be
easy to do. That's why you don't want to discuss.
Okay, so show me my numbers was wrong. Show me my numbers was wrong.
A1.
This is shit I'm talking
You're
about
not
right here.
pulling it up. Look.
A1, hold on.
It don't matter though.
None of these
Look,
niggas
this is the
pulling
shit
it
I'm
up.
talking about. This is shit I'm talking about right here.
Let me no. A1, cool. A1, cool, bro.
They in denial, A1.
I'm gonna help you with what a reliable source is. History Cooperative no longer exists. I don't know why you're using those people. Curious Most is a blog site. You could just look at the name alone and tell if it's a reliable source.
Are they disproving my numbers, or is he just talking?
No, because they both.
Are they disproving my numbers, or he just talking?
Tell you why.
Those African ancestry more reliable than the
A1.
What? All right, so look. So when you debate somebody, hold on, real quick, mute everybody, AP, real quick. When you debate somebody and somebody propose something to you, the only thing we should be hearing is, oh no, there's less than 2,000 pyramids in America, and there's more than 350 pyramids in Africa. Everything Oshu saying, we don't want to hear that.
No, in a real debate, we're gonna challenge your sources. Hold on,
you gonna have
AP, don't
challenge it
because
and
you
source
keep doing it. In a real debate,
challenge
we
it.
challenge your
Challenge
sources.
it. Go challenge it.
Hold on, and I just did, and you used two unreliable
Did he challenge my source?
Source up. So
and
source
another
up with
site
your
that no longer exists. So you gotta
prove
hold
your
that L,
claim.
bro.
Bro, you
Prove your
can't be
claim.
using goofyindian.com and then saying we
hidden
gotta
archaeology blogspot.com. Y'all don't know how to do real research.
Listen. We're not about to take this. Listen, I'll see you on the 12th, YK. We're gonna end this conversation.
Yeah, see, AP no AYK, but that's why he don't want to say that. Nigga using goofy Indian.
Lex. Nobody's goofy. I'm gonna have a debate. We're gonna see who has phony sources or not. So this is nothing to deal with. Since you running and you still holding your little wee between your hands, when you become a grown man and ready to get in the ring, come holler at me.
Y'all debate, but you won't talk about it.
Hold on.
Bro, these niggas be making claims.
Hold on, A1. Hold on. If you're not trying to debate, then move on. You ain't. So we're gonna move on.
I'm trying to. You keep muting me so we can't talk about it. I'm talking about North America.
I don't want to talk. I want to debate. When you want to?
But hold on, we gotta. How we have a debate? AP.
You said that there's hold on. You said that there's no stone pyramid structures in Americas. North America, you keep phrasing on. Implying the most on. So we're gonna prove that. Do you want to debate that as well, sir? I put both of you guys. If both of y'all guys want the same topic, both of y'all in the lineup, bro. There's nothing.
What I'm saying, AP, is that.
Oh my God! Do you want?
Goddamn, bro. You're trying to like do some sneaky stuff. What I'm saying is,
no,
A1 just pulled up.
No. We're not talking about A1. See, there you go, moving again. I said, do you want to debate these topics?
All right, what you're talking about. So I want to get some clarity. You're saying that there are hundreds of stone cut pyramids in the United States of America.
No. There's various different styles. There's various different implies.
See what I'm saying? YK? See how you get them?
Oh no!
When you're ran on you a long time ago.
When you're dealing with the masters of pyramids, you have different styles. You have stone pyramids, brick pyramids. You have seashell pyramids. So you have varieties of pyramids. So
exactly.
Hold on, hush, because you're asking a dumbass question. And so, yes, I'm saying that there's stone and other types of pyramids all throughout the Americas. So I'm saying that pyramids are constructed and built all throughout the Americas. And in the midst of these hundreds of pyramids, there's stone, there's brick, and other ones. Okay? Or you want to debate that? Are you in any
All
disagreement?
right, now let me tell you what I'm saying, okay?
Are you in disagreement to that? Yes or
See
no?
what yes, I'm in disagreement. Let me tell you why, without you trying to block information, bro.
I don't need you to tell me why.
We were having a hold on, no, because we're talking about technology, right? That was the basis of why I was talking about the pyramids in Africa. And what I'm telling you, if you're talking about the development, you're saying they developed here and the technology's here. Most of what they're calling pyramids in the Americas are falling apart, made of mud and seashells and all that. So there's no way you could be the people who are more technically advanced than the stone. When we look at the what they do, he don't just that's what he don't want it.
Because you're lying, sir. You're lying, and you're outdated information, sir. There are pyramids that's being walked up right now that goes back thousands of years ago. They're still being used as tourist sites today. And what's crazy about them, they're not crumbling. As a matter of fact, they still have human involvement with them today, right now. They do tours there. So shut up with the erroneous seashells, dirt mounds, bullshit. When these things are stones,
that's where the debate is. I'm telling you, they're falling apart. They're made of mud.
Okay, so listen.
They're garbage. There's nothing. Hold on, man. Let me
listen. You made your claim. That's cool. You made your claim.
I didn't make my claim yet. You don't want it to come out.
It's falling apart. Let's debate that. Let's debate it.
Well, hold up. What I'm telling you, though.
Hold up now. Here you go again. Do you want to debate that or not? Now you're doing a lot of talking to not get to the point. Of
the nigga's trying to do.
That's why I don't fuck with this clown, because that's what he do.
He's trying to do.
We're gonna move him out the way.
Come on, man. It's either yes or no, you fucking gonzo face motherfucker. You always come up here running your fucking mouth. Just answer the fucking question. Trying to talk all slick, always trying to run around the question and shit. Yo, look.
Come on, man.
Like
listen, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna debate. This is the topics that we're gonna debate, and I'm willing to throw out there. Lex, you tell me if you want to debate.
He ain't gonna debate you.
Yeah, we got more pyramids. We got more pyramids, and the technology is just equal to or superior to the Egyptian pyramids, and we have the largest pyramids.
But if he's holding you to North America, then he shouldn't be able to leave West Africa, because that's what the whole shit is, that we from West Africa. We should be stuck in West Africa. If we're gonna be stuck in North America, then that's how it should be. So
but
now
he already bowed out of that, Struggs. He said there's nothing significant to talk about in West Africa, which is why he did not.
My point exactly.
West Africa. He's already defeated on that. That's why these guys are primitive mind state. They can't deal with this, and they try to do a lot of gish galloping, moving the goalposts, and I know it gets irritating. A1, I know it does. And listen, these brothers don't have enough information to deal with it. I don't want to have these back and forth of erroneous claims and you doing all. I want you to make your claim. Let's settle it in a debate. You will get unadulterated time with no filter, no interruption, and you'll be able to make your claims and show your sources. And then we will be able to provide the same. You niggas ain't willing to do that. Lex, you got to become a man. I'm challenging you for the fifth time to a debate, and I want you to show up.
AP,
to tell the truth, if you want to debate me, AP, I don't want to debate about. I want to debate about Africans coming to America.
Listen, Lex. Well, listen. I'm glad.
Let's have that debate.
I'm glad.
I'll do that with you.
Hold on, Lex. I'm glad that because we on this topic and you was making erroneous claims against this topic, and now that you don't want to debate this topic, that shows that you are puny and weak and don't even accept the challenge from a man when it comes to intellectual sparring. So you're not even on my level, son.
Okay. I want to debate Africans in America. Did Africans been coming to the America for thousands of years? Because that's the crux of my debate. Of my
I would like to debate that too.
All right, let's have that, and you can choose any date you want. We'll have Africans been coming to America.
Okay, listen.
The debate,
listen. All right.
Why do you keep doing that, bro?
Because you just said let's pick the date, and I said all right, let's pick.
But hold on, I want to be clear about the debate.
Hold on, you can go after we pick the date, nigga. Slow your roll, homie. We can do this on the 12th. We can do this on the 12th. We can do this on the 12th or the 13th with YK, and we can set it at 9:00 p.m.
What date does the 13th fall on?
The 12th or the
God.
13th. Man, come on, man. Let
I'm
me take
asking you
it
what
home.
day.
Like this nigga is pathetic, man. Like
Bro,
what the fuck?
shut your ass up, bro. I'm
Don't you
asking him
got a
what
fucking?
day.
Don't you got a computer
How
in
am I
your
not?
hand?
I
You
want to know
fucking
what
guys
day,
don't know. Don't you have a computer in your hand, nigga? Look it up.
bro. What
Slow
day
down.
does the
Stupid ass
13th fall?
motherfucker. Like
That falls on a
AP.
Sunday. The 12th is on a Sunday, and the 13th is on a Monday, sir.
Okay, so on the 12th, we're gonna have the debate. That have
At
Africans
9
been coming
o'clock,
to
yes, at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Is that an okay
have
time?
Africans been coming to the Americas for
oh
thousands
man,
of
look, he keeps saying have Africans been coming to it. Look, this nigga
right?
ain't gonna show
Hey,
up, man.
bro,
Like,
I'm trying to. Hey, we're establishing a debate. Y'all keep
Hey,
saying
hold on,
nobody
hold on,
wants
hold on,
to
hold on,
debate
Lex.
you.
Hold on, Lex. I gotta do something in the chat. Hold on, A1. Hey, he said so. AP kicked me off his panel and to attack Lex. No, I actually allowed you back on, and people just seen you on here and you jumped off. I put you back in the thing that I was done having this conversation with you because you made your claims, I made mine. We have a debate. So now I want to establish a principle without being rudely cut off or altered the conversation between you and Lex. And I want to focus in on Lex more than you. I got you took care of. You're on the menu for Thursday, and I'm putting him on the menu for Thursday as well. So now, since we getting that established, there's more open opportunities for you guys to come on. We almost encroaching on the
All right,
4
so I'm
mark.
trying to establish the debate title. So it's Africans
Have
Africans been coming
Africans
to?
been coming to America for thousands of years? That's one.
All
That's
right, on the 13th,
yeah, yeah. On the 12th, you said the 12th will be a Sunday.
the
The 12th
12th,
will be
and
a
that's a
Sunday.
Sunday, right?
Yes, yes.
At
9
9 p.m.
Yes.
All right, that's what I'm talking about.
What is
That's what I'm talking about,
you're debating if they were coming
bro.
to
Don't do that,
America?
AP. On the real, I don't even want you to. Don't do that. Don't do
Who's he
that.
man,
talking?
this
AP
nigga, this
ain't
Your
talking.
nigga think we.
pride.
These niggas
Let's
don't
go to.
respect us. These niggas
Hold
think
on,
we
hold
be
on.
up here.
Yeah. These niggas think we.
On
These
some
niggas
real
think we
shit. I
Like,
don't
playing.
want to
yo,
do that.
yo,
That's
like,
dumb.
Hold on. This niggas think we playing around in some type of game, bro. Listen, you ain't gotta do all this extra shit. You've been ducking me for years. I'm glad that you accept it. We're gonna see if you really show up. This is still up in the air. We don't believe you yet. So we'll see on the 12th, right? And yes, man, just come with it, bro. It's gonna
Don't
be
do
easy
that,
work.
bro.
It's gonna be
That's
easy
a
work.
dumb debate for you, bro.
Okay.
But okay, bro.
all
All
right. So
right,
did
bro.
you debunk my 2 articles I just put up there?
Man, you can't even admit that
Did
as
you
evidence, bro.
debunk my
No, we
2
don't
articles?
debunk fucking
Okay, okay. Oh, so
goofyindian.com,
you
bro.
don't debunk numbers, right? So did you disprove how many pyramids in America?
We would have to establish what you're calling a pyramid.
No, I'm going by the expert. The experts are saying pyramids, not Lex Vortex.
All right, I'm talking about
You're not talking
masonry.
about, but it's not up to you. It's up to what they're
Well, that's
determining.
what I'm
No,
talking about.
it's not
You
up
said
to
they had
you. No, it's not
you're
up
so
to
slow
you.
you don't even
You
understand
the
the
slow
argument.
motherfucker.
You
It's
said
not
they
up to.
had
That's
superior
not my argument.
technology. So
That's
you're
not
not
my
gonna bring mud
argument.
mounds.
That's not my.
See,
We can
this
show
is
you.
why you
El,
don't like
But
doing it.
if you're talking
Bro,
about technology,
This is the
Lex, then
cakewalk.
you should know that a mound, a dome, a
nah,
bro, you
pyramid, and
ain't
a
bringing no
stupa
mud
have the same.
mound.
You're
You
not.
ain't bringing no
Yo,
mud mound
yo.
to laser cut bricks, sir.
Technology.
I'm not being silly with you.
They generate the same
When you
energetic.
can show me 50-ton bricks stacked on top of each other,
So you're
cut to
talking about
laser-like
building materials,
precision,
not the
that's
actual
what I'm talking. We
technology
talking
of
about
the structures.
technology, sir.
So you're talking about the
Technology.
building
Not
materials and
no
not the actual
goddamn mud mound. I'm not gonna
structure.
argue no mud mound is a
that's what
pyramid.
he.
That's
That's what
stupid.
he taught. They ain't say mud mound. Your
Yeah,
dumb ass said
you just
mud mound.
making. Yeah, you just trying
You
to
just making
So
shit
that's what
up.
I'm saying. You have
The
to
trying to
fuck
make
out of
it
qualify
look
here,
those.
like
yo.
what Africa look
That's
good.
why
Yeah.
you have to qualify those numbers in
No,
that
we gonna
article in
qualify.
terms of.
We're
I'm
going
not
Bro,
to
listen to what
qualifying
I'm
qualify.
nothing. I'm
saying to you,
qualifying the
man.
structure
We're
and
going
the
to.
technology of it that you're
What I'm
speaking
saying,
of.
if they're claiming is 2,000, however number, that
So they
what
wrong.
number are they talking?
So
Bro,
you make
goddamn.
up what's a pyramid then. So you
No,
make the rules up. So you
yes,
make so you oh
yes.
you make the rules up what a pyramid is.
No, I'm telling you what my
So you
argument
okay?
is.
Well, that's not your
Not
argument.
that
My
I'm
argument
making
not
up
the
what
same.
a
Your
bro.
argument and
I
my
can make a
argument not the
pyramid.
same. Your argument
A1.
and my argument is not
All
the
right,
same.
hold
I
on.
just said
A1,
there's
listen, please,
2,000
sir.
pyramids here and there's only 350 in Africa. Debunk the
Sir,
numbers. You
sir, this is
gonzo
what I'm
face
saying.
motherfucker. You debunk the
A1.
numbers.
Fuck I can make a pyramid with my hands right now.
Hold on.
I can make a.
Hold on, Lex. At the end of the day, this conversation really over. It's already established. We got the debate topics pertaining to the pyramids, and there's two different conversations pertaining to the pyramids that will be covered on the 12th. One will be with YK the Truth, and the other debate will be with Lex Vortex. I will be debating both of those brothers the same day. One at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. One at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard time. So listen, man, shout out to everybody that's in the building. I do want to shout out to some of the brothers and sisters that took their time out to support the channel. Shout out to Blue Dress 69 for the cash out donation. Shout out to Blue Dress, we appreciate that. And shout out to Soraya. Shout out to Soraya for the cash out donation as well. We appreciate that. Shout out to Soraya.
Do y'all consider the pyramids in Vegas to be pyramids?
Hold on, dude. I'm talking. Calm down, young man. You disruptive. You're a good kid. Calm down. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I appreciate Soraya and Blue Dress for the cash out donations. Thank you for supporting the channel. We really appreciate that. Shout out to everybody for tapping into the live stream. We got 247 people still in here remaining. Make sure y'all drop them fire emojis. Hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe. We're about to get ready to get out of here in the next couple of minutes. Well, I might extend it. If y'all drop enough fire emojis, share the live stream, I might extend it. YK, you know what I'm saying? You can come back on if we're going to extend it. Let me see if we can put that link back in the chat. I believe that was YK video again, so y'all can check that out. But I'll put the link back in the chat as well. So yeah, y'all come on. So let's engage into conversation. Scruggs, I'm allow Scruggs to get it in for a little bit. He ain't had a chance to get it in on the conversation. We got Hawk School up here. I know he got some heat pertaining to the topic, and we got Superman up here, which I know he probably has some questions or something he want to elaborate. So I'm allowed to
Tim Duncan on, man.
Tim Duncan. We can allow Tim Duncan on. I'll allow Tim Duncan on in a second. He's a troll though. So, but go ahead. I'm allow these brothers to get it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to even have a conversation. They move the goalposts so much, but you know, the science and technology of the shapes, because you know, shapes are technology, energies, mounds, pyramids, and stupas, as you find in Asia, and you know, different temples and things, all have the same energetic properties and I guess bioenergetic, you know, abilities, changing positive ions into negatives and things like that. So it doesn't matter if it's a dirt pile, a shell, like, and the shells were used for making concrete and things like that. You know, like you guys belittle America and try and make us so primitive, but you just spoke about how your ancestors' homeland is nothing and had to move to somebody else's. And that's why I asked the question when I came in, okay, we're all from Africa, now what? Because you're still here arguing with us about the things we taught your people to do, or we went and built the structure. You know, it's like, what do you get out of trying to put us in Africa? If you're from Africa, be from Africa. And we can all get along. I don't understand it. I really don't.
Wow.
I do have a question.
I do that question, sir.
I have a question for the African. What math and science do you need to build a pyramid?
It depends on the complexity of the pyramid. You definitely don't need a lot of math for a mud mound, but when it comes to like the Great Pyramids of Giza, mathematicians have shown that they not only built them with laser-like precision, but you can also find mathematical calculations like pi.
They're incomplete. They're incomplete. Where are these?
See what I'm saying? Not only do they have the pi built off of the mathematical concept of pi, but they align with the stars, sir. Your little mud mounds. The reason why we're comparing
The whole is aligned with the stars as well,
so the reason,
likewise
bro,
here, but an arch is more difficult to make.
The brother asked me a question.
An arch
he said,
is more
what
difficult to
technology
build.
and math does it take to build a pyramid? And what I'm telling you is the pyramids in Giza have been shown to have complex calculus type mathematical computations, and they're also aligned with stars. Now, when you talk about a mud mound, putting something in the shape of a pyramid is different from building a real live a pyramid with 4 sides with 50-ton bricks, sir. And that's why I'm telling you, if you're talking about technology, you're not even close.
It's
With
in Central
anything,
America.
Pyramid, you take the
pyramids in
ends of the
Central
base and
America
hold
are
measure
on,
4
bro.
times
across.
larger
Why
than
do y'all
Hold
hate
on,
y'all hate
don't
this
be
work?
triggered. Don't be triggered. Don't be
Y'all
triggered.
hate this work,
When you
right?
look,
Don't be
I'm
look
giving
at
you
a
the math. I'm
no
giving
no
you the
look at a
science.
pyramid.
So look,
Hold on.
so all you got,
When you look at a pyramid and when
Calm
you look at
down.
a
I'm
mound,
very
what do you
calm,
see?
bro.
Hold on, Joaquin. I don't mean to mute, but I'm trying to. If that's a claim that you want to stick with, Lex, are you willing to put that on the table for a debate topic as well, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, but earlier you just ran from it, so we're gonna put that on the table.
Hold on. What claim are you? Which one? That the advanced
Hold
mathematics?
on, that the technology pyramid building in the Americas is equal, if not superior, to the ones in Africa. That's the debate.
No.
Yeah, we can have
Okay,
that
all
on
right.
another
But when
debate.
you hold on.
Well, we're gonna add
When
that
you
on
look,
to the topic.
yo,
Nah,
AP,
man, you can't debate like
when you
that.
look
That's
at a
too much.
We can have
when
2
you look
topics
at a
on
pyramid,
the
yo,
debate.
AP, when you look at a pyramid in Kemet and you look at what y'all the ant mounds in America, how can you compare the two, brother?
Well, because you're going to a mound in Ant Mound, but you ain't name a pyramid site in America because obviously you don't know none. But you can get that work.
Right, but if you
But
look
even
at the
when you
two, how can you compare the two?
I'm gonna reserve all conversations because you will get
Hey,
that.
the closest thing you're gonna get is the pyramids of the pyramid of the sun in Mexico.
Facts.
That's the best pyramid you got in the Americas, bro.
Hey, listen, I
That's the
promise you.
closest
Listen,
That's
I
why
promise
everybody
you.
going
Hold
over
on,
there.
hold
Right.
on. I want to say this to Ghana Stepper, Lex, and YK. If that's what you're coming with, this debate is already over in you guys' end. I promise you, it is already
Man,
over.
everybody know that
Just
whack
bring a
information
reliable
you
source.
coming with. You act like we don't know about the
Listen, I
Americas,
promise
bro.
you. Listen, I wasn't even going to use Chichula, but since you brought it, I'm going to use it now. I wasn't even going to use that. Okay.
Man,
So
it's
what I want
falling
you
apart, man.
listen.
That shit gone.
What I want y'all to understand is that we have a debate, and so I just want y'all to understand that this is before the debate.
Yo, but AP, I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Man, we ain't gotta have no
Hold
debate with these
on.
clowns. We can
Yo,
smash
AP,
these niggas right now. We ain't gotta have no. Why the fuck is we? The fuck is we debating these niggas for?
A1,
We can
cool,
smash
brother.
them right
Don't
now.
try to get out of it.
Come
A1,
on,
you sound
man. We can
triggered,
smash these
brother.
niggas
Calm
right now,
down,
bro.
brother. Calm
You on
down.
Right
your
now.
computer? You on your computer?
A1.
Yeah, I'm on my computer.
I'm about to go get on
I'm
mine.
gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a.
But they ain't on
A1, I'm gonna
nerves
keep it a
though, so
buck
they
with
don't
you.
have any
This
claims.
conversation, this debate right here, I think is counterproductive, but I'm gonna entertain it because that don't prove we was already here. That's the shit I'm focused on. But I would entertain it, and I'm not supposed to because
you ain't
talking
focused
about
on it because that was
pyramids.
the beginning of the
Hold on, shrugs,
conversation.
cool, shrugs.
And now
I'm
we
not
in
talking to you,
Egypt.
brother. I'm saying that
But I was talking to
talking
you at the
about
beginning.
pyramids
Ain't
don't
that-
prove we was already here. And it seems like AP loved to hop on those topics other than proving we was already here. I'm not talking about no
What
skeletons
you
and
mean?
bones.
Hold on, sir. Don't do
Got
this.
a
Hold
conversation.
on, Lex. Hold on. I'm talking to the YK. Don't do that, sir. Because we had a conversation pertaining to people being here, right? And I gave you a couple sources and sites that you said you was going to go do your research on to come back to me with. So don't say that we don't prove that we was here, sir. Don't do that.
All right, so AP,
Okay?
why you didn't?
Hold
Why
on. I
you
just want to make sure.
I got you, AP. So
I want to
why
make
you
sure.
didn't?
Hold on. I want to make sure for the viewers' sake that because you just said something that was false. Well, we did have a conversation about people being here, correct? Yes or no?
Right, but why you didn't ask about it? I got you. Let me answer you.
Hold on. You said yes, and you did give me, and I did give you references to sources for those claims as well. Yes or no?
Yes. Now,
okay.
Why you didn't ask for a debate about those topics? This is what concerns me.
We can
why
do that too. Hold on.
Other things.
Hold on. We can do that too, sir.
Bet. So we're gonna throw that in there then, right?
We can throw that in there.
Perfect. Now we talk.
Yeah.
AP,
Yeah,
you my man, bro, but you pump faking, bro.
Man, nobody's pump faking on shit, brother. You ducked me in the debate and said that you was asleep all day when we had a scheduled debate, sir. I don't want to. Don't even come in here about pump faking, sir. Don't do that, Ghana stepper.
But peace to you, my brother. It been a minute, man. I hope
Well, hold
everything
on,
been well with
guys.
y'all on the
You
reservation.
know it's all love. You know it's all love. But listen, let's be clear, Ghana. Unmute your mic. We had a scheduled debate that we had. I showed up. You said that you forgot or you were asleep. Am I correct?
Nah, I don't remember that, bro.
I
don't
understand.
remember that
Just
at
like
all,
you
bro.
didn't remember the scheduled debate that we had. I
say,
understand.
bro,
You got a record of not remembering. So I understand.
bro, I got a murder charge waiting in my laptop for you abos, bro. That got dust on it, bro. You guys been ducking that smoke, man. But peace to you guys, man.
You guys funny, man. Listen, I'm taking all smoke. It's finger licking all phase at doorstep right now.
Well, you know, I'm in New Orleans, so I'm looking for anybody that's trying to say the Mardi Gras Indians aren't from Africa. That's what I want to hear.
Oh my God, y'all niggas come with some of the most erroneous claims. Y'all niggas wait months in
we
the
got
back.
we got y'all hemmed in on all sides,
No,
man.
y'all
Knock
ain't
it
got
off, bro.
no shit. These debates that I got coming up Thursday is easy work, man. It's gonna be a display of good information. Hopefully, if these guys show up with some information, or even if they show up, I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, man, it's gonna be a good one. So I'm gonna allow you guys to get it. I'm not really gonna say too much. I'm just gonna play the background. Go ahead, you got it.
It's the Mardi Gras Indians, though.
Lex, you know, on your stream the other day when you were speaking Swahili, and I had gave you that term, or I and that's Swahili word that means to bow down. So that's for free. I just gave you that for free.
Man, we
AP.
ain't from Swahili, nigga. We in America, man. We ain't up here talking about no fucking
So what
Swahili.
languages outside of
Man, I don't
English?
give a fuck what
language?
language, nigga. You don't speak none of the
See what I'm
African
saying?
languages, nigga.
And that's
You don't
yo,
speak
anybody
no
want to
other
have that
language.
link?
You
So let's
don't
have that
speak
link.
no other language. I'm not having nothing, nigga.
Start speaking some Indian.
You don't speak none of you niggas. You niggas got DNA tests telling you where you from
besides
Africa,
you,
and you don't speak none of
is there
their
anybody that
languages.
want to debate?
You speak any of the African languages.
A1, speak some
You speak
Indian.
any of you niggas speak any African language.
A1, speak some native right now.
I'm not speaking nothing.
I know.
You speak an African language, nigga.
That's
you all incapacitated. Nah.
Kifo Kwa Wazunga.
Man, whatever, man. Well, so what that mean? Fuck you, right?
It means death to the coons. And that's you.
Whatever, man. Listen, bro. You a fucking coon.
So
who is there any of y'all that want to have that
you
language?
Speak native? You speak native?
Hold on, I want to hold on.
Who speak native?
I'm asking
you asking
because you asked us. Yeah.
Yo, AP, I'm out of here, bro.
You asking me? Do I speak native?
Gonna set that
Yeah. Do you
up.
speak
native? What?
Aboriginal
native.
languages?
Yeah, we speaking one now.
So English that came from Europe is what you say is the.
Ain't no English come from no Europe, my dude.
Oh, so it didn't come from Europe.
Over. Conversation.
All right, give me a language outside of English. Give me another.
Give me a language where Africans
speak. See what I'm saying?
Nigga.
See
y'all
see
you niggas always ask us for this motherfucker.
Niggas is whack, bro.
Yeah, niggas always ask us for languages. This nigga got 8 countries in Africa where he could pick any language and he still don't speak no
Wate,
African.
hold on. Wate, you say you was about to roll out, bro. I just want to make sure we send you off.
Yeah, I'm about to roll out because I mean the debate set. I mean it's conversation over.
We locked and loaded. Yeah, we good. We good. See you then.
AP, can we add that language to one of our debates?
No, we dealing with these. I ain't dealing with this.
Oh, okay. So now you want to throw all this stuff in, but the main point that y'all can't produce, which is language,
I do
you want to ignore. Come on, bro. Nah.
Listen, if I deal with language, I want to see what indigenous African language you speak and that your people speak in your historical lineage.
What does that got to do with the debate?
What African language do they speak in these African towns?
Yeah, look. He said that. Look. Hey, AP, you heard what he said, right? What do that have to do with the debate? So when it's on their end, it don't have nothing to do with them. They always asking us what we speak.
I will show the African languages.
Do you speak
that
any of them? Do you speak any language? Do you speak any of these African languages? Okay, do you speak any of them? Do you speak any of these African languages? Yes or no?
Dio.
Yeah, I know.
That's
see?
yes in Swahili, sir.
Fucking clown. See?
Swahili is made up, dumb fool.
They speak French.
Why are
They
you
speak
deflecting
French.
though?
They speak French
Why
in
are
West
you
Africa.
deflecting from the? Listen, bro. Regardless of how you feel about the languages, y'all are trying to avoid that topic like cowards. That's what you're doing. No, bro.
Listen, our conversation is set. We set on the 12th. I'll talk to you later, man. We're gonna move on. I'm gonna deal with some Aboriginal brothers for right now. I'm gonna close this thing out positive, and I'm gonna let Donald Stepper get what he want in, so I can spank his ass on up. Or I will allow some of you brothers to get. Y'all can eat if y'all want to.
Well, no, this my thing, AP. This is what I'm wondering. So the brother said English is Aboriginal, and that's what all the Aboriginals were speaking, or at least most of them.
You know, hold on. I can prove that it is. And now watch this. You know what a terrapin is?
A turtle.
And you know that definition and that word and that spelling comes from the Algonquin language directly.
But see, you just destroyed your own argument, bro.
Oh, sir.
Your argument is
English.
Hold on, AP.
English,
and that's another thing. Y'all don't let people finish.
English is
that's why you don't learn it. Because you just wanna talk.
Listen, you just spoke an English word that you think is an English word, which really ain't an English word. It's Algonquin word, right? So, and the English uses the Algonquin word in definition in their literature, in their definition, and their understanding. So, yes, English language has usurped and understand it has amalgamated in between the blends of the majority of the language that was here and became engulfed into what that is. So now, when you speak English in today's English, not old English, but today's English, you're speaking indigenous languages, sir.
Right. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, AP?
Absolutely, sir.
All right. Can I talk for 15 seconds without you saying nothing?
I won't say a word.
1, 2, 3,
okay.
4, 5, 6.
Get them.
Right. So this is what you got to understand, AP. You just killed your own argument. Your argument is that English is native to America. And for your argument, you're saying that in Aboriginal language, which is Algonquin, is the word terrapin in the English language. So you're saying English is an intrusive language in the borrowing of the Algonquin word. If your argument was right, English and Algonquin would be the same. What you're talking about, right? What you're talking about is called the loan. It's called the loan word. AP. It's called the loan word.
Sir,
just look that up, bro.
No, I think I gave you 20 seconds. I don't need to look up what a long word is. I need you to have an understanding on language and evolution of words and how it applies to the English language. I simply said that when you speak English, right, you're speaking indigenous language. Y'all will say, no, that's crazy. And I will tell you, you cannot show me English words. And I can say, hold on, Europe. Hold on, and I will say, can you show me English that's been speaking now, been spoken in England before them coming over here? Your answer, I know it, is no. So that tells me that the English language that we speak today was created and constructed here. Who's here? Indigenous peoples. How do I know? Because their words are in the English language.
All right, bro, that's false, bro. The earliest English writing, bro, is you can find it in the 14th, 15th century, bro.
You can't write in English. You can only speak in English. You can't write English. You can't write in
America.
You can't write in English, bro. Why are you still talking? You can't even write in English. You can only speak in English. You write Latin.
Look, what you got to do is show me Native Americans writing and speaking English in the 15th century that trumps before we find it in Europe. That's easy.
You tell me why the top 3 languages spoken in Africa are Arabic, English, and French. You tell
But
me that.
no, wait.
Obviously, you don't
Before
understand
you
the
go to
language.
division, let's see if we can all add. So to make this point, you have to show an earlier corpus of literature in
I do.
North
Listen,
America
they
that's
already got.
English.
Listen, they already got studies.
Before we go into the conspiracy
Listen,
theory,
they got studies, and this. Now, there's no conspiracies. There's Harvard studies on this, and I've showed you this, sir. I've showed my viewers
show it
several
to me
times.
then. That's what I'm
I'm not
asking.
on
I'm
my
not
computer.
doubting.
Listen, I'm not on my computer right now, sir. For the sixth time, for any one of you
But
erroneous.
AP is 1,000 apples on here who's saying the same thing. I know one of them got it.
Okay, and a lot of them may not got the epigraph Harvard studies of the Ojibwe language in comparative to the English and the Arabic and other languages, sir. They might not got that. You know who you talking to? Listen, sir. So listen, what I'm telling you is, which I know A1 got it. I know for a fact A1 got it. And that's if he want to feel like sharing it. You know, he could. But what it shows you is that there's a language being compared in the development process to what becomes what we call English, not Old English. This is no comparative study and comparisons to the languages here to Old English. I just want that to be clear. They get into Aramaic and Germanic language when you get into that. But when we're dealing with contemporary Englishes, the only comparatives, and that's even with contemporary Spanish.
What about the codexes? Are any of the codexes in English?
That's contemporary Spanish as well. All is credited to the indigenous peoples here, and I can get into multiple sources. Most of these guys
you heard what I said? I'm asking about the codexes. A lot of them was written in the native tongue. Is any of them written in English? Because a lot of them are, all of them are translated into English.
What alphabet do you write Spanish in?
Bro, don't attack me with questions, bro. Just answers, because I'm trying to learn.
Bro, I just did a whole. I just broke that down to you. You just asked me again. I'm not about to answer that question. Move on.
You didn't say if the codexes were written in English, AP. You didn't say that.
Oh my God.
Is Spanish written in English?
Is Spanish? Spanish.
You said that you can write
with
English
letters, right?
That's dumb.
You can't write English. You know this nigga don't know nothing.
That's why I said I'm not even about to entertain.
So what I said, in case you misunderstood me, Spanish is written with English characters, with the English letters.
They're called Latin.
The alphabet. That's
so are they writing Spanish over in Europe?
Yeah, they're in the Spanish speaking countries. Yeah, they're writing Spanish in English, just like they you
drunk some of that water.
You just making it up as you go, huh?
So that's false.
You drunk some of that water, didn't you?
Again, I'm asking, is that false? That's what I thought.
Bro, I know it ain't know what you thought. I told you from the giddy up. I'm not being upfront or trickish. I'm not entertaining any of this because I'm not gonna waste my time.
No, I'm asking simple questions, bro.
Understand, bro? You don't understand.
Obviously, you guys know something I don't know that I haven't found out yet, and I'm trying to see where y'all getting it from. So, like I say, where is English in the Americas before the arrival of the European? That's what I'm asking. Like, I mean, y'all should respect the person that much.
Bro, the Europeans were illiterate until the 1700s, bro. So what is you talking about?
Europeans were illiterate.
They was illiterate, bro. They couldn't even speak English when they got here, bro. They couldn't read or write, bro. They were illiterate, bro. What don't y'all understand? Y'all is letting these white people convince you they some kind of superheroes when these people were illiterate slaves, sir.
So real quick, what comes to my mind, bro? Shakespeare. You ever heard of Shakespeare?
Yes, I've heard of Francis Bacon.
Okay, so when did he live, bro?
Yes, I've heard of Francis Bacon.
Shakespeare was a group, not one person.
Okay. See, by me trying to get you guys to establish one thing, you guys would say something else that needs establishing as well. Now, Shakespeare is a lot of people, but my question is, show me English, or the brother just said people wasn't speaking English before the 1700s. And I clearly showed him somebody.
No, I said Europeans. The Europeans coming over here couldn't speak English and couldn't read or write, sir.
So I'm showing you Europeans in the 16th century.
writing and speaking English.
Yeah, they was probably
Those
royals. They was
Europeans.
probably
Yeah.
royalty, my
I'm
nigga.
gonna
They
say,
weren't commoners.
I'm gonna say
The
this
Now,
again.
commoners were
my
not
brother.
allowed to
If
read
you want to,
because
now
books
if you
was
want to
too
say the
expensive.
Listen,
majority of the
hold on.
population didn't
I'm gonna
know
say
how to
this
write
again, gang. But
or
hold on.
read, I could go with that. That's
Hold
a
on. I'm about to answer your question, and I'm gonna make this very clear again. I'm trying to roll up my backwood here, so bear with me. Now, I said that the indigenous languages, right, created a mix of all these indigenous languages is a creation to what we call English. So when you ask me, can we find English been spoken before the arrival of Europeans? No. But what we can find is languages that was used by the indigenous peoples before Europeans that is now being used in Europe or in English language. Before English came over here, you got words that have been used by indigenous peoples with meaning that's now been used by English language. That's a fact.
you can say that about every language though, bro.
And the
We got
Europeans that
words
came
from
over here was Slavs, so they was
we
Russians,
got
so they wouldn't be
Spanish,
speaking
bro. We got
English.
Italian. We even
Spanish is
got Russian
also
words.
equivalent to the indigenous.
English, especially
How
over the
far back
past
did you say they
200
started writing
years,
English?
English, especially over the last 200 years, have become like a hybrid languages.
So they were
You
speaking. So
have
they were
loan
speaking.
words from all type of.
Hold on. You said Spanish. So that was the people in Spain before 1492 speaking Spanish? Simple question. Yes or no?
Well, they were speaking different dialects of
Oh no. I'm asking you a
Latin.
question. Was they speaking Spanish in Spain before 1492? Simple as that.
Well, they were speaking Portuguese. They were speaking
Is
Latin.
it a yes or
They
no?
were
It's just
speaking all
Next
types of
caller.
different
hold on. I'm
languages.
gonna ask you
Right.
again. This is just a simple yes or no. You can just say yes they was or no they was. Was they speaking Spanish in
All that
Spain
shit
before
is
1492?
all
Yes.
that.
Yes, they was.
Can you pull up the literature, sir?
You disqualified, bro.
Can you
Okay,
give me
I will
Do
have.
you know who? Do you
I,
know who was ruling Spain for 500 years, bro? Come on, man.
what years you talking about? Talking about when the Muslims ruled it?
Was the Muslims speaking Spanish?
Niggas think Carlos and Cortez is Spanish
Muslim
words.
speaking Spanish.
These niggas are slow, bro. Niggas think Turpin and words that we use is come from England, bro. What's going on with you guys?
Yeah, but English is
But
the
no,
basic
I
foundation
will be
that comes
fair.
from
I will be
Middle
fair.
English.
I will be
Yeah.
fair to Ghana Stepper. He did say he did not know and that he wanted clarity. So I won't, shout out to Ghana. Shout out to Ghana Stepper. He all good.
Wait, what? What you mean? See, you asked the complex question, bro. Spanish was a language that was formulated. It got Latin in it. You have a little bit of Catalan in it. You have like it's just something that evolved. But by the 14th century, Spanish was a language, bro. That's a fact. You just can't get
It wasn't no
around that.
country
14th
called
century
Spain.
is 1300s, bro. Sheesh.
That's why I was trying to explain it to AP.
You
You can't
you can't
say it
hold
like
on,
that
Ghana
because
Stepper. Ghana Stepper. I'm
Spain
sorry.
really wasn't.
Hold on, Ghana. I'm sorry. I gotta stop you. You cannot put a link in the back that proves that they was using Spanish as a language and writing Spanish, right? Before 1492 or in the 1300s, which is what you said. Because you said the 14th century, which is the 1300s. Like, I want to be clear on these things, man. I'm taking all fades, nigga. Finger licking at the doorstep, nigga. What's up, Truth?
What's
Yeah,
good,
but
man?
you
What's
gotta
the word?
understand the history of Spain, bro. Like I said, but Spain wasn't a
I
country,
do. Do
bro.
you know what Al Andalus is? Do you know what the Greasy Gods is? Do you know what the Al Mordov is? Come on, don't come over here and ask me what I need to do, sir.
So why would you say
Because
Spanish
I
wasn't
know the language
spoken?
that they wasn't. Because I know the language that they were speaking, and it wasn't Spanish, sir. And you can't pull up a literature or drop a link in the chat that says that. I'm waiting.
And I was explaining those languages to you, but let's see if you
what would you say was the languages they were speaking?
I'm not about to do that. You're gonna have to either
Right.
concur to say that
I'm
they
a, I'm
wasn't
a,
speaking.
I'm a,
Hold
I'm a
on.
repeat it
Either,
to you.
listen. Either you're gonna show me a source that says that they were speaking Spanish and show me a literature. You know, that's it. We ain't gonna do all that. You ain't gonna answer my question with a question. Do you what language was they speak? No, nigga, answer my motherfucking question. Nigga, you tripping.
Okay. So
You gotta do some more
Spanish
research, bro.
Spanish comes from Latin, right? So when the Roman Empire broke up in the Iberian Peninsula, they were still
Spanish that you
speaking.
see today, Spanish, contemporary Spanish comes from
Okay,
indigenous
bro.
languages.
That's why you really don't. That's AP, bro. You gotta listen to learn, bro. You can't be a teacher if you never learned
Where
nothing,
is
bro.
Latin America?
How am I gonna learn from a nigga with snot and a helmet on? Boy, you need to sit down. You in the wrong classroom.
Yeah, bro.
You just said the base of Spanish is Latin. Where is Latin America?
Where is Latin America? Okay.
Yeah, where is Latin America and where is Latin Africa or Latin Europe at, in comparative?
So Latin America, right, which is in the Western Hemisphere, right, is where the Aborigines headquarters at, right? So that's where it come from. That's where Latin come from.
Yeah.
Where's the Latin Africa and the Latin Europe at?
Look. When you make common sense and shit, you got to go along their narrative, right?
No, fuck that. Where Latin at? Where the land of Latin at?
Where the land of the Latins at?
Yeah, where the Latin land at?
It was in the Italian peninsula, my brother.
But they
Italians, yeah.
You been sniffing paint.
Those are the Latins, bro. Like, wow,
so they speak
this is
Spanish
crazy.
today?
No, bro.
They speak
So,
Latin. They speak
okay,
Latin
so what
today, or they
happened?
speak Italian
So what
today.
happened a long time ago? This place from the Italian peninsula called Rome ruled the whole known world, and the language de Franca,
This
or
little ass place ruled the whole world.
I don't know if I
Slave
said that
language?
right.
Lingua franca is
The
slave
unit
language,
the
sir.
Yeah, right. The lingua
Yeah,
franca
only
of
for
the
slaves.
land was
No, for
Latin.
slaves. The royalties refused to even speak in lingua franca. They only used it to talk to communicate with their slaves, my nigga. Do the
So
research.
what did they talk? What did
A
they speak?
royal would never speak in lingua franca. That's all I got to tell you, bro.
No, lingua franca is not a language.
Exactly.
Lingua franca just means what is the most dominant language, like like English
Yeah,
right
slave
now.
language.
I
Right?
ain't
No,
gonna lie,
no,
man. I'm
no.
gonna tell you.
I'm explaining to the brother what lingua franca is. Like right now, English is the lingua franca, meaning that's the language that's dominated, basically by the world, so to speak.
So what
So
is the
at
Norman
that
Frank language?
time, Latin was the lingua franca.
So
So
what is
you
the Norman
said,
Frank language?
I'm sorry, say that again. No, but
What was the Norman Frank
look, I
language?
understand. Let me just finish explaining this to the
All right,
brother.
you got it. My bad, bro.
Thank you, bro. So when you're saying the royals in Rome didn't speak lingua franca, that's not a language. They spoke Latin. So I'm asking, I guess what you're trying to say is they
You
didn't
can't
speak
speak Latin.
Latin. I can't. You're right. So you're saying that
No, I mean no one can.
so
Who
you're
speak Latin
saying the
It
today?
can only be
royals.
written.
No, they still speak Latin. The Catholic Church, they still speak it.
That's who
So
sent you.
my brother, if you only knew. So, bro, check it out, bro. So, yeah, Latin was spoken by the royalty in Rome, by all people. So that was spoken in Spain. Rome lost. The Visigoths took over. They still spoke a Latin, but it was called Vulgar Latin. After they disintegrated, the language was still being spoken up until the Muslims came. Then, when the Muslims came, you had us original Aboriginal Black Israelites in Spain. We spoke a morphed form of Hebrew called
Hold on, you said
Ladino.
Aboriginal Israelites?
Yeah, meaning
In
that
Spain.
Let him hang yourself, True. Let him hang yourself.
meaning that the original stock of the Israelites were black. I didn't say the word black aboriginal. So what I meant to say, black aboriginal Israelites. That's a term that I say. So I'm just saying, letting you know what it means. Aboriginal. They were originally black.
You
So
made that
yeah.
up.
So in Spain, you had all of them languages, and they're coalescing and forming and morphing together. And you have, like I explained to AP earlier, you have Castilian, you have Catalan, you have Basque language, you have all of that with Rome, with Latin as its foundation. That's how you get Spanish. After the kingdoms form, after Castile and Aragon formed the kingdom of Spain, that's when Spanish became the lingua franca in that region. So that's how it happened, bro. So they were speaking Spanish, but not predominantly, you know.
So you got three different language groups speaking three different languages, and they came together and formed one language. That's what you're saying.
No, you got one basic language, Latin, and it's
Okay.
broken up over the centuries into different dialects, which is you have Castile, you have Basque language, you
So
have
Castile is a language.
at one time it was Castile, yeah.
And what language was that?
That was part of Latin.
That was part of
It
Latin.
come from
So it's
Latin,
part
yeah.
of the Latin language family.
Right, right. So that's how that happened. But
Can you speak another language like Spanish
nah,
or
unfortunately, bro,
So
I
can you pull me
can't.
up a Latin document in like the 1300s up out of Spain? Is that possible, or is that's too much? That's asking too much.
Yeah, they wasn't speaking pure Latin in Spain since the fourth centuries.
So what
Since the
is pure
fourth
Latin?
century, what you're asking for, like what you will find in the ecclesiastical
But
text,
I thought in the
is
fourth
written in
century,
Latin.
when Rome and Greece, I think the fourth century, that was when the Greece was in rule, right? And Rome was a
Nah,
part
that
of it. That's when
nah
Rome or Greece was in rule.
nah. Rome was the rulers of the world,
But the
or that
most
was
but
basically
the
the
most used
ending of their rule.
but the most used language of Southern Europe at that time, especially like in the Mediterranean area, was Greek, right? The Greek language.
Well, nah,
Everything that they translate from today, a lot of
right.
languages, this shit is transferred
In
from Greek
in
today,
in the
right?
eastern in the eastern world, you spoke Greek, like in
How far
places
is
like
Greece and Rome
Antioch.
from each other?
It's pretty far, my brother.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's right across from each other, bro.
let
What
him
are you
hang
talking about?
himself, man?
What are you
But
talking
they're
about? Greek,
they're
right?
they're
Nah, Greek.
they're
Greek
two
right
Let him
there,
different
hang
though.
they're two different peninsulas, bro.
No, it's not two
Greece
different
is in the
This
peninsulas,
nigga
Aegean.
making shit up as he go, bro.
bro. Greece is right above where Italy is at, man. What are you talking about?
Greece is above Italy.
Let's go to
Yo,
let's
Damn,
go to
you
a map.
say,
Let's go
bro.
to a map. All right, look,
Look. Check it
I
out,
got a
bro.
globe right here in front of me. I got a globe right here
Yeah,
in front of
because
me. We're
I
gonna
don't
look right now.
think Greece is
Okay.
above
All
Italy,
right.
bro.
Okay. I got a globe right
Nah,
here.
bro.
you can swim to that motherfucker.
Africans do it every day.
Oh, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, brother's wild,
Nah,
bro.
Matter of
I'm
fact,
dead. So,
let me
bro, you
pull up.
don't know nothing about the Africans that be risking their life to get into Greece, Italy, and Spain and shit, swimming across the water, bro.
Bro, I
Well,
watched a white
I'm
boy
lying about that.
swim across that motherfucker from one
bro,
continent to the
I
next.
mean, it is far, but it's not like hundreds of miles, bro, that they're swimming.
Yeah, it's like
Like
about
you
40
can
miles.
you can cross Africa. The closest point I think is like 7 miles or something like that. Like
Yeah, right
the
at
the
the
Straits of
tip of Spain.
Gibraltar.
Yeah,
Yeah,
straight to Gibraltar. Yeah, that shit's 7 miles.
yeah. So I mean, I should have asked the brother what is close. What is all relative, but even in liberal terms, it's still like it's not close, man.
Hey, do
Like
you know what old English look like?
yeah, man. Half these niggas on the chat got it probably tattooed on their body, bro.
All right,
Everybody.
that's not old English, bro. Just to keep it a buck. You talking about the shit with the S's looking like elves and shit? Yeah, that's not old English, my nigga.
Oh, okay, what that would be?
So you never seen the old English letters up out of so-called old English up out of England and shit? What they was writing and speaking in the 1500s?
Yeah, I mean, was it was
Then your response shouldn't be that niggas got that shit tatted on their body, because if you would know that nigga
it's a
that
derivative. I'll be the first to say I'm not a linguist, bro. So
uh,
I really
you know
don't
what
know
Yiddish
the
is?
form and what is Yiddish.
Yeah, you think the Yiddish language, how they write it and shit?
Yeah, that's a European language.
Yeah, it damn near look similar to that, almost identical.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Yiddish
So old
is
English gave
totally
us English and Yiddish language then, right?
no. That's what I'm saying. Yiddish, if I'm not mistaken, is written with Hebrew letters. It's not written with English letters.
So once again, have you ever really seen what they consider old English up out of England in the 1500s?
I mean, so what is the old English I'm talking about? You said what is that?
Well,
Say it again.
you talking about the old English, like the bold letters, niggas be getting tatted, and you can't really tell the difference between the S and the F and shit. That's not old English.
What is that?
That's just English. That's American English.
That's American English.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Calligraphy.
Calligraphy, which is the art of writing. That's just the art of writing. So, what was they writing in England in the 15th, 16th centuries? What was that? What
Dramatic and Norman Frank and
Chicken
symbols.
scratch.
Yeah, it look like Yiddish, bro. Chicken shit. Just to keep it a buck. Hold on
No,
one
no,
second.
like no, I'm asking seriously. Like
Nah,
it
nah, I'm
has to
being
be
real, bro.
classified. Like it's not classified as chicken shit. Like
Nah, I
I
know.
understand
I'm
that's
just
your
saying that's
opinion,
what it look.
but
That's what it looked
yeah,
like.
but
But
you
yeah, yeah.
yeah, nah, but that ain't gonna that's not sufficient for what I'm asking. What was it specifically?
It was a mixture of according to them. Uh, according to them, it was a mixture of Norman Frank, dramatic, and silk.
Norman Frank. That's a
Yeah,
language.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Indo-European, to be more specific.
You know that commoners couldn't read back then. Books were so expensive and hard to get that
No,
everybody
I
didn't
agree.
have books.
I agree.
So
Especially
most of
in
the
Europe,
people couldn't
even the
write or
European
read.
kings, especially yeah, they didn't know how to only like the church people, basically. I agree with that.
So
But
language that
that
been written was spread by the royals. It wasn't spread by commoners.
right, no, I would agree. Yeah.
So I just say, I ain't just gonna go crazy and no shit like that. I'ma just say that I think you really need to look at some of the literature that they was writing during that time.
Well, I
And
mean,
and just see do it fan up.
right. I looked at a lot of their writings was called chronicles, right? So I looked at them,
Yes, sir.
and it's kind of hard to read because it's a very old form of the English we know today. Like even
Right,
the letters, yeah. So I always took that to be just a early form of English,
right.
because
But we
you
gotta
can still
understand that.
kind of see a little. You can kind of read it, but it's all over the place to what we know as English today. In my,
So look,
so
P game, right? At a time where we got what we consider today English, yeah, the letters might be a little different, like the S and the F that I was talking about and shit like that, right? That's not how it looked that they was writing up over there. So I'm trying to figure out how the fuck they gave us something that they weren't even reading and writing in.
right again, like the person said, like everybody wasn't writing in England at that time. So the main people that was writing were like monks and not even a royalty. It was basically the monks who written everything. And most of the stuff that was written was the biblical texts and stuff like that. Like if you read the
Right.
Doomsday document, that's a form of English. And that's something that was written by an English king in the 11th century. So
You got the original writing, or is it transcripted for you?
Nah, they have the original.
Okay. So let me ask you something, because you seem like an honest brother, right? When we talk about language, right? Right. We speaking about language and shit, right? Can language be spoken and written?
You could speak a language, but like I was saying earlier, I forgot what they call it, but like a person can speak Spanish, but they write in the alphabet. You know what I'm saying? So a person can speak in French, but they write the writing system is English, is the alphabet
All right, let's just
rather.
deal
It's
with
a
language.
transliteration.
Right. So do each language have its own form of an alphabet that it's writing in? Whether it be
Nope.
pictograph or lettering, whatever, etc., etc. Do every civilization that have a language also have a written script to back up their language? Not, we ain't gonna say every. We're gonna just say more. Let's just deal with AD era, right? We ain't gotta get into BC or none of that shit. You feel me? Let's just stick in the AD era. Is most languages that we know of certain civilizations that they speak about, did they not only have a spoken language along with an alphabetical language to write in that went along with it?
Again, bro, I'm not a linguist, but
I respect it.
what we have is the alphabet, and that's not even English. Like even that comes from Latin. So
What come from Latin?
the alphabet that we use,
I thought the alphabet we use, 22 of the letters come from the Hebrew or the Phoenician writing.
well, that's where Latin comes from. Yeah,
Okay, all right, so it's Phoenician. So all of it is bastardized from one language to another.
yeah. It's hard to say it's Phoenician because it it
The
developed.
Hebrews got, there is no Hebrew culture. The Hebrews got their shit from the Sumerians and Phoenicians. Actually, the Hebrews are the Sumerians and the Phoenicians, bro. There's no Hebrews.
No, that actually the
The Hebrew shit is
Sumerians and
pseudo shit. The Hebrew shit is pseudo. The 12 chart tribe and all that shit is some pseudo shit.
right, right. Well, I
That's talking
mean,
about the Europeans. I ain't talking about us. We Aborigines. We ain't had no that science was already awarded to you. What's the Hebrews got? What's the name of the Hebrew God?
what's the name of the Hebrew what God?
Yeah, what's the name of the Hebrew God?
I'm quite sure I wouldn't be the first to tell you, right?
What's his name? I'm asking you.
Yeah, I mean, he have many names.
No, what? All right, what's the name of that they use for God in the Hebrew Bible?
I guess you're speaking of the Tetragrammaton, right?
Oh, no, not the Tetragrammaton. They call him Elohim, right?
No, that's just the Near East way of saying God.
Okay, is that the Hebrews God Elohim? Yes or no?
Well, when you see Hebrews saying Elohim, we're speaking of, you're right, the creator, but other
Okay,
What
cultures
all
does
right. So
say
stop right
Hebrew?
there.
Elohim,
What,
and they're not
Hold on,
speaking of
what
wait,
does
wait, wait, wait.
Hebrew mean?
Let him get his point. Oh, wait, let me make my point. Let me make my point. All right, so you said that the Hebrew God is Elohim, right?
right.
We saying that when the Hebrew. Okay, so what's the Canaanite God?
But their God was Elohim as well. They called
Okay,
him
well, all right.
Elohim as
What
well.
was the Sumerians God?
They had several gods.
Well, but one of the Sumerian God was Elohim.
God was
I'm
just
not saying. I'm just saying. But it's too many. Look, bro.
right.
You
It's
making
just
this
a it
shit
was
too
just
complicated.
a general term they
Man,
use for the word
I
God,
understand all that. But how's it a general
basically in the
term when these?
Levant area.
Okay, so how's it a general term when these are all different cultures and different civilizations?
No, they're using the same word because they all
So they
come
was
from the
around at the
same
same
culture.
time.
Right. They all
Okay,
come from the same
okay.
culture.
So thank you.
Right.
That's what my point was. So that they are one and the same.
No, being in the same, having the same culture don't mean you're the same
What what
person.
what what makes ethnicity and makes culture is the same people, my dude. What's wrong with you? Don't you know
No,
culture is?
culture is
Where
just
you from? Where
shared.
your people? Where you from?
Culture is just shared traditions and shared
Okay,
rituals.
among
That's
who?
But
But
why
who
would
gonna?
these
like
different cultures use the same name and stay God if they different?
because according to our book, we all come from Adam. and then after Adam, Noah. So if our book is true, at one point in our history, we were all brothers. So at that time when we was all brothers, we used that term Elohim to describe God. Now, once as the time passed, one brother, he might start using Elohim and corrupt him and give him a wife, like the Canaanites did. But the Hebrew tradition, the Israelite tradition, we kept that Elohim pure. When you see Elohim, it's just mentioning God. It's like a big, like the Englishman used God
My
today.
dude,
But
you
you could
you
be talking
doubling down
about
the term.
Buddha, or you could be talking about any other God. You got to be
We
specific.
know that.
God
We
is just a
understand
general
that.
term.
But
So why, if you
people in
understand that,
India,
why are you asking me about
bro, bro,
Elohim
bro,
then?
bro. So it do okay. So you saying it could be we could be talking about Buddha, but people in India don't call Buddha Elohim.
Right. But in our
All right. So
language, in
so
our
my
world,
point was all right. So my point was this, brother. My point was to show you the cross references and the connection. You said these people live in the same area. You said they got the same culture. I just told you that they all the same people.
I mean, yeah, you go far back enough,
Okay,
they
then so
exactly
you
they
went
come
all the
from the
way
same
around there.
person.
Just okay, so no, it's not that they come from the same person. They're the same culture, the same people.
But I thought God made it a way where they all spoke different languages and couldn't understand each other no more.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Nah, he did. Exactly.
So
So
why they
if
all still
everybody, if
using
everybody's,
Elohim?
they had to have been speaking all the same language if he
so
changed
that
all
mean they the
this,
same
right?
fucking people, then, bro. Like, what
Right.
the fuck? Like, come on, man. No, cause you not
Right.
you bro. No,
I just said
the
that.
reason
I
why I'm
just
going
said
from
we all
0 to
come
60,
from one
cause
person.
I asked you a question just for a particular reason. You went around, danced all around, and tried to give me some elaborate answer just to come back and just say yes. You agree with me?
Actually, we started with you been showing me somebody writing English in America
Nah, I
in the
wasn't talking. I asked you
1500s.
about Elohim.
Now we
I just
back in
asked you about
Canaan.
Elohim.
So it was you
I just
brothers who
asked you
got
about
permission.
Elohim. I mean that's we got another conversation going, but I just asked you about the Elohim because we brought up the Hebrew. So boom. So you saying that the Hebrews are the same as the Sumerians and the Phoenicians, right? So I just told you that 22
I
of
didn't
the
say that,
English outweigh. So 22
but I
of
didn't say
the
that. But go ahead.
22 of the English alphabets come from the Hebrew, right? But then it don't even come from the Hebrew because the Hebrew is really Sumerian and Phoenician.
Hebrew was compared to those other languages, bro.
Is there any cross references between Phoenician and Hebrew writing?
Of course,
Okay, all right. So
it's all
okay.
Pro-Canaanite.
So why would a language that's all the way from the Middle East be conducive to a language that's in the we say it's in the West? English, period.
The Phoenicians taught it to the Greeks,
Who?
and the Greeks taught it to the Romans, and the Romans, as we know, gave it to Western civilization. That's
So the
how
Greeks and the Romans
English
did have
comes way from
connection then.
Phoenicia.
So you get said they on two different peninsulas. Like my point was to bring it up that they did have connections, and you
Who
pointed out that they was Greece and Rome, and you said that they're on
they?
two different peninsulas, like they didn't have contact with one another.
No, they had great contact,
Okay, but you
but
just made it a truth. Did he just make it seem like they didn't have contact with one another by saying they were on two different peninsulas?
the
I can't recall,
Greek,
but I might
the
have.
the 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 Hellas, they spoke Greek. That's not Latin.
So Greek is not Latin. So is Greek derived from Latin, or is Latin derived from Greek?
Is the European language. Greek is kind of like on par with Latin, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so there's still some correlation to all of these languages. It's not like these people are far apart from each other.
Who is the people? Or the Greeks and Romans?
Yeah.
Yeah, they related. Yeah, the Bible that.
But you just said they was
But
on
you
two
were
different
saying no, but
peninsulas.
no, this what you were saying. They are on
Okay.
two different peninsulas.
Yeah, I
You were
know. I see.
saying
Well, they're on the same land. They
you
just on two
you
different parts of the land.
right. You were saying that the Romans were speaking Greek when they weren't. They were
Nah, I
speaking
ain't say the
Latin.
Romans. I
Yeah,
said
that's what
Rome and
that's
Greek is in the same region. I never said
no,
that
but
we about to
before
link.
that you were saying that because you said the Romans in Latin,
Yeah,
they spoke
but
Greek.
understand this. With
Play it
the
back. That's
time
what you
you
said.
talk, the time you talking about, the Greeks wasn't even called the Greeks. They was called the Minoans,
No, it was called a Hellas.
and they was called the Minoans, and the Minoans actually spoke a form of Nuwaddle.
Minoans were the Minoans were
Okay, but
the
look,
Minoans gave the game to the barbarian Greeks.
the who?
The barbarian Greeks or Hellas.
Look, Greek
See the
come from
black, see the
Nuwaddle.
let me get my black power thing on. The black man taught all people all over the world. So in Crete, you had the Minoan civilization, and they were ruling over the Aegean Sea. And over time, the Greeks came and they made a Mycenaean civilization
Where the Greeks
in
come from?
Crete. But the
Where they came
Minoans
from?
were black people.
Where did the Greeks was too? Where did the Greeks come from?
Well, nah, the Greeks
The
were taught
Romans
by
was
black
black.
people.
So let me ask you a
The
question.
the
If
the the
Call them Macedonians.
so in 14 let's say in 1492. In 1492 was there black people running on Rome?
14 not no.
Hmm?
Hell no.
It was
No.
you sure wasn't no black people running
I think it
Rome?
was what? Pope Leo, right? Pope Leo wasn't a Roman.
Charles the Fifth, man.
Charles the Fifth was the Roman emperor. I mean, the Pope.
He was
Oh,
the
you talking about the
Holy
emperor?
Roman.
Okay,
He was
yeah, the Holy.
it don't matter.
Okay,
Pope,
yeah.
the emperor's over the
I
Pope.
thought you meant the Pope.
So okay, so if a
Nah, not
Negro is
really.
really
Yeah, it depends what
so
time you
what?
talking about.
But what
Yeah.
do listen, brother, my dude? Understand this, brother. The whole Rome was black in the 1400s. Rome has always been black. There has never been no white people in Rome until now.
Oh,
The same thing
no,
with
bro.
Greek.
No,
The
bro.
same thing with Italy. That's a fact.
No,
It's a fact. It's a
no,
fact,
bro.
my dude. It's a fact. Because
No, bro.
I don't want to pull a picture up of Charles V and show you what he looked like. There should not be no black emperors if it's ran by white people. It don't make sense.
Yeah, yeah. You will have to show me that,
Hey,
bro.
drop the link, AP.
But the lines of the Holy Roman emperors, bro, they were
You
German.
learned
They were
that from
Germanic.
them. That they wanted you. They want everything you saying. They want you to say that. And you fall right in the victim of because you can't make sense to why would it be a Holy Roman emperor in the 14 late 1500s? A black man. That means that the whole Rome had to be black. I'm not an idiot. I'm not gonna sit there and be, oh yeah, the white people they found a black dude and put him as the emperor. No, the whole Rome had to be black.
Where they come from.
Say what? They
And the
ain't come
Holy
from
Roman
nowhere. They
emperors,
been
you
there.
gotta, yeah, the
They
Holy
been
Roman
there.
emperors, bro.
Phoenicia.
They came from that part of Europe.
That's
You
what they
got
telling you
Bulgaria,
they can't, brother. The
Germany.
whole
Yeah, that's where
Rome.
they
Listen,
came
look.
from.
So look. So if I'm showing you in Rome and in Greek, the Minoans was black, right? So and look, the Moors was in Spain, right? They tell you the Moors is in Spain and Portugal, right?
Right.
And we also get Moorish activity up there in Germany. Charlemagne was a Moor. Fucking all of the queens and kings, all the way up into the 1800s, was black people, my dude. So black
Charlemagne
people is all.
wasn't a Moor, bro.
Yes, he was a Moor.
Charlemagne
Yes,
was
he
a
was
was
a.
a was a Gaul, bro.
Oh my God, my dude. Do you understand? They use these
Charlemagne was a
names,
Frank, bro, and a
brother.
Frank come
He
from the
wasn't
Gaul
no
people.
Frank. He was a
Yeah, bro.
Negro. He was a
Nah,
Negro.
bro.
It
Nothing
wasn't
I
nothing but
read ever said
Negroes
that.
up. I'm quite sure.
So
That's why
again,
you hear what.
you show me that, bro. You you
Look,
you you
you
you show
just
me
said
something I never
something. You just
seen.
said something to one of the brothers on the panel. You just said, "Though, how you gonna learn something if when I'm trying to teach something you're not listening?" So now listen to
Right, I'm
me. I'm
asking you
trying
to
to.
produce it,
Okay,
so I'm still
eh,
wanting to learn, and I'm asking you to continue to teach.
I
So go
mean you
ahead,
can
show it to
continue. Look,
show
look,
it
look.
to me. What any just show me anything where they calling him a Negro.
What they call it, Charlemagne and Negro?
Right.
Okay, all right. I mean, I don't really.
Yeah, well, they got enough people that they can fill in the
But
airspace
you, but you
while
agree.
you
But
get it. I'm quite sure you
look.
don't gotta
Okay,
find it because you got it already.
was there Moors in Germany? Yes or no?
I'm not gonna doubt that. Moors was
Okay,
pretty much
so
all, yeah,
what
they was
year?
everywhere.
Okay. So what was they doing? They just left North Africa and just went there and stayed in hotels, nigga, or did they
No,
take?
what right. See what they was doing, that was where the minority was giving game to the majority. So you had those few Moors that went there, but
Ain't
they're
no
going in this.
Moors go there. The Moors been
Listen, my
there.
brother.
You can't tell me nothing about this, my dude. The
So
Moors been,
The
yes, they
Moors
been in the Iberian
originated.
Peninsula. No, actually, they came from the Americas, but that's a whole nother story, brother.
Hey, man, listen, hold on. We got some new people on here, man. We didn't hit almost 5 hours. I was about to wrap it up, man. Let's get to it, man. We got Rob Bourne in this motherfucker. What up, Rob Bourne?
Yeah, what up? Yeah, how you changed my name, bro? What kind of secret agent shit is that, bro?
What? Your name came on as that when you popped on, bro.
Nah, that's just an internet Indian killer, bro. You
Oh,
changed my shit, nigga.
You didn't see that.
What kind of spoofing shit is this?
that
We
was
didn't.
Rob. Moore.
Your name came on as Rob Bourne, and then it
Rob.
just. I mean, it said internet. It said internet killer. Then it just switched to this. I
Yo,
thought,
that's crazy.
yeah,
Okay.
let's go.
Damn, I ain't know your way down, Rob Bourne. I ain't know that was you.
Yeah. You better go check my gram, bro. I don't know. We
Nah,
doing
nigga,
big
you
shit.
ain't. Come on, my dude. Your
Yeah.
your weight to
He called
digress, my
your
dude.
ass a little guy.
Yeah.
Hey, that's cool, bro. Like you can say what you want. If you ain't
You
betting no
ain't
sport,
getting 400 up no more, man.
what you
Stop
talking about?
lying.
I just put the shit up. What you talking
I
about?
just put 400 up Saturday, man. I don't want to talk
Yeah, I
right.
wanna see prop. Like, let's see the
I
video.
ain't deadlifting because my knee fucked up.
Nah,
But
I ain't
I
talking
mean,
about deadlifting. That's
hey,
easy, bro. You supposed to be doing 5 or
you
better
tell
on
my that
deadlift.
ain't, nah. I got lumbar issues, so I
Yeah,
don't
you
go heavy.
washed up, man. But listen,
I
man.
don't go heavy, my dude.
Yeah,
You
what's
nigga,
up, What's up, Aboriginal Power, man? I'm here, man. I see your little call out when we was live. You go live. So what's up, man? I'm here to set these things up. Let's get down to it, man, so we can make it happen. I went on the other guy's channel. Nobody wanted to take it, so I'm here now. What's good?
Shit, we taking all phase with whatever though. So whoever you want to call out, any information you heard, now's your chance to get it in, nigga. So whatever you want to do, man. However you want to do
Okay,
it.
so
When I came out yesterday, we was in your chat trying to hit the link. We was in that bitch for down there an hour, couldn't even get the link. So
yeah, I wasn't even on that. That's the funny thing. I wasn't even in the what's the name? I wasn't on there. He was just playing videos.
oh, okay, cool.
I probably came on at like 4 hour mark for like 10 minutes and bounced. But yeah, 'cause I was at work. So yo,
Yes, yeah, you already know what it is, man. Y'all
I
try.
don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I've been asking you to debate for a long time. You said we don't disagree. We don't disagree. So I just gotta ask you a couple questions. Do you believe that the slave trade happened?
A slave trade did happen. Yes,
I'm
absolutely.
not talking about a slave trade. I'm talking about the transatlantic
Transatlantic,
slave trade.
transatlantic slave trade did happen. Yes.
Okay. So
I believe it too.
for you, for you, how many people out of the 12.5 or the 45 million people are here in the Americas? How many of these 45 point whatever million is Aboriginals?
I don't know. Talking about out of the 12 million.
No, we gonna skip that because you said you agree with the slave trade. There's 45 million black people in America. How many of these people are Aboriginals?
Shit, just about all of them.
Okay, so now we getting somewhere. So now that's an issue. That's an issue, right? Because we talking about we the descendants of those people who came from West Africa. You say that you agree that there was that the slave trade happened. Now you're saying almost all of them. So the next thing is this, right? So we could get this down. I'm just trying to get these points
Just,
down so we.
just because a group of people come to a place doesn't eradicate the existing people that's already there.
That's cool. That's cool. We could get that. We could get to that. So now
Yeah.
what I'm right. So I just got one more question. So
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
now
question.
you can. I just want to just so we on the American part, right?
Since we got that, so yeah, we're on America, so we gonna deal with this. Do you
Right.
believe? So
So
now,
Now
I'm
this
gonna ask
this
you.
this
Hold
is
on,
it. This is my last thing, bro.
hold on. We ain't got to rush. We good.
Yeah, I do gotta rush. I gotta get out of here. I'm at work. I don't know how y'all niggas can go
It's a,
live every day. This ain't my job. The internet ain't my job, bro.
it's a few questions I want to ask
Yeah,
you.
so let's get to it.
All right. Do you believe that people was here before the migration of Africans migrating out of Africa?
Yeah, that's simple. That's a simple question. Yeah. That's a simple question. So we go back and forth with questions. So I don't disagree with you that people were already here. That's stupid. You never heard me say that come out of my mouth. So
That's true. That's true. I
so
would
you
agree.
never heard that's dumb. So what I'm saying is, okay, do you think that the people, the further you go back, right, here in the Americas, that those people knew who they were better than we do today?
Can you say that again for me?
Do you think that the people, let's say 1700, 1600, 1800, that they knew who they were better than we do today?
Uh, I guess to a certain extent. I guess it would be limited to what's going on. We know the farther you go back is the farther you go back is when you get into earliest times of indoctrination. So my answer to that is the farther you go back, you're gonna get a more close hands-on form of indoctrination going on.
Okay. So somehow we know more because okay. So here's the thing, right? So my time frame is real
It's
specific.
like science. It's like science. As times go on, you start to accumulate more data and
No,
more.
no, no. That's cool. I'm
So you
cool.
have a
I'm cool
understanding
with
of
that.
things as things go on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I could rock with that. So here's the thing, right? So what black community that you have that look like me and you, black people, talking about us, that wrote the things of who they are, that said that they ain't a part of no slave trade, that there wasn't no slave trade, and that they not Africans. Can you give me one black community from the time of this specific writing here that we know that the communities of the people who look like us, who are specifically fighting a Pacific enemy, who is the European, and fighting for the liberation of black people? Do you have anyone that's from the 17 to 1600s that tells the story that you guys are telling today?
Yes, absolutely. You have a story. Yes, I do have that. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, so that would be the discussion. Now here's the thing, right? I told Truth this the other day. I'm not using no white people. I'm not using because you guys don't like science. I'm not using
Who
no
says that?
science.
Hold on. We're not going to come with the fake illusions. You do have conversations with other people, but you're having a conversation
Okay,
without
I'm having a conversation with you. So
without bridging power. Now you know more
no,
often you use
no, no,
science.
no. We cool, but we cool. So
No. I
so
just don't
so
want that. I just don't want that false illusion to
okay. So wait.
build.
So you agree? Wait, I just want to know if you.
Calm
No,
down.
I'm cool, brother. I'm trying to rush this on so I can
No,
go,
but just let
bro.
me get what I gotta say out. Calm down, brother. We're not gonna allow that. We
No,
do
did you hear what I just said? Yo, fam, I have to
science.
go. I'm just trying to get this
I
straight real
understand that.
quick.
If you in a rush, then come back when you got time. Cause
Nah, son, I don't have time to be on the internet. You
hold on,
don't even see me on the internet like that, bro.
listen, that's fine, bro. Listen, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not worried about what you're doing. I'm just telling you, when you do got time, I want to make things clear. I don't want to be in a rush. I want things to be very, very
Okay, so
clear
so so
with me. So if you're in a rush, Rob Born, and you
no,
want
no,
to
no, no. We all right. Listen.
and you want to
Okay,
microwave
okay, bro. Let's just get to the
rush
science
through
part. Okay,
and not have
okay, bro.
clarity on things, I want to make
Okay,
sure
bro.
back
Just
when you got time.
bro. Okay, I said okay, fam. You don't gotta keep going. So you
Oh,
agree with science now?
you do that every time, bro. Come
Do
on.
you agree with science now? Yes.
Don't act like I have not been agreeing
I
with science.
don't know this, bro. This is
First of
new to
all,
me.
so I'm new. So my conversations with science with you is new. So now you playing that game. So bro, I'm
Yo,
gonna
we
play that.
just having a conversation now, bro. Come on,
You're
bro.
not gonna do the weird shit. So let
I'm
me
not doing nothing weird, bro. I'm trying to get this debate set up,
hold
man.
on.
I'm not trying to play here, man.
Hold on. I just said that we deal with science. Let me mute you because you're doing a lot of yelling and there's no clarity going on. Yes, we deal with science. We've always dealt with science.
Okay. So you don't you deal with DNA?
Yeah, DNA is a unique conversation that we can get into as well.
Oh, so you deal with the science of DNA? Okay, I didn't know that. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't know. That's all. I really didn't know. Every time I hear people, I hear this shit. DNA's fake. Get out of here.
Listen, that's why I am who I am, and
Okay,
brothers
cool,
that's
cool,
around
cool.
is too. And we brothers like True had conversations with brothers like True, right? Who's had the conversations with you about DNA? Did he
Nah,
say
True
he
don't True don't deal with DNA. He told me it was fake.
What?
Album,
I ain't never say that.
you said it when we was on Supreme Holiday
That's what
thing
I'm
yesterday.
No,
saying.
I said the way that they're using it is not the way that it actually works.
See,
That's
there
all
we
I
go. So
said.
now,
Right,
okay,
they're going to pseudo judo.
Yeah, we
They
got contentions with that shit, bro. But
right,
I
right,
deal with
right, right,
DNA.
right.
Listen, this is what
Okay,
happens when
okay.
somebody try to rush and condense conversations. No, that's why I say we got to take our time. I want to be clear with
That
the.
I'm being clear with
All right?
Aboriginal power. I'm clear. Just give me 20 seconds. I'm gonna alleviate all of that. I don't want to deal with no science. If you want to deal with that, that's cool. But once you start saying I have a problem with this part of the DNA, I'm not going through that. Here's what I'm. This is my proposal because you put my name in the title. I didn't put your name in the title. You said
Right.
you calling out. I'm trying to set these debate up, and we gonna get paid while we do this shit. It's a pay. I'm not doing nothing for.
Listen, and I figured it'd be
Can I get this out, please? I just asked you to do 30 seconds, fam. Just let me
okay.
get
Go
it out. Here's my proposal. I'm not using no white people. I'm not using no white scientists. I'm not using none of that. All I'm using is the black people in the community who was writing in the 1700s and the 1800s for themselves. That's what I'm using. I'm not using no Europeans,
That's what's up.
nobody,
That's
straight
what's up.
black people.
Listen,
So
listen.
that's my proposal. So you said that you got some people. You said you got people from the 1700s that's teaching the stuff that you're teaching today. Let's get to that.
Listen, I'm glad that you're using those type of sources. I'm not limited to the type of sources that you're going to use, but I will be presenting primary literature to prove my point. So yes, I'm willing to get into that. I'm glad that you're using the set sources that in the way you want to use it. That's okay. That's fine.
Okay, so we are in contention. You said that majority of black people in America are aboriginals. We are in contention. I say that the black people that wrote for themselves don't say that. So now me and you have a debate topic. My question next is when we can set it up.
I'm available. I got time. So if
When do you want to set it up?
whenever, who platform, whatever,
Okay.
whatever.
Um,
I'm
hold
down.
on.
How about Saturday? I got two debates lined up Friday. I was gonna say Friday, but Saturday would be fine. Or
Okay,
Sunday.
so
No, what I got?
Saturday.
I got two. I got two debates lined up Sunday. I got two debates lined up
Yeah, I
Sunday.
can't do Sunday. So let's do it
I'm
like this.
already
Since
booked
you
for
got two
Sunday.
dedebates lined up on Friday, if you can't,
No, I
so
said I
this
got two debates lined up for Sunday. Sorry, my bad.
yeah. So you got two on Sunday.
So I'm available anytime after Sunday. So
Okay, so not this Sunday.
we can do
So
next Sunday.
the next not this Saturday coming up, but the next Saturday at 5 p.m. Would that work for you?
That works fine. 5 o'clock
All right.
Eastern
I'm
Standard.
so happy you got some balls, man. This shit is
No,
great.
nigga,
You grew up, my nigga. You
balls.
grew up. Aboriginal
You
power.
a crazy
I
nigga, bro.
love it.
You a funny dude.
I
You a
gotta be
funny
funny.
dude.
Come on, this shit entertainment. You know they
Nah,
ain't nothing
it is.
serious.
It is. No,
I fuck with A1 over there. You funny. That nigga from
you
New
is a
York.
hilarious dude, and we chop it up all the time off of YouTube, by the way. So there's no beef between me and Rob. Boy.
And people be thinking that shit, bro.
Hey, Rob boy, you gotta get your weight up, man. You was bigger than that last year, man.
No, actually, I was smaller than that, bro. That COVID shit, son. That shit, that 2 years, bro. I was out of the gym, bro. I was outside working out a lot. I
Oh
was
yeah,
skinny,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. Hey,
Now,
everything was moving.
now I'm like, I don't even like my weight now. I'm 240 now, but I'm doing powerlifting, so I have to be around this type weight. Once I do that 500 on the bench and all that other shit I'm doing,
I ain't getting no
I'm,
500,
yeah.
nigga. You 50 plus, right?
I ain't 50 plus, dog. I'm telling you, my Instagram is RobBorn704, bro. The shit I'm doing is live and direct for you to see
So what you
it.
benching now, man? What you working
Right
with?
now, I'm at 425.
How many times? Once?
That's only max. I'm only going for max. I only want to do 500. That's it.
Or you don't even do five? So you ain't get the you only got the 420, nigga. You was just doing four like 2 years ago.
Yeah, but I always you gotta understand, like I get bored of that powerlifting shit. I like to run, I fucking do pull-ups and all that boxing. I do all that shit. So if you doing that, you can't do that other shit. And number one, I'm mad tall. So once you 6'4", my nigga, that change. You don't see too many of them niggas power. It's different. You know that. My
Yeah.
body is naturally a linky nigga. You heard?
Yeah, you say
So
you got a longer distance to come down to test.
hell yeah, you know how that shit go. I'm
Yeah, I mean,
trying to get the Aboriginals to work out, man.
you
Maybe
gotta
we can
fuck with
set
the
up an
Smith machine,
Aboriginal
though.
tournament.
Look, I tell you, look, fuck with the Smith machine sometime. Like you gotta do tests like 3 times a week to get to 500. You gotta fuck with the Smith machine. You know what I'm saying?
Bodybuilding ass nigga.
Hmm? That man say trying to get to 500, man. I mean, hey, man, I like to see you get there, man.
Don't
But you
worry, I'm
still,
gonna let you know. You gonna see it. I'm gonna be posting that motherfucker. And after that, I'm done, bro. No more of that heavy shit. I'm done. I'm
yeah,
getting old now, bro.
you better strap them elbows up, nigga. You going in there raw dog.
Hey, yeah, I'm
I'm
back,
dead
man.
ass
Hey,
shit.
you thought I ain't deal with DNA, Rob? I love that shit.
Nah, son, y'all was wilding on cheap shit yesterday. And he talking about he
Nah,
wanted.
they ain't no y'all, nigga. I was on the
Yeah,
phone
yeah, you was
call.
down with that shit.
Nah,
And
I
he
was
wouldn't
on the
talk to James
phone
Small.
call, nigga.
He can't.
I
He
was,
can't even talk to nobody. He can't talk to James Smalls, bro. He
who you talking
too
about?
too
Chief?
loud.
Chief can holler at James Small. That man know how to control
Nah,
himself,
son.
Hey,
bro.
but Rob Bourne though, on some real shit, hit me in the back end. Let's get this shit right now. You understand me? This a big.
I can't hit you on the back end now. We don't got no more of that. How I was talking to you, we ain't no more Google Hangouts, so I don't got nothing from you, bro.
Yeah, it's not Google no more. It's Gmail chat. So you got it still, but it's called Gmail. I hit you up on there. Check your email and your chat.
All right, so not this Saturday because you got that coming up. The next Saturday.
Yeah. The next Saturday coming up, which is, let me see the date. Hold on, let me go to my calendar.
Hey, I thought we was having the Avengers versus the Black African Power Rangers and
Hey, what's
shit,
up
man.
with your
What
boy
happened with
though?
that?
Hey, listen, hold
Who?
on. I know you over here for your peoples over there. Listen, I want smoke with Jabari and too though. So I'm calling all phase though. So yeah, don't even get it twisted. Ain't like niggas ain't been calling these phase for a couple times with you. This the first time, but I want that fade with you. And you here and you challenge first time. So first time you ever challenged me too openly too. You can go back to any of the conversations. You never challenged me.
I
Now,
always did. You said we don't disagree.
well,
That's what you would tell me.
I guess we found the point of contention where we disagree. So
Yeah.
yeah. So, but listen, go tell your boy, we want that smoke. I
Nah,
know
I
he
can't. I don't. That right there.
over there though, bro. Listen, he said he deal with the ancient. Listen, I want to go to where his strong suit is. I want to deal with ancient science. I want to deal with the ancient history.
That's cool, but to
So I want
technically,
that
all you
fact.
gotta listen for that. All you gotta do is talk to Sarnetta about that. He'll do it.
I never don't rock with the owls like that. He got his
Sinetta be
want to be
hiding his
over with.
boy,
Pick
man.
and choose who he let over there. You feel what I'm saying?
No, he don't. He don't do that, bro. Cut
Bro,
it
he
out.
be hiding that man from some of y'all too. It's a lot
Yes,
of
he
y'all
do,
that be
bro.
on his head, bro, and he be hiding them from them, bro.
Nah, like I be all listen, right? They be at they. I don't agree with him on certain shit. So like for me, I'm a different type of dude. So I will get hype on you. You know what I'm saying? So they be like, "Yo, chill. We can't. You gonna go crazy?" I'm like, "Nah, man. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna chill." It's because of
Cool
that,
though.
and
You
it's
came
the
on
only
here.
person that the only person he ever protected me from, or protected was the nigga polite. He would never let me talk to that nigga, son. And then he finally did it, and we set a debate up. We had the date and everything, and it was the most retarded shit that black woman God and black Africans didn't have no God and all that shit. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna kill this nigga. So I don't know who he talked to, and then he made the flyer. The nigga didn't want to smoke. He called me like, yo, son, I can't. He don't want to do it. He's scared. So I'm like, all right. That was the only person that originally. Anybody else I want to debate, I could debate him, but I don't care about that ancient shit. You already know what I'm on, son. Black American history, West African history. I really don't care about no fucking ancient
Well,
Egypt.
yeah,
I
that's
don't
my
give a fuck
lane though.
about that shit.
So that's probably why we never really bumped heads.
But you know that. I never gave a fuck about that. I'm not saying I don't care about it. I like all history, ancient shit.
That's just not your lane. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I just
Like
don't.
some lanes ain't people's lanes. You see what
Them
I'm saying?
niggas become religious with that shit, son, and start thinking they commissions. Nigga, fuck out of here. Ain't nobody come on the boat talking about they some
I want
motherfucking
to have that
guru.
conversation though, because it needs to be had with your
You
boy.
can have it.
It
All you
needs to
gotta
be
do is How did you get on there with Lord Abbott?
Sonetta called me, but Sonetta don't answer my calls no more. I've been trying to set up phase with Jabari, all them niggas that been on there. I done hit him up already. Cause we were supposed to do the Lord Albert bill, and I got the text message. He said Lord Albert didn't want to do it no more. So after the face off, we are supposed to do the debate that next Saturday, the up and coming Saturday.
Who y'all talking about? The Aboriginal Freeman Moore nigga?
Yeah,
Nah, he ain't no more, no more, bro. He ain't no
Yeah,
more.
he
Freeman.
ain't no more than one Freeman. He
Don't
a
he
fuck with
Freeman.
that.
dropped he dropped his hat for a suit and tie. I see it.
Yeah,
Nah, he
so
just
he
fuck with
he does
American
that thing,
history.
though, and Sonetta just never said nothing else. You know what I mean? I want to come on and present my shit. So hopefully he let this shit go through. But no, but we gonna do this on. I don't know. We'll set it up in the back though. I don't know.
Yeah,
No
we
matter.
set it up in the back, but I want
It's
to set it up.
established.
I
This
want to I want to set it up with some PPP shit, but it gotta be. We gotta get some more people. We gotta talk offline here. I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna work. We gotta get some more people from your side, and we match them or whatever, and then we gonna have that shit rocking like that, bro.
I figured you wanted to catch that fade with one of the couple other brothers over here. So yeah, man, because I definitely want to catch some fades too. So we can line some cool up. So I'm
Yeah,
down.
I want bottom kit, and he keep talking shit. So who's the real? Who's
Maybe
the head of the average? Who got the best information? You got Dane. You got
well,
we got hold on. It got
that's
you.
vague though. Hold on, Rob.
Hold
That's
on,
vague.
you lumping us
you
up,
got
bro, and
you
that ain't the
got you got
case.
you got certain topics and angles that people are more good in. That specialize in. Just like you specialize in Black American history, dealing with the 16, 18, 100. That's where you like to go with, right? So it's people in their different lanes that does pretty good. So yeah, you got your top scholars. You got A1. You know what I'm saying? You got myself.
That nigga A1 is a Nuwapian. That nigga just told you niggas is Nuwapians in America, bro.
Oh, we got Ab TV, Truth, Chief Holiday. I guess you can say Dane with the notoriety and the views. You got the brother Top Cat comes and drops his information. You know what I'm saying? You do have people that drop their information.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, out of all of y'all, who's the best? I'm asking you.
I don't know who's the best. We haven't really,
So you don't think you the
that's
best?
not. Oh, I
You
think
on
I'm
some
the best.
bullshit, Rob Boy. Don't fall
I
for
think,
that shit.
but I think all the brothers feel like they got the equal capacity to get in the ring with any one of you brothers. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't think nobody ducking no fade any one of these scholars. You see what I'm saying? So I know you good. I like
I
that.
just
Man.
gotta applaud you for coming through, man. It's been a long time coming, man. I'm glad you got your. I don't know. Maybe you went in the powwow. Y'all did some secret shit.
You funny nigga. You never see me on no Native American shit, nigga. I see you with the African war paint. You put a fucking phone lip in your lip and got ready. This nigga got a lip plate ready to go. Go on, nigga.
Hey, so Rob Boy,
What up?
hey, if AP win, you gonna get a lip plate, bro?
A lip plate? They didn't have lip plates in West Africa. It was
You
that
go.
that tribe ain't from West Africa.
Hey, that nigga gonna come to the lecture dressed like Ndizi. What's my man name? Infudizi? That nigga had a whole African garb on and shit. That nigga got a hat cape.
Hey, nah, I know they didn't do that in West Africa, but what is some significant archaeological sites and structures in West Africa, Rob Bourne?
You got the Noke civilization there. You got Dar Tichet. Dar Tichet. That's like the precursor to the Ouagadougou, which becomes Mali.
And
You
let me,
already know. You
what
know
are they?
about it. Well,
Can
go
you give
ahead.
me things that that's credited to their culture and civilization? Can you just
What
like
what you said? I can't hear you.
what was the first one that you named?
The Noke. NOK.
Oh, the NOK, right? I've heard that. Shout out to Ghana Step. I believe you brought that up in the conversation. Can you name something that's credited towards the Note civilization?
Well, it's more of their artifacts.
Right.
And the thing that they're talking about is these mines, because they keep finding new things that is attached to the Noaks because of their Pacific. That I don't know how they was drawing making that them statues. That shit look crazy. I don't know how they did that shit, but it's more about the mining, and that mining is dealing with how you have that bronze and the stuff that they're doing there. So that right there is kind of like that technology there is kind of like that. That changes like the
What
game.
you talking about? Like are you talking about like metallurgery? Getting into that
Yeah,
type.
yeah. That changes.
Okay.
That shit
Is there
changes.
any structural any significant archaeological sites dealing with structural
Yeah, dot teacher.
dark kitchen?
When
I'm
you
have,
get a chance, look it up.
I
D A
am
R T
put it
I.
in the private chat. Type it in the private chat for me. I'm gonna highlight that.
Yeah, dot teacher.
Appreciate that. I asked the same question to a few Pan Africans. They never gave me a definitive answer. And what is dark kitchen? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Let's go. Dot teacher is it's like a it was like a city you could say when you first see this specific type of building that they're doing. And that's basically what it is. It's architecture and stuff that they was doing. Those were the sneaky people, aka the Mandy people.
And
Those are
how
the
and
yeah.
how old and how
Uh,
old is my bad. I didn't mean to cut you. I'm just
it's like
curious.
20. What is that? 2600 BCE, somewhere around there.
600 BC, so about 4,000 years
Yeah,
old. Huh?
somewhere around there.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
And then you got a whole bunch of other stuff like the Kentampo complex. So that's they be messing with that date. So I'm not even sure. They say 10,000. They say eight. I don't know, bro. I keep seeing studies of them doing this. I don't know what's going on with that, but I
Right.
know it's old. So that's in like a part of Ghana, and there's
Right.
a certain technology that they're using
And
there.
the structures there is certain technology that you got to be advanced again. I don't know how to do metallurgy, and I'm pretty urban, right? You see what I'm saying? So you have to have that type of science.
Yeah, that's the things
These
that
things. Right.
creates the civilization. So
Right.
like
Right.
when
Right. Right. And I'm glad that you're saying this.
yeah,
Absolutely.
so like when you look at let's say 170,000 BCE, right? So you got the Nubian complex. Now what the technology there is called the Lavalius technique. And it's a certain way how you make this specific stone. And off of that stone you can build things. And then you could see why they label it Nubian because it's only in this specific area. Then you
Right.
start to see that spread. When you looking at that's a lot different. That's different.
That's dope. That's dope. That's dope. And I want to engage with you more on some of these conversations too about comparing, science and civilization and how they come about, and some of the scientific factors that go into these archaeological sites, which is pretty odd. They're not often found, right? So they become a big thing when we find them, right, Born? You understand what I'm saying? So and we got to highlight those, and I like to highlight the ones that were here in America as well. Uh, of significant archaeological sites that pertain to similar technology. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you gonna definitely see that around. You're gonna see um like farming. Like you see how they used to say that agriculture started in the Levant. Now
Yeah,
they now they say
started all over independently. Right. That's the new
right.
concept.
So now they start saying different because you start seeing. So like in West Africa, they got a certain way how they domesticate the cow, and they like, yo, what the fuck, like.
Right. Gobekli Tepe kind of changed the game besides other archaeological sites when it deals with structuring and agriculture development. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't
So,
know. I didn't see nothing. I didn't read nothing on agriculture in Gobekli Tepe, but
oh, you
that
did?
agriculture, that fucking stone with them and that shit looked like it was done today, like some
Oh, yeah,
laser shit.
that's high relief carving. It's only a
That's
couple.
that's some other shit, bro.
Hey, and it's only a couple people in the world that's credited to being masters of high relief carving, which is unique too. So
Yeah, that
that's
that right there,
yeah.
that
You talk
alligator,
about
son, that
pillars,
shit looked
pillars,
like it was about to
trees.
come out.
Hey, Rob Boy, can I ask you a question real quick, bro?
Yo, what's up,
I,
bro?
I, I got two questions really.
Mhm.
The first one I'm gonna ask you, bro, is other than black people, right? We're gonna say Negroes, right? I ain't gonna play semantics with words and shit. We're just gonna say black people, right? Other than black people, is it any other group that gets sickle cell? Now, we're not talking about them other iron deficiency. We speaking about specifically sickle cell with the cell sickles. Is there any other racial group that I can find
Yeah,
that
you
carry
can
this trait?
find you can find other groups with it, but the people that let's say like in West Africa, it's a certain strand of sickle cell that only they get, right? So you
Right,
got it.
that's where the cells actually sickle and shit, and not
Right,
just a
right.
low
So
iron. That's why I say not an iron deficiency because I know it's other,
yeah, it's
it's
other.
three
It's
other forms, but they
yeah.
don't sickle like sickle cell. So we
Right,
speaking
right. There's
about
other
real
people.
sickle cell.
Right, right, right. There's other groups that get a specific type,
Right.
and that changes that. I don't know why you bought. That's a big thing, and then that also deals with the lactose, right? Or
Yeah.
people being, and then you start looking at that, and just dealing with that science with those specific diseases. When you look at that, you
Right.
gonna see like these people had to come from a specific region because it ain't nowhere else.
So peep game, right? We talking
Yeah.
about where the cells actually sickle, that form, the original form, the one on chromosome 11, not the other three, which is on chromosome 16. Just to make sure we on the same page, right?
Mhm.
All right. Only black people get that shit, right?
Not only black people.
Now I'm talking about that one with the cells sickle, the original one, not the other three.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I gotta look at it again because I haven't looked at this in a while. You know what I'm saying? I looked at it for something else, but sort of this type of conversation to see what the Black American type of sickle cell. I don't remember, so I would be lying if I tell you, yo, this.
Well, it's only three forms, right? You got sickle
Yeah,
cell, is well, it's four forms. You got sickle cell,
you
which
could.
is what where
Why don't
where
you
where the
why don't y'all pull it up?
I'm on my
So,
phone, bro. But I
oh,
mean,
me too.
I dropped the link to you.
So what
I'll
is the
fuck around and put
what
it.
is the what is the type of if you remember what's the type of sickle cell that Black Americans have?
Um, the same one like all niggas around the world got. You feel me? The one where the cells actually sickle in the crescent shape.
Yeah, see, that's a see from what I remember, but I
Yeah,
can't say nothing because I don't remember. I mean, I ain't gonna play games. I
right.
don't,
I
but I
feel
know
you.
that that's not
Hey,
it.
stop on. I'm glad you did slow it down a little bit to stick around because you was in a rush to hightail it
I,
out of here at first.
yeah,
Now,
I am in the rush.
Hey, let me get this other question
I
to
just
you
got a
real quick,
text.
bro.
I just got a text, so that shit slowed me down.
Hey, let me get this other question to you and shit before you go, bro. Cause I heard AP ask you a question. I heard you respond, but I kind of felt like you didn't really hear the full thing. So I'm gonna just repeat AP question again and see if it's the same answer, right? We know the out of Africa migration theory, right? You know, the 70, 80,000 years ago, right? Right? You still
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
bro?
Go ahead, I'm here.
All right. I think the brother asked you was there people in other places outside of Africa before the out of Africa migration?
Were there other people where?
And other places outside of Africa before the out of Africa migration?
Yeah, because there's two of them. You got out of Africa one with those first homonyms. That's a million something years ago, and then you have that out of Africa theory that's dealing with the atomically modern man. It's two of them.
All right, the first one is allegedly not Homo sapiens sapiens, what we'll call modern humans.
Right. So the issue with that is that you begin to see like they find all these things. So for what I do is I looked at like what is it now? It's not 318. It's like wow. It's like probably 400 something primates, and you get to see like Cro-Magnon man and things of that nature. So when you look at that, that's 40,000 years old, 50,000, and then you go to 200,000.
that's
So
Chatham. That's Chatham man for those
nah, I'm
that
not talking about. I ain't talking about Cheddar man. That's 10,000 BC. I ain't talking about that. So when you start looking at the atomically modern man that we talking about, they begin to see that now. That's from if you're looking at anywhere between 175 and 200,000 years, we are the same morphology. That is atomically modern man. You'll begin to see that, but at the same time, you did have some hominids still running around. I mean, so like, and then that's where the DNA conversation come in because now it's like they be like, "Yo, Neanderthals can't procreate with uh Davosians and all these other things," and then when they find it, they're like, "Oh shit, yeah, they were doing it." I mean, so, and then that also leads to the
why get quiet? What's going on? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
All right, well, shit, listen, man. We got some shit established. I'll talk to you behind the scenes. Other words, we got that shit set up next Saturday. Not this up and coming Saturday, but the following Saturday. Me and Rob Bourne will be meeting. Don't forget, this Sunday, I will be debating YK the Truth and Lex Vortex the same day. I will be smoking both of them brothers the same day. So make sure y'all tune in. It will be a doozy. All right, so make sure y'all tune in. Y'all know how it is, man. I told y'all it's finger licking at the doorstep. We stepped in all phase. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the building. If y'all enjoyed this conversation, support the channel. Thumb up the video, support the channel. You understand me? We about to get ready to get out of here. I appreciate everybody for tapping in. If you did enjoy it, support the channel. You understand me? Cash App and PayPal information at the bottom of the
Yeah, man,
screen.
that shit kicked me out, bro.
You know, screen yours and that's some good shit.
I don't use this shit, bro. I only use Zoom, bro.
Yeah, I got to get
I don't
familiar
like
with Zoom.
I don't
I
like
got
this
to get
shit.
with Zoom. But yeah, man, I was just closing out, man. I appreciate you
All
coming
right,
through.
peace.
I'm gonna hit you up on that thing, man. So just be looking out in your things and go
So
to your
it's in the
email.
same it's in the same
No,
place.
no, no. Go to your email, like you just about to check your email. There's something that's called chat in your email. That's
Oh, the
where
thing that be on the left side of the computer.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's where it's at now. So just
Okay.
I'm gonna send you my info and we'll chat it up over there, man. So be
All
looking
right,
out. I'm gonna hit
yeah.
you.
Peace out, man. Hey, truth, man.
Oh, he breaking up, man. He breaking up.
God don't want to hear that bullshit. He's about to say some bullshit. God didn't want to hear that shit.
Hey man, y'all threw up the video, man. Drop them fire emojis in the chat if y'all enjoyed this conversation. We almost hit 6 hours. I never do these type of deals. Real talk. Y'all know I'll be out of here in 2 hours. So make sure y'all support the channel, man, for the extra extended time, man. We put in some work. We got some shit set up. We got some conclusions made. And this is just the first of many, man. I told y'all, man, we taking on smoke.
Yes, sir, bro. It's gonna get good now because now niggas just dealing with the information. Fuck all the personal shit.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
appreciate you, bro. You went a long time today, man. Salute to y'all guys, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody that came up. You feel me? I'ma fall the fuck back, man.
Nah, it's one of the ones, man. Set it up, man. Like I said, we got to make it big. So we got one established. We got to get a couple more of them phase lined up. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'll take Rob one and Jabari back to back. I want Jabari straight up. Straight up. What I'm going to do to him is going to be ridiculous. Smackdown. You understand me? So shout out to everybody in the building, man. Y'all support the channel. Cash out information on the bottom it's pinned on the screen. All right. Shout out to Alabama in the building. Shout out to Tim Duncan in the building. Shout out to all the American Aborigines in the building.
Copper color grizzly.
Man, that shit, man, y'all niggas held me off of this motherfucker, man. That's some bullshit, bro. I had some questions.
We set up phase, bro. You ain't catching none. You just on here talking.
Bro, I got my computer set up now, bro. So
Okay, so
anything
listen.
y'all want,
Now at the end, right?
I'm saying we get on another bill. Y'all want to go in about these mounds and finding the Negroid
Listen,
bones in the
hey,
mound and stuff
listen.
like that.
I'm
That's
pretty
what I want
sure
to
we
talk
can
about.
line
First of all, you know what, AP? How many bones were dug up and was hidden by the Smithsonian, and actually they reported on lying about suppressing? Could you just respond to that one thing so he could stop squawking, whoever else that fool was in the private chat? Where the Negro bones? Where the Negro bones in the mounds? Like a little damn
Well, they no
kindergarten
longer
bitch.
they no
Don't get
longer
mad, but you can use all that rhetoric and all that, but it's all speculative what you're talking about. You have to
Oh, so the
prove your.
Smithsonian digging up shit and stealing stuff from
That's a
Africa and the
conspiracy
British
theory.
Museum, that
Yeah.
works for you. But when they're actually working here where they're purposely suppressing the facts on home field, you seem to have a problem with that.
That's a
Cass,
conspiracy
I got
theory.
you, guys. Listen, I'm about to end this. I just want to let everybody know, say peace to everybody, Cass, before we go. You know what
All
I'm
right,
saying?
peace. But y'all got to stop with the conspiracy theories. I got the computer, so next time
I
I'm ready
got
for the
you,
bill too.
I got you. I got you. It's all good. You're a good kid, man.
The only conspiracy theory is go watch the movie Gods of Egypt.
And listen, Alabama, it's okay. He's a good kid. They just a little disruptive, and they send him to Aboriginal power class because I handled the disruptive students.
You seen Stargate too, right, AP?
No, I haven't, but I heard about it.
Now remember why I told you about them arrows shooting down on the American gods?
Right.
Go check out Gods of Egypt, where they claim to show you gold blood.
I've
You seen God?
Yeah, I've seen it.
And they show gold blood coming out of the gods when they were taken down, right?
Yep.
And then Stargate, they show you about these parasite motherfuckers. And I think it's very necessary for you to see how they show these snake-like parasitic beings that take over niggas like this. And I yield. Thank you for the time, Copper Color Grizzly, because you know, elbows and arrows, elbows and assholes. Keep them running, Copper Color Grizzly. Keep them running.
Shout out to Alabama, man. Hawk School, man. Peace and blessings, man. I'll see y'all on the next one. Y'all already know what it is. Peace and love to all the American Aborigines. With that, enjoy the rest of y'all night. Have a safe night's journey. Be safe, be aware, stay vigilant, stay dangerous.
See my life.
It's your brother Aboriginal Power, and we out. Peace.
See my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back. Got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught in that jam. Yeah, you know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. It's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. It's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. Yeah, you can feel it coming. Fake love, that snake you in your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how